Congratulations, Brother Hao, you are a father again. Xu Hao smiled and responded. You will have one soon too. Quote. The two girls heard it. Knowing what Xu Hao was talking about, their faces blushed. Not long after, Bai Ling came out of the ward. With a relieved smile on her face. She was very happy to be able to help Xu Hao. She walked up to Xu Hao and said respectfully. My lord, I have fulfilled my mission. It is a little princess. Xu Hao took out the remaining spiritual water and handed it to Bai Ling. Well done, this is for you, I hope you can get some enlightenment. Bai Ling hurriedly thanked her. Thank you for your gift, my lord. Xu Hao waved his hand. Take us to see my daughter. Bai Ling nodded. Immediately took Xu Hao and the other two into the ward. Ji Yuning Shuang leaned on the bed. Her face was a little pale, but her eyes were very gentle. She was holding a baby in her arms. And the small body was wrapped in swaddling clothes. Lin Chuqing and Yao Xinrui hurried over. When they saw the child's appearance, they couldn't help but exclaimed in a low voice. Wow, the baby is so cute, look at her pink little face. The baby's eyes were closed at this time, as if she was having a sweet dream. The little mouth was slightly pouted, and she was very cute. Yao Xinrui was also very shocked. Yes, the baby's skin is so smooth, not like other babies who are wrinkled at birth. This is the effect of the nourishing medicine Xu Hao gave. Every child he gave birth to is the same. The two women were looking after the child, and Xu Hao came to the bedside. Looking at the weak Ji Yu Bingshuang. You've worked hard. Ji Yuning Shuang smiled. But because she had just given birth, she looked a little reluctant. She lowered her head slightly and said a little nervously. I'm sorry, Uncle Xu, it's a daughter, not a son for you. Xu Hao held Ji Yuning Shuang's hand. I like little cotton padded jackets more. Daughters are so good, caring and cute. Ji Yuning Shuang thought Xu Hao was comforting her. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she was deeply moved. Xu Hao moved his mind and started a healing spell on Ji Yuning Shuang. Ji Yuning Shuang felt a warm current surging through her body. After a while, she was surprised to find that the discomfort she had just felt after giving birth had disappeared. She moved slightly and felt that her body was almost the same as usual. She sat up slowly, without the expected pain. She got out of bed and walked a few steps. Lin Chuqing and Yao Xinrui, who were teasing the baby, saw Ji Yuning Shuang get out of bed. They were shocked. How could she get out of bed and walk after giving birth? I'm fine. Ji Yuning Shuang smiled. Seeing that she was indeed fine, the two girls opened their eyes wide. Unbelievable. This is too magical. A pregnant woman who had just given birth was actually completely fine. Ji Yuning Shuang said with a smile. It was Uncle Xu who helped me. Uncle Chen is so amazing. It turned out that it was Xu Hao who did it. They all got magical items such as marrow cleansing pills and body fragrance pills from Xu Hao. It was not so difficult to accept. He cured a pregnant woman who had just given birth in one go. Let them see the magic of Xu Hao again. The admiration in their hearts increased a little more. Ji Yuning Shuang walked to the two girlfriends. Smiled and said, Chuqing, Sister Xinrui, can you rest assured now? Giving birth is not troublesome at all. Look, I just gave birth to a baby, and now I am fine. With Uncle Xu here, with his medical skills and those magical medicines, we don't have to worry about the troubles brought by the child. Lin Chuqing and Yao Xinrui looked at each other. They could see the hesitation in each other's eyes. All along, they were a little worried about having a baby. Because they were weak after giving birth and couldn't work. Now, seeing Ji Yuning Shuang's situation, they don't have to worry at all. Their eyes fell on the baby again. A warm current surged up. They couldn't help but touch their belly. They imagined that they also had a baby. At this time, Chen Hao held his daughter. When Xu Hao's face came close, as if feeling the breath of his father, the baby actually grinned, as if smiling. Xu Hao's heart was instantly melted by this smile. He stretched out his fingers and gently pinched his daughter's little nose. Ji Yuning Shuang saw this warm scene. She walked over slowly, her eyes full of tenderness. Brother Wu, give your daughter a name. Xu Hao's eyes fell on his daughter, his face pink. After thinking for a moment, he said, let's call her Jian. Jian, Xu Jian, sounds good. Ji Yuning Shuang chewed on the name, her eyes lit up. She couldn't help but ask curiously. This name is very poetic, Angkor, how did you come up with it? Xu Hao smiled. I hope she is as elegant as Zhikao and as beautiful as flowers. Lin Chuqing and Yao Xinrui were also attracted by the name. They all came over to tease the baby. Lin Chuqing said with a smile on her face. Xiao Ji and I am your godmother. I will buy you many beautiful little skirts in the future. Yao Xinrui also hurriedly said. I am also a godmother, Xiao Jian, wait until you grow up. Godmother will take you to eat all kinds of delicious food. The three girls had agreed to be the godmothers of each other's children. As if he understood what they said. Xiao Jian moved her little arms and legs. The ward was full of laughter and joy. 0 request flowers 0. Just when Xu Hao was accompanying Ji Yu Ningxuang who had just given birth. A big thing was happening in the Zhao family. A grand engagement ceremony is about to be held here. It is not just a simple engagement, but also an important marriage between two families, behind which are hidden complex conflicts of interest and power struggles. The Zhao family is a long-established top-tier family, which was once glorious. But recently it has been suppressed by Zhao Juj and is breathless. Originally, the Zhao family could still hold on. Now it has already shown signs of decline. It won't be long before the Zhao family will be completely defeated. The Zhao family panicked. They realized that they must find an ally as soon as possible. Coincidentally, the Zhao family has always had a good relationship with the Shen family. After some investigation and careful consideration, the Zhao family decided to promise benefits and ask for help from the Shen family. What surprised the Zhao family was that the Shen family actually agreed to join forces. It seemed that they saw hope to overcome this crisis. However, the Zhao family didn't know. The Shen family actually started to plot against the Zhao family many years ago. Zhao Wentao, the son of the Zhao family. He was the chess piece arranged by the Shen family in the Zhao family. The Shen family had been making plans in secret, waiting for the right time, when the Zhao family would kill him with one blow. The business world is like a battlefield. There are no eternal enemies, nor eternal friends. This is indeed true. Seeing that the Zhao family was about to be destroyed, the Shen family panicked. After all, they had made careful plans for so many years. They didn't want to fail at the last hurdle. They wanted to help, but they didn't have a suitable excuse. And they didn't rashly help. They were afraid of arousing suspicion from others. And at this time, the Zhao family took the initiative to ask for help. And the Shen family agreed naturally. So this engagement banquet, it was also an alliance ceremony. And it kicked off. The Zhao family was bustling with activity. And the guests were dressed in gorgeous clothes, walking and talking in the spacious hall. Everyone had different expressions on their faces. There were expectations, curiosity, and calculations. People from the Shen family also came to the scene. Like the Zhao family, the Shen family is a top-tier family with assets of over 100 billion. The marriage of the two families is undoubtedly a strong alliance. Naturally, many celebrities from all walks of life were invited to witness it. It was a pity for the Zhao family that Xu Hao was not invited. The engagement ceremony officially began. The host, dressed in a solemn dress, stood on the gorgeous stage, passionately telling the glorious history of the two families and the great significance of this engagement. Dear guests, we are gathered here today. Together witness the engagement ceremony of Zhao Wentao, the son of the Zhao family, and Shen Chenu, the daughter of the Shen family. This is a marriage of equal status, and it is also a new starting point for the two families to work together. Let us send the best wishes to the newlyweds. The man is Zhao Wentao. He straightened his back, just as they were about to exchange rings. Yes, I heard that too. I heard that her younger sister is lively, cute and full of energy. The leader was tall and straight, with a stern face. She looked very well educated. 7. Originally, she was engaged to Zhao Juj. Her skin was as white as snow, delicate and smooth, as if it could be blown away. Zhao Wentao and Shen Chenu followed the process of the ceremony. Zhao Juj appeared domineeringly and walked onto the stage step by step. The woman was Shen Chenu, the daughter of the Shen family. Now, no one mentioned this engagement, highlighting her slender waist and elegant curves. Yes, no matter her appearance, figure or temperament, she is a must-see. Mr. Zhao is so lucky. Countless guests couldn't help but admire her the moment they saw her. She was extremely beautiful. It is really enviable that the Shen family can produce such a daughter. But then again, I heard that she has a younger sister who is also stunningly beautiful. Everyone turned their heads to look. She was wearing a gorgeous white dress. He is dressed in a well-cut suit and expensive clothes, and looks handsome. Each of them was agile and solemn. A domineering voice suddenly sounded. The dress was cut very delicately, fitting her figure perfectly. I don't agree with this marriage. Her face was beautiful, her nose was small and straight, and her lips were like rose petals, rosy and full. The engagement ceremony continued. Her long hair fell on her shoulders like a waterfall. Behind him was a group of black-clad men. Speaking of Shen Chanu, it was interesting. He smiled and nodded to the guests below the stage. AI. I saw a group of people walking into the hall. Strange, originally this marriage was arranged for her sister, but somehow, in the end, it was Shen Chanu who stood on the engagement stage. This daughter of the Shen family is so beautiful, she is worthy of being the apple of the Shen family's eye. The music was melodious and the fragrance of flowers was everywhere. Chapter 376, The heroine wants to get in but can't. Sisters. Showdown. Vicious. On the stage. The lights are bright and the music is melodious. Zhao Wentao is wearing a neat suit and has an upright posture. He smiled and nodded to the guests present. Every move he made showed the style of a child from a big family. But Shen Chanu, the heroine of this engagement, is out of tune with this lively and festive atmosphere. She is wearing a gorgeous white dress, like a blooming snow lotus, beautiful and cold. At this moment, there is no smile on her face, she is as cold as ice. She deliberately keeps a distance from Zhao Wentao beside her. Everyone present can see that she is a chess piece thrown by the Shen family. How could Shen Chanu not know it herself? When she was very young, she learned that she was married to Zhao Juge of the Zhao family. From then on, the seeds of resistance were planted in her heart. She didn't want to become a victim of family interests. She wanted to dominate her own life, and escape from this chess game that was manipulated by others. My fate, Shen Chanu, must not be controlled by others. Shen Chanu swore secretly in her heart. To this end, she studied hard and mastered everything from music, chess, calligraphy and painting. She was beautiful since she was a child, and no matter which school she went to, she was the school belle of that school. She had countless suitors, but she ignored any of them and always showed a cold attitude. In her opinion, external things would only affect her progress. She wanted to improve too much. When she went to college, she discovered her business talent. After graduation, she began to manage part of the family business. With her intelligence and decisiveness, she managed the business in an orderly manner, and the market value rose steadily. She proved her value with hard work, and she did escape the fate of a chess piece. For example, in this marriage with the Zhao family, the family directly ignored her. These big families all have a consensus, that is, people who are married off are like spilled water, and once married off, they can no longer manage the family. The Shen family also wanted Shen Chanu to help make money, so in this marriage, they arranged Shen Chanu's sister, Shen Luoyan. Shen Chanu had fought for her sister, and did not want her sister to fall into the O1 whirlpool of family interests. Father, my sister is still young and should not be a tool for marriage. Shen Chanu said to her father earnestly. Chanu, this is the decision of the family, you should not disobey. The father's attitude was very firm. In the end, Shen Chanu had no choice but to decide to complete this marriage on behalf of her sister. The elder sister is like a mother. The younger sister is innocent and romantic. She just wants her sister to live a happy life. Let her bear these troubles. This is why the marriage of the younger sister Shen Luoyan was arranged, but it became the elder sister Shen Chanu. Although she voluntarily married on behalf of her sister, she was very unwilling in her heart. At this time, the host's passionate voice echoed in the hall. Now, let's welcome the most magical moment of this engagement, exchanging rings. Shen Chanu frowned slightly. She didn't want to have any contact with Zhao Wentao. Although Zhao Wentao had the bearing of a child from a big family, he gave her a very hypocritical feeling. The marriage was arranged by the family, there was nothing she could do. But how to get along with Zhao Wentao was up to her. She planned to take the rings from each other and put them on herself. At the critical moment when Shen Chanu and Zhao Wentao were about to exchange rings, something strange happened. I don't agree with this marriage. A domineering voice came. Zhao Juge appeared with a domineering look. He could handle the Zhao family easily. But the addition of the Shen family would cause him some trouble. Zhao Juge would not watch this marriage succeed. He decided to show his hand. The engagement ceremony was interrupted. The guests whispered and talked about it. Who is this person? How dare he make trouble in front of the Zhao and Shen families? A guest asked with astonishment. His eyes wide open, as if he couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. The people around him also shook their heads, saying they didn't know. Some guests who came to the birthday banquet of the old lady of the Zhao family last time recognized Zhao Juge's identity. He raised his chin slightly and answered with a hint of mystery. This person is Zhao Juge, the abandoned child of the Zhao family. After being expelled from the Zhao family, he disappeared without a trace. Last time, he suddenly appeared at the birthday party of the old lady Zhao and caused quite a stir. If it weren't for Mr. Xu being there, at the time, the Zhao family might have had a hard time getting over it. Hearing this, the eyes of those who didn't know the situation lit up, and a surge of excitement surged in their hearts. Hey, now there's something interesting to watch. Since Zhao Juge is the abandoned child of the Zhao family, he dared to barge in so boldly. It seems that he came prepared. A woman in a gorgeous dress whispered. There was a glimmer of curiosity in her eyes. That's right. The Zhao and Shen families are both big families. This engagement ceremony has been prepared for a long time. If he messes up like this, I don't know how it will end. A man next to him took over the conversation. He frowned slightly, as if thinking about what might happen next. I think Zhao Juge might come for the eldest daughter of the Shen family. After all, this girl is his unmarried. Another woman guessed, with a gossipy look on her face. But how capable can he, a discarded child, be against the Zhao and Shen families? Isn't this overestimating his own abilities? Someone questioned. That's not necessarily the case. Since he dares to come, he must have some trump card. Everyone talked and discussed heatedly. When Zhao Juge appeared domineeringly, the faces of everyone in the Zhao family instantly became extremely ugly. The scene of Zhao Juge making trouble at the old lady's birthday banquet last time appeared in their minds. They have not forgotten that scene. The protagonist of this engagement, Zhao Wentao, frowned and clenched his fists. Damn it, this guy is here to ruin my good things again. The eyes shot towards Zhao Juge like a sharp sword. And his eyes were full of hostility. Shen Chunu's beautiful eyes moved. There was a hint of curiosity in her eyes when she looked at Zhao Juge. The head of the third branch of the Zhao family, that is, Zhao Juge's father, was even more furious. He stood up and pointed at Zhao Juge and cursed. Rebellious son, what are you doing here? This is not a place you can come to, get out of here. Zhao Juge sneered. The look in his eyes was full of disdain. Why can't I come? Father Zhao was furious, and veins popped on his forehead. You are no longer a member of my Zhao family. Zhao Juge sneered. I'm not here as a member of the Zhao family this time. This identity makes me sick. After a pause, he turned his gaze to Shen Chunu. I'm here as Shen Chunu's fiancé. Shen Chunu and I have been engaged since childhood. You want to marry my fiancé to someone else. Have you asked for my opinion, or? Father Zhao was so angry that he couldn't speak for a while. Not only him, but everyone in the Zhao family was angry when they heard Zhao Juge say that. They felt disgusted by the identity of the Zhao family. They accused each other, this Zhao Juge is too much. He actually said such a thing. That's right, who does he think he is? A discarded child dares to speak nonsense here. Humph, I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen such a shameless person. Miss Shen is a marriage between the Shen family and our Zhao family. She is not a member of the Zhao family anymore. What's more, she said she is his fiancé. Zhao Juge looked around at the Zhao family. With a hint of amusement in his eyes, he spoke slowly, you still have the mood to shout here. It seems that the pressure on you during this period is not enough. I will ask them to increase the intensity when I go back. At first, everyone didn't understand what he meant, but just looked at each other with confusion. Gradually, they seemed to realize something, and they all opened their eyes and looked at Zhao Juge in disbelief. The people from the first room of the Zhao family stood up first and asked in shock, are those forces targeting our Zhao family arranged by you, what? With the reminder from the first room, the people from the second and third rooms were also stunned. Impossible. Zhao's father from the third room said it was impossible. Zhao Juge was driven away because he was a fool. What kind of forces are targeting the Zhao family? Even if they are not as good as the top families, they are almost the same. What's more, there are so many forces united. How can a fool control so many forces? Zhao's father didn't believe it. There is another important reason, that is, Zhao Juge is so powerful now, but he kicked people out of the house at the beginning. Doesn't it mean that he is blind? He will never admit his mistakes. Zhao Juge sneered and clapped his hands lightly. I saw several more people walking into the hall. Each of them had an extraordinary temperament and brought an invisible sense of oppression. Several people in charge of the Zhao family recognized each other, especially the head of the Chen family. These people are the representatives of the forces that targeted their Zhao family during this period. I saw them come to Zhao Juge and said respectfully, "Boss." Zhao Juge waved his hand. They don't believe that you are my people. Say hello to them. Those people looked at the Zhao family with disdain in their eyes. I hope you are well, Mr. Zhao. Now, everyone had to believe it. It turned out that Zhao Juge was the mastermind behind the targeting of the Zhao family these days. Many people at the scene began to whisper. This abandoned child of the Zhao family is really amazing. He was driven away by the Zhao family, and he grew up to this point in just over a decade. Yes, it really fits the saying that things change over time, and don't bully the poor young man. Obviously we are a family, but now we have deep hatred. We have to say that fate is playing tricks on us. The Zhao family did too much at the beginning. They drove people away and now they are suffering the consequences. Who would have thought that a person who was regarded as a fool would have such great ability? The entire engagement scene was in chaos and shock. Everyone was amazed at Zhao Juge's counterattack. After seeing the representatives of those forces being respectful to Zhao Juge, the Zhao family finally realized it. All along, the Zhao family has tried to keep a low profile in the business and family struggles. From don't take the initiative to cause trouble. However, they were suddenly targeted by a mysterious force recently, and were targeted to death. They racked their brains, but couldn't figure out who did it. Why they were so cruel to the Zhao family. Now, the truth is out. They never thought that the mastermind behind all this. It turned out to be Zhao Juge who was driven out of the house by them. Everyone in the Zhao family was furious. Especially the elders, their faces were livid. Their eyes were burning with anger. They felt that they were being played around by a former family outcast. This is a great shame and humiliation. Father Zhao was the most angry. He pointed at Zhao Juge with a shaking hand. His eyes were red, as if he was about to spit fire. Rebellious son, you are also from the Zhao family, but you are forcing the Zhao family to death. You are a disloyal, unrighteous and unfilial rebellious son. When Zhao Juge heard this, he just sneered. He looked at Father Zhao and the Zhao family with cold eyes. As if he was looking at strangers. Disloyal, unrighteous, unfilial. When you kicked me out of the Zhao family, did you ever think about these things? When I was in the Zhao family, did you treat me as a family member? Now you come to blame me, it's ridiculous. After saying that, Zhao Juge no longer paid attention to Father Zhao, who was shaking with anger. And turned his eyes to the Shen family. His tone instantly became polite. Friends of the Shen family, you have seen the true face of the Zhao family. They are not good partners. Please think twice. The head of the Shen family heard this and showed a seemingly kind smile on his face. Don't worry about it, Mr. Zhao. My Shen family and the Zhao family are of the same blood. We can't just stand by and watch someone die. He cursed in his heart. If they had known that Zhao Juge would achieve such success today, they would not have designed to drive him out of the Zhao family. But now that things have come to this, they can only go all the way. While Zhao Juge has not found out that it was the Shen family behind the scenes, they should quickly unite with the Zhao family and kill Zhao Juge. Otherwise, when Zhao Juge finds out the truth, it will be the Shen family that will be in trouble. The Zhao family did not know the twists and turns, and thought that the Shen family was so righteous. They were deeply moved for a while. Hearing the words of the head of the Shen family, Zhao Juge's face sank. Master Shen, the Zhao family and I are at war until death. Does the Shen family want to be my enemy? The master of the Shen family was unmoved and cleverly changed the subject. My nephew Zhao is now successful and famous, and he is also a member of the Zhao family. Why not take this opportunity to talk it out and turn hostility into friendship? We are all family members, why do we have to fight and kill each other? Don't you think so? Let's stop the farce here. I don't agree with this marriage. Miss Shen is my fiancée, how can she marry someone else? The Zhao family was furious when they heard this. An elder of the Zhao family stood up and pointed at Zhao Juge and cursed, "Whatever you say is true. Who do you think you are? Come on, kick them out." Having learned the lesson from the last birthday banquet of the old lady, the Zhao family specially invited a group of masters to serve as security this time. They are all warriors. Upon hearing the order, the security guards immediately rushed towards Zhao Juge and his group. Zhao Juge did not take action this time. He brought a group of men in black were stunned. Just snatch her away. Zhao Juge was also amazed by Shen Chunu's temperament and appearance, secretly sighing that she was so beautiful. Then I hope the Shen family will not regret it. He is the master of Wuji Palace. Although the addition of the Shen family makes it more difficult to deal with. Then, what can these people use to fight me? These men in black were all very skilled. Afterwards, Zhao Juge said. And they easily dealt with all the Zhao family security guards. Now the Shen family is in a dilemma. It is only a matter of time. But in fact it is to rub salt into Zhao Juge's heart and intensify the conflict. He didn't even look at Zhao Wentao. Damn. Zhao Juge did not reply, but just said coldly. And can only eliminate Zhao Juge. Shen Chunu should have been his fiancée. So what if she's not his fiancée? His eyes fell on Shen Chunu. Zhao Juge came to Zhao Wentao and Shen Chunu. Fortunately, it's not too late now. This statement is apparently to make Zhao Juge and the Zhao family reconcile. And controls a superpower. Chapter 377, I like your fiancé. Sisters send her to the room together. Humiliation. So, Zhao Juge showed a smile that he thought was charming. Miss Shen, can I buy you a cup of tea? Don't worry, you are my fiancé, I will never hurt you. Shen Chunu blinked her beautiful eyes. And she became more and more curious about Zhao Juge. What if I don't go? Zhao Juge smiled, with a hint of dominance in her tone. Then don't blame me for kidnapping you. Anyway, you are my fiancé, and I can't watch you marry someone else. Shen Chunu thought about it again and again, and felt that this guy might really do something to kidnap her. She agreed. Okay, I'll go with you. Please. Zhao Juge smiled brightly and gestured with his hand. Just like that, Zhao Juge and his group came and went in a hurry, leaving behind a messy engagement scene. Watching Zhao Juge take the engaged heroine away, the Zhao family and the Shen family had no choice. This engagement party had to end hastily. The guests present were stunned by this dramatic scene and talked about it. As the male protagonist of the engagement, Zhao Wentao became a complete joke. The disguised Wenya could no longer maintain it. He gritted his teeth. He clenched his fists and looked angry. Zhao Juge, why do you want to come back? Why don't you just die? He roared in his heart for a while. His mind was working frantically, thinking about how to deal with Zhao Juge. Although he was an adopted son, the Zhao family trained him as a direct descendant. And he was the most outstanding of the younger generation. He was expected to control the entire Zhao family. Now they were all going to be destroyed by Zhao Juge. What was he still in control of? Besides, today brought him great shame and humiliation. He must kill Zhao Juge to relieve his hatred. As he thought about it, a flash of inspiration came to him. A figure emerged. Xu Hao. In the villa arranged for Ji Yuning Shuang, Xu Hao had just finished teasing his lovely daughter. And turned back to look at Hong Qiangwei who was waiting beside him. Tell me, what's the matter? Hong Qiangwei nodded slightly. After listening to her story, Xu Hao stroked his chin, thinking. The protagonist showed his cards, disrupted the engagement party, and kidnapped the heroine. This is very pretentious and embarrassing. It's a pity that the time is wrong. Otherwise, if he arrived, what would the protagonist do? But he didn't care. The protagonist had met the heroine. When the time came, he would snatch the heroine away. It would also increase the protagonist's emotional value. Xu Hao's eyes flashed with interest. Zhao Juge actually wanted to disrupt the alliance between the Shen family and the Zhao family. What was he thinking? 810. The Shen family had been planning for the Zhao family for more than 10 years. How could they give up easily? Zhao Juge himself was one of the links, a chess piece. Now seeing Zhao Juge's extraordinary achievements, the Shen family must be scared. They can't wait to unite and destroy Zhao Juge, so as not to discover the secrets of their Shen family. The interesting thing is here. Zhao Juge's fiancée Shen Chunu doesn't need to be guessed. She must be the heroine. Calculating his enemies, and having a favorite woman, this kind of grievances and entanglements can only be said to be worthy of being a novel world. Hong Qiangwei didn't leave after she finished speaking. Master, there is one more thing. Xu Hao raised his eyebrows. The Xu group has received news that Zhao Wentao wants to see you. Xu Hao sighed. Zhao Wentao's fiancée was kidnapped at the engagement banquet, and he lost face. It wasn't long before I came to see him. What does it mean? It's self-evident. Xu Hao's eyes were deep. I was thinking about whether there was any place I could use it. However, his status is not something that anyone can see. I'm not free now. Hong Qiangwei understood and turned to leave. In the reception room of Xu's group, Zhao Wentao sipped tea and anxiously waited for news. He was from the Zhao family, and was also arranged by the Shen family. But when facing Zhao Juge, neither family could support him. He could only rely on himself. Only he knew how cruelly he had plotted against Zhao Juge. The stronger Zhao Juge was now, the more panicked he became. He couldn't wait to find a way to deal with Zhao Juge. The Zhao and Shen families were unreliable, so he thought of Xu Hao. Zhao Juge made trouble at the old lady's birthday banquet last time, and he didn't dare to fart when Xu Hao was there. At present, Zhao Wentao could only think of Xu Hao to deal with Zhao Juge. Of course, he knew his identity and was not worthy of talking to Xu Hao. He brought enough sincerity. The receptionist came back and said apologetically, "Sorry, Mr. Zhao, the president is not in the company." Zhao Wentao said hurriedly, "It's okay, I'll come again tomorrow." This is the horror of Xu's group. Even though he is the young master of the Zhao family, he has to treat a receptionist of Xu's group with courtesy. Zhao Wentao came for 5 or 6 days in a row. Without any impatience, he knew in his heart that, if he wanted to solve the Zhao family's predicament, Xu Hao was his only hope. On this day, Zhao Wentao came to Zhen's group as usual. He thought he would get the news that Xu Hao was not there again. But there was a turn for the better. The receptionist found him and said, "The president wants to see you." Zhao Wentao was ecstatic. Finally, Xu Hao summoned him. In the president's office, Zhao Wentao met Xu Hao. Xu Hao was signing a stack of documents. These were all the work he had done after not coming to the company for so many days. 014010501 Filu 00330141. Zhao Wentao did not disturb him, and stood quietly aside, waiting for Xu Hao to finish first. After a while, Xu Hao looked up at Zhao Wentao. "You are the kid from the Zhao family, right? You have come to the company to find me many times. Just say whatever you want to say." Zhao Wentao smiled flatteringly. "Mr. Xu, my business is not urgent. You should finish your work first." Xu Hao frowned. "If you don't want to say it, don't say it." Zhao Wentao's heart tightened and he said hurriedly, "I don't know if Mr. Xu knows that my Zhao family is suffering from suppression recently. It was done by that abandoned child Zhao Juge. He wants to destroy our Zhao family." "I have heard about it," Xu Hao said lightly. There was no expression. Zhao Wentao was a little nervous. I want to ask Mr. Xu for help, as long as you can help our Zhao family and resolve Zhao Juge's suppression." Xu Hao paused while signing. He stopped and looked at him leisurely. "You are right. I can easily solve this kind of small fight, but why should I help you?" Zhao Wentao also knew this. Here comes the point. He took a deep breath and looked directly at Xu Hao. "I can send my sister Zhao Linger to President Xu's bed." He thought Xu Hao could deal with Zhao Juge. He racked his brains and thought about how to ask Xu Hao for help. He still had some status in the Zhao family. With his identity, he could find out some things. For example, Xu Hao had several women. Of course, he couldn't find out the exact number. But this was enough. It showed that Xu Hao was not a perfect person and had weaknesses. That was women. Zhao Wentao couldn't help but think of his sister Zhao Linger again. That day, after coming back from the concert with Xu Hao, he blushed and was vague when talking about his experience. He suspected it at that time. To confirm, he found Zhao Linger again and asked her in a roundabout way, Although Zhao Linger still didn't say it clearly. He could guess it through her performance. Xu Hao was targeting his sister Zhao Linger. A plan suddenly came to his mind, which was to use his sister to exchange Xu Hao's action. You investigate. Xu Hao looked at him leisurely. And his tone was unclear. In fact, he had so many women. It was impossible to keep it completely secret. He often went out with those women and was photographed and monitored. Although he stopped them from posting them online. But people of high status insisted on investigating. And they could still find some things hearing Xu Hao's words. Zhao Wentao's heartbeat accelerated and he broke out in a cold sweat. He said with all his strength, President Xu, I have no ill intentions. I just want to know more about you. I will never tell anyone even if I kill myself. Xu Hao's expression was restrained. Zhao Wentao suddenly relaxed and almost fell to the ground. The clothes on his body were already wet with a layer of cold sweat. But he didn't dare to wipe it off. Then he heard Xu Hao's playful voice. Zhao Linger, that little girl, is as innocent as a blank sheet of paper. I am about to take her down, Abba. You want to use this reason to ask me for help, doesn't it seem insincere? That's right, he showed his cards directly. In front of Zhao Wentao, the supporting role who is also a villain. There is no need to pretend. Anyway, in his heart, this guy won't live long. Zhao Wentao was awed. I didn't expect Xu Hao to say it so bluntly. Secretly warned himself. I must not tell anyone what I said when I met Xu Hao today. Otherwise, it would cause a big trouble. Then he was at a loss. Xu Hao was about to take Zhao Linger, so his sincerity was indeed not enough. Thinking of the character of that sister, he had no doubts. He could not help but blame the cheap sister for giving her away for nothing. Couldn't she be more reserved? She was not even qualified for a deal. What to do? Zhao Wentao began to think of a solution anxiously. At this time, Xu Hao spoke again. It is really not sincere to trade with your sister, but... Hearing this turn, Zhao Wentao was refreshed. Whatever you want, Mr. Xu, I will not refuse if I can do it. Xu Hao smiled, seemed satisfied with his attitude, and said in a joking tone, but your fiancé can. Zhao Wentao was stunned. Only then did he realize that Xu Hao was talking about his fiancée Shen Chanu, who was engaged a few days ago. Although the engagement ceremony was interrupted, the fiancé was also kidnapped by Zhao Juge. But neither the Zhao nor the Shen families broke the contract, which meant that the engagement was valid. Shen Chanu is his fiancé. Unexpectedly, Xu Hao fell in love with his fiancé. Zhao Wentao's face flushed. It was too insulting. In front of him, he hinted that he should send his fiancé to his bed. Is there anything more humiliating than this? If the person in front of him was not Xu Hao, if it was someone else, he would definitely lose his temper and beat the person so badly that his mother wouldn't recognize him. But the other party was Xu Hao. That's fine. Even if he was angry, he had to suppress it and keep smiling. After being angry, Zhao Wentao started to think. Shen Chanu was very beautiful. But she was aloof and looked down on him. The Shen family was also his master. Even if he married her home, Shen Chanu didn't want to. He couldn't touch her. Especially Shen Chanu, who was taken away by Zhao Juge's enemy. It made him lose face. After his expression changed, Zhao Wentao looked up at Xu Hao. Mr. Xu, I promise you that I will trade my fiancé. Xu Hao smiled brightly. I'll wait for your good news. After saying that, Zhao Wentao was about to leave. But Xu Hao stopped him at this time. Wait. Zhao Wentao stopped, turned around, and looked at Xu Hao respectfully. Mr. Xu, do you have any other instructions? Xu Hao raised the corner of his mouth. There's no need to send her to the bed. Just create an opportunity for us. I'll still help you after I take her down. Hearing this, Zhao Wentao was overjoyed. After all, it would be very troublesome to send Shen Chanu to Xu Hao's bed. The whole person looked capable and charming. At this time, the little secretary was wearing a black secretary professional suit. After the initial feeling of humiliation, her long hair was tied up, revealing her white neck. Zhao Wentao quickly expressed his opinion. Secretary Ji Feishui walked in. He had completely let it go. What if he succeeded in drugging Shen Chanu and sending her to his bed? Xu Hao also saw his nature. He was still a selfish person. After sending Zhao Wentao away, Xu Hao continued to pick up the pen and write on the document. It turned out that because the Shen family was his master. When he controls the Zhao family, what kind of woman can he have? Ji Feishui walked over. Xu Hao saw her and waved with a smile. He would be happy to do so. The collar of the white shirt was slightly open. Mr. Xu, don't worry, I will do my best to create opportunities for you. You can slowly attack her, without sequelae, and it won't cause the heroine to resist fiercely. Not long after, the office door was knocked. A pair of straight and slender legs, wrapped in thin black stockings. What's a woman? Revealing the delicate collarbone. There was a hint of shyness on her face. Under the black short skirt. If it was just to create an opportunity, it would be much easier. Mr. Xu, I still have work to report, even though she has become Xu Hao's woman. She still feels shy when getting close to him in the office. Xu Hao said with a smile, you say yours, I do mine. Ji Feishui was helpless. She could only say with a blushing face, Mr. Xu, the progress of these projects is very smooth, but there are still some details that need your review. Xu Hao held her in his arms. While listening to her report, Ji Feishui said coquettishly, work is important, and you are also important. A romantic and beautiful scene began. Zhao Wentao left the Xu group, and his mind was working rapidly. The answer was that he agreed to Xu Hao, but how to get Shen Chanu to Xu Hao's bed? Oh no. It's still a problem to create opportunities for Xu Hao, what should I do? Shen Chanu, that woman, has always been arrogant and doesn't have a good impression of me. It's not an easy thing to create opportunities for Xu Hao. Zhao Wentao frowned and thought hard. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. I got it. We can start with the Shen family. The Shen family has always wanted to establish a relationship with the Xu family. If I tell the Shen family that Xu Hao is interested in Shen Chanu, then he won't have to do anything. The Shen family will find a way to facilitate it. After a moment, Zhao Wentao's eyes dimmed. He thought of Xu Hao's external personality, elegant and easygoing, approachable, a great philanthropist, a super positive image. If Xu Hao wanted to, he would tell the Shen family, and the Shen family would take the initiative to send Shen Chanu to Xu Hao's bed. Not only Shen Chanu, but maybe her sister would be sent together, sisters. Xu Hao waved his hand. And the way to create opportunities. Exuding seductive charm. But he didn't want the heroine to have any connection with others. The slim cut perfectly outlined her exquisite figure. I haven't seen you for a long time, my little secretary, come over and let me see you. Chapter 378, Creating Opportunities for the Fiancé and the Husband. Cheating. Ambiguity. Zhao Wentao pondered. If Xu Hao took action, he could easily get Shen Chanu. Why did he have to find a way? Himself. Obviously, he didn't want to alarm others. If he really did that, and told the Shen family, he would definitely not have a good ending. There is no shortcut. He can only find a way himself. Zhao Wentao began to investigate Shen Chanu. He mobilized the Zhao family's relationship channels, spent a lot of time and energy. And finally extracted key information. Shen Chanu's coldness is her disguise. That is a layer of protection she gave herself. She cares about her sister very much. This marriage is her sister who replaced her. She has a strong personality and wants to improve too much, so she has been working hard. She wants to dominate her own destiny. Zhao Wentao's eyes fell on the last one, and his eyes flickered. You can start from this aspect. Dominate your own destiny. If you hold on to Xu Hao's thigh, who would dare to treat you as a pawn? Zhao Wentao repeatedly thought about this plan in his mind. First, he had to find a way to get Shen Chanu and Xu Hao to contact each other. Then at the right time, he would show that he wanted to touch her sister as a threat. Shen Chanu had no choice but to ask Xu Hao for help, and he didn't hesitate to send himself to bed. The thought came to this. Zhao Wentao's eyes were full of excitement. He almost jumped up with excitement. At this time, he forgot that he was still Shen Chanu's fiancé. He was so happy to push his fiancé to other men. Unbelievable. Shen Chanu, don't blame me. For the Zhao family and my future, I can only sacrifice you. Immediately, Zhao Wentao could not wait to send this plan to Xu Hao. Anxiously waiting for a reply. Time passed slowly. Every second seemed so long to Zhao Wentao as if, 803. Finally, a slight notification sound came from the phone. And he hurriedly picked up the phone to check. Yes. This was Xu Hao's reply. Get Xu Hao agreed. Zhao Wentao was very excited. He was full of energy, and found a time to pack up and go out. He drove to Shen's house. When he arrived at the door of Shen's house, Zhao Wentao invited Shen Chanu. They were both engaged, so there was no need to beat around the bush. At this time, Shen Chanu was in her room, and she frowned when she received the news that Zhao Wentao asked her out. She didn't want to go, but when she thought about facing Zhao Wentao's hypocritical face, she felt annoyed. But the marriage was arranged by the family, and she knew the rules of the big family very well. When she was a child, she enjoyed the benefits brought by the family. When she grew up, she also you have to contribute to the family. As a woman, marriage is a contribution. In order to change this fate, she worked hard to improve herself every day. But she still couldn't escape it. Shen Chanu really didn't like Zhao Wentao, and always felt that he was too hypocritical. But the other party took the initiative to invite her, and she had to go. If he made a fuss, the Shen family would be embarrassed. He sighed helplessly and thought to himself, forget it, just go and deal with it. Shen Chanu packed up simply, and then walked out of the room. She came to the living room, and saw Zhao Wentao standing there with an expectant look on his face. When Zhao Wentao saw Shen Chanu coming out, a smile immediately appeared on his face. Chanu, you look so beautiful today. Shen Chanu had no expression on her face. What's the matter? Zhao Wentao smiled awkwardly. You see, we are engaged now, and we don't know each other very well. Let's go out and chat together, so that we can get to know each other better. Shen Chanu hesitated for a moment. Finally, she nodded. She followed Zhao Wentao out of Shen's house. Zhao Wentao drove, and she sat in the back seat. All the way, they were silent. And the atmosphere was a little awkward. Shen Chanu secretly guessed Zhao Wentao's purpose. Zhao Wentao was thinking about implementing his plan, leading Shen Chanu to Xu Hao. Finally, Zhao Wentao drove and took Shen Chanu to a high-end tea house and stopped. After getting off the car, Shen Chanu looked at the tea house in front of her and asked in a cold tone. Why did you bring me here? Zhao Wentao hurriedly explained. Let's drink tea together and chat. Shen Chanu frowned. I wanted to say, we have nothing to talk about. But thinking of the marriage between the two families, forget it. Then, Zhao Wentao took Shen Chanu and walked into the deep building. Everything was going according to plan. Zhao Wentao had already agreed with Xu Hao to meet here. Xu Hao was waiting for them in the tea house. Zhao Wentao deliberately took Shen Chanu and walked in the direction of Xu Hao. They slowly went upstairs. The tea house was filled with the elegant fragrance of tea. When passing a VIP area, Zhao Wentao suddenly stopped. Shen Chanu, who was walking forward, noticed something strange, turned around, and looked at him in confusion. Zhao Wentao raised his chin slightly. He gestured to Shen Chanu. Shen Chanu followed his line of sight and her eyes widened immediately. She actually saw Xu Hao. That famous big shot. She was naturally familiar with Xu Hao. Let's go say hello to Uncle Xu. Zhao Wentao whispered. Then he hurried towards Xu Hao. Shen Chanu also hurriedly followed. Uncle Xu. Zhao Wentao greeted him respectfully when he came closer. He had reached a deal with Xu Hao, and thought he had a good relationship with Xu Hao, so he changed his name. Xu Hao didn't care about it. When he saw Zhao Wentao, his tone was flat. Oh, you're the kid from the Zhao family, I remember you. Zhao Wentao was very excited. As if he had seen his idol. We came here for afternoon tea today, and I didn't expect Uncle Xu to be here too. Xu Hao turned his gaze to Shen Chanu. Zhao Wentao immediately introduced her. Let me introduce you, this is Shen Chanu, the daughter of the Shen family, and also my fiancée. Shen Chanu greeted him nervously. Xu Hao is a legendary figure. It took only more than a year to expand his assets of 10 billion to 1 trillion. It's so terrifying. Xu Hao smiled and said. You guys are here for tea too. I'm alone, so why don't you join me? We'd love to. Sorry to bother Uncle Xu. Zhao Wentao hurriedly thanked him. After saying that, he didn't forget to wink at Shen Chanu, indicating that she should agree quickly. Shen Chanu hadn't thought of escaping her fate with Xu Hao at this time, so she hesitated. Having tea with Xu Hao, a big shot. She would be very restrained and uncomfortable. But this was Xu Hao's invitation. And Zhao Wentao agreed. If he refused, he might offend people. So Shen Chenu also said, "Thank you, Mr. Xu." Then, the two sat next to Xu Hao. Xu Hao picked up the teapot and poured a cup for each of them. Said with a smile, "Try the tea I brewed." Zhao Wentao was flattered and said quickly, "It is our honor to drink the tea brewed by Uncle Xu." The two picked up the cup and took a sip. When the tea entered the mouth, it was like a spring flowing on the tip of the tongue. With a faint floral fragrance and mellow charm. The fragrance of the tea spread in the mouth and permeated the entire mouth, making people feel as if they were in a tea garden. The taste is indescribable. I just feel that every taste bud is cheering. The tea slid down the throat, leaving a trace of warmth and sweetness, and the aftertaste is endless. Good tea. The two praised Xu Hao's tea art. Next, Zhao Wentao began to find a topic. He smiled and said with a flickering eye, "Uncle Xu, the market is changing so fast now. Which industry do you think has the greatest development potential in the future?" Xu Hao said after a moment of silence. At present, the field of science and technology still has huge room for development, especially artificial intelligence and biotechnology. Zhao Wentao nodded repeatedly, and then looked at Shen Chenu. "Chenu, you are our rising star in the business world of Shanghai. What do you think about these two fields?" Shen Chenu stroked her hair nervously. Said softly, "I think artificial intelligence can greatly improve production efficiency and convenience of life, but it may also bring some ethical and safety issues. The development of biotechnology may bring revolutionary changes to fields such as medicine and agriculture." Xu Hao showed a hint of appreciation in his eyes. "Yes, you see it very clearly. It's rare for young people to have such insights." Shen Chenu's cheeks flushed slightly. The tension was slightly relieved. Seeing this, Zhao Wentao pushed the topic forward. "Uncle Xu, how do you think companies should seize opportunities in these emerging fields?" Xu Hao put down the teacup and said slowly, "Enterprises need to have keen market insight, dare to invest in research and development, and also pay attention to talent training." Zhao Wentao looked at Shen Chenu again. "Chenu, what do you think our family business can do in this regard?" That's right. He was deliberately bringing Shen Chenu and Xu Hao together, constantly guiding the topic and letting Shen Chenu participate. Shen Chenu thought for a while and said, "We can strengthen cooperation with universities and research institutions, introduce advanced technology and people. At the same time, we must also pay attention to market demand and develop competitive products." As the conversation progressed, Shen Chenu became more and more relaxed and began to actively communicate with Xu Hao. "Mr. Xu, your company has always been at the forefront of technological innovation. Can you share your experience?" Shen Chenu asked curiously. Xu Hao smiled and said, "Innovation is the key to the development of an enterprise. We must encourage employees to put forward new ideas and suggestions and establish a good innovation mechanism. At the same time, we must dare to try new technologies and business models." Shen Chenu nodded thoughtfully. "I've learned a lot. It seems that I still have a lot to learn." As their communication deepened, the atmosphere became more and more harmonious. Zhao Wentao breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. The plan was going smoothly. Seeing Shen Chenu and Xu Hao talking happily. Then, it was time for him, the light bulb, to leave. Stop staying and ruining the atmosphere. Immediately, Zhao Wen pretended to take out his mobile phone. His face changed and he said, "Uncle Xu, I have a call, I'll go out for a while. You guys chat slowly, Chenu, Uncle Bu. Listen, is this human talk? Letting his fiancée accompany another man. And he is an old man in his 50s. In fact, he had already conspired with others. Take this fiancée as a deal and prepare to send her to the other party's bed." Fortunately, Shen Chenu was still kept in the dark and didn't know. Otherwise, she would have wanted to kill someone. Shen Chenu wanted him to leave quickly. With Zhao Wentao, how could it be more comfortable to chat with Xu Hao? But they talked about business topics that she liked. After a chat, Shen Chenu learned a lot. There was a little more admiration in her eyes when she looked at Xu Hao. Originally, she would be nervous when facing Xu Hao, which was the normal mentality when facing a big man. In fact, she was very confident. She was also very talented in business, and she had never been defeated by anyone. Now, after listening to Xu Hao's words, it was better than reading. She had to admit it. At this time, the atmosphere in the tea house was quiet. Shen Chanu picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. It moistened her dry throat. Ms. Shen, your insights are very unique. In time, you will definitely achieve great things. Xu Hao said with a smile. Shen Chanu's cheeks were slightly red. She said a little embarrassedly. Mr. Xu, thank you for your praise. I still have a lot to learn. Just then, Shen Chanu accidentally knocked over the teapot on the table. The teapot fell in the direction of Xu Hao. Shen Chanu was startled and quickly reached out to help. Xu Hao also reacted quickly and stretched out his hand to block the teapot. The two hands just touched each other. At that moment, Xu Hao activated the power of the god's hand. A strange feeling came to her heart. This was the first time a man had contacted her. Shen Chanu quickly retracted her hand as if she had been electrocuted, and her face was slightly red. Xu Hao said with concern. Are you okay? Be careful. This unintentional ambiguity makes the atmosphere subtle. Shen Chanu lowered her head, her mind a little messy. Ding Shen Chanu is flustered, emotional value plus 567. Xu Hao smiled. He has read the information of this heroine. She is very strong-willed and has been working hard to get rid of the fate of a chess piece. She is stubborn and ruthless. So you can't force it. Force will be counterproductive. On the contrary, if you let it go, you will have unexpected gains. Zhao Wentao has told him all the plans. It has to be said that this is a talent. First, let Shen Chanu build a good relationship with him, and then he will play a villain role, and Shenyu will ask him for help. In this way, he can easily take down a heroine. He is a talent, but unfortunately, he knows too much, which conflicts with his arrangement for the 0.8 Zhao family. In his expectation, Zhao family was to be controlled by Zhao Linger. Zhao Wentao also wanted to control the Zhao family. There was a conflict. Who knows if Zhao Wentao would bear a grudge and expose his actions at that time. So, in order to completely eliminate this hidden danger, it is destined to be used as a chess piece. After this ambiguity, the atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Shen Chanu's heartbeat quickened, trying to keep calm, but the blush on her face was hard to fade. At this time, Zhao Wentao came back. He said with an apologetic face. Sorry, Uncle Xu, Chanu, things are a bit complicated and I've been busy for a long time. Xu Hao looked at the time. Unknowingly, 2 hours had passed, and he was ready to leave. Let's see Uncle Xu off. Zhao Wentao said hurriedly. Zhao Wentao's appearance made Shen Chanu even more confused. Although she and Zhao Wentao had no real feelings. But on the surface, they were still engaged. Thinking of the ambiguity with Xu Hao just now, she felt like she was having an affair, and she was uneasy. The two sent Xu Hao out of the restaurant. They watched Xu Hao's car leave. Zhao Wentao then looked at Shen Chanu. Seeing her absent-minded look, he asked in confusion, Chanu, what's wrong with you? Shen Chanu shook her head. She didn't want Zhao Wentao to see that she was different. Zhao Wentao didn't ask any more questions. He knew it all without guessing. Shen Chanu and Xu Hao probably had a little ambiguity. Not only was he not angry, he also hoped that the two would speed up the process, and it would be best if they went straight to get a room. Because Xu Hao had to completely take down Shen Chanu, only then would he help him deal with Zhao Juge. Chapter 379, Big Breakthrough. My daughters all changed. They fell madly in love with Xu Hao. Shenyu, do you want to go somewhere else? Zhao Wentao asked. No. Shen Chanu refused decisively. Now she just wanted to be alone. Then I'll take you back. Shen Chanu nodded. On the way back, Zhao Wentao sighed. Uncle Xu is really amazing. He has made the company so big that no one dares to offend him. A random word can determine the fate of millions of people. If my Zhao family can get the support of Uncle Xu, that Zhao Juge dare not be presumptuous. The speaker has intentions, and the listener has intentions. Determine fate. A flash of lightning flashed through Shen Chanu's mind. Yes, Xu Hao is so amazing. One word can determine the fate of millions of people. She has always wanted to change her fate. If Xu Hao helps her, can it be changed? The answer is without a doubt. At this moment, it seems to clear the clouds. Although she has not thought about pleasing Xu Hao. But it is necessary to build a good relationship. And this is just the beginning. Xu Hao returned home. The daughters haven't come back yet. Su Wancho took the little fox and the little phoenix out. Chen Hao was free and immersed in the system, checking the emotional value. Unknowingly, he had saved up 230,000 again. Draw a lottery. Still the same old rules. Ding, congratulations to the host, the prize is drawn 52 points of free attributes. The beginning is not very good. Continue. Ding, congratulations to the host, the prize is drawn item, rejuvenation pill X3. This is good. It can keep people young forever. I have only drawn one in so many times. Today, 3 were drawn. Ding, congratulations to the host, the prize is drawn character, Gangjin late stage dead man X1. I have drawn all the Gangjin late stage. It is not far from the protagonist of the old man with the ring. Another powerful fighting force has been added to my subordinates. Very good. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have won a prize, item, pregnancy medicine X3. Xu Hao's eyes flashed. Not long ago, he personally prepared medicine to increase the probability of a woman getting pregnant. He got it now. It's still a 100% probability. Although the medicine he prepared was also very good. But it also increased the probability. This medicine is much worse. Put it away. Maybe it will work someday. Xu Hao couldn't help but think of Zhang Wei, the heroine who was still resisting him. I don't know if she is pregnant. It would be best if she is pregnant. If she is not pregnant, he will go again. Use this medicine, I guarantee that you will get pregnant. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have won a prize, item, red hair summoning card X1. What is this? It was the first time Xu Hao saw it. He understood it after reading the information. It turned out that after using the card, you can summon a red hair. Do you need this thing in a hurry? It's not an ancient war. In modern society, everyone drives, right? The garage is almost full of luxury cars, explosion-proof cars, and bulletproof cars. Forget it. It is a divine horse from ancient times after all. Keep it for now and play with it someday. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won 48 points of free attributes C. Continue. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won a reward of character, Gangjin early stage dead warrior X10. Not bad, not bad. 10 more Gangjin subordinates. Then play music, and then dance. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won a special item, Zaixian Brew X. Can enhance mental strength. This is a kind of wine. Zaixian is a bit exaggerated. But it is not something that ordinary people can afford. Maybe it is valued for its ability to enhance mental strength. System products must be fine. After all, it is a special item. The taste should also be better than other wines produced by the system. This must be kept for tasting. I can give it to my daughters, but I don't know if they can handle it. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you won 63 points of free attributes. I was wondering how I could have bad luck all the time. I'm finally getting better. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you won a special item, crystal grapes which can improve memory. It's also a good thing. But he has a photographic memory. He can leave it to his women and daughters. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you won a reward skill, bartending grandmaster finally a skill. But this skill is not that good. Is he going to mix drinks for people as a trillionaire? Ding. Congratulations to the host, you won a reward 70 points of free attributes. Finally broke 70. It's not easy. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have won the special reward of reward 10, charm max limited time 10. Within one day, you are the most handsome guy in the world and the universe, loved by everyone and flowers blooming when you see them. Seeing this reward, Xu Hao rubbed his chin, a little surprised. There is such a reward. What is the time limit? Just at this moment, a butterfly passed by him. It turned its head and glanced at him unintentionally, and it could not fly in an instant. The wings stopped flapping. It fell straight to the ground. Then it struggled to get up, flapped its wings quickly, and flew towards him. Xu Hao stretched out his hand. The little butterfly slowly landed on his hand. From the little butterfly's eyes, Xu Hao saw the obsession. Box. This charm is too high, isn't it? Even animals are not spared. This is an indiscriminate attack. But then again, a butterfly is so crazy. What if people see it? Walking on the street, the rate of turning back is not 100%. They all pounce on you. Suddenly, Xu Hao thought of a problem. This charm is so high. Women can't resist it. I don't know what effect it has on men. This charm can work on animals. Xu Hao is very skeptical. He doesn't dare to try it. Forget it, just stay at home for a day. The normal lottery is over. Next is the boutique lottery. Let's see what we can draw this time. Only boutique lottery can draw good things. Every time at this stage. It can make Xu Hao look forward to it. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have won the prize. Special ability, Outlaw 1. Outlaw. After activation, you can make people ignore your existence. Good guy. That's what outlaw means. Make people ignore themselves. I have to say, this ability is amazing. If you kill someone in public, others will ignore you, and you will not be caught. Even if there are surveillance cameras around. After watching the surveillance, you will know that it was you who killed the person. They will ignore you in a blink of an eye. How can you catch someone with this? You are indeed an outlaw. With it, you are definitely the best killer. If you want to kill a target, just walk over and the target will ignore you. The result is that you don't even know how you died. Of course, there are disadvantages. You have to keep using your abilities to make sure that you can't find the person even after watching the surveillance. And the use of this ability requires mental power to maintain. It is obviously impossible to continue forever. But, who is he? A peerless strong man in the middle stage of Gangjin. How could he not notice the surveillance? You can say, the difference in processing realm is too big. Xu Hao can kill whoever he wants. Now, and he won't find out that it was him. Xu Hao is very satisfied. The ability to save his life has been improved. Check the harvest this time. A total of 233 free attribute points are obtained. Start adding points. Strength, body circumference each add 50. Spirit add 133. As his abilities increase, Xu Hao is no longer interested in adding strength. Mental power is more important. These special abilities are used well. Killing enemies above your level is easy. Of course, you can't fall behind in realm. Realm is the foundation. You can't kill an enemy with a huge difference in realm and get close to him to attack. But you can't even break his defense and kill him, right? That would be embarrassing. A familiar warmth surged. Xu Hao's mind moved. The attribute panel appeared. Character, Xu Hao. Identity, the controller of Xu Group. Charm, max, limited to 1 day. Strength, 4336 mid-stage Gangjin. Physique, 3869, ordinary people 10. Spirit, 4028, ordinary people 10. Skills, close combat, Grandmaster level, painting, Grandmaster level, calligraphy, God level, piano, Grandmaster level, music, Master level, T-art, God level, firearms, Master level, 18 martial arts, Grandmaster level, assassination, Grandmaster level, chess, Grandmaster level, Tai Chi, God level, medical skills, Grandmaster level, gambling skills, Grandmaster level, carving, Master level, flying knife, Grandmaster level, car skills, God level, Bajiquan, Grandmaster level, hacker, Grandmaster level, massage, God level, hypnosis, God level, rope art, God level, various musical instruments, Grandmaster level, disguise, Grandmaster level, bartending, God level, fishing, Master level, bagwazong, God level, fashion design, Master level, undressing hand, God level, beast control, Master, Jojiu, Master level. Items, God killing dagger, immortal rope, Master key, 1, small whip, bad luck card X4, protective jade pendant, anti-aging pill X. Special, portable space, 10 cubic meters, teleportation, deceiving too much, kidney, telekinesis, perspective, danger prediction, lightning control, dual cultivation of women, immunity to all poisons, God's hand, fire control, invisibility, soul leading dream, wood control, photographic memory, healing, mind control, water control, space strangulation, earth control, kingly spirit, lawless madman. Emotional value, 6824. Free attribute, 0. Time quietly came to the evening. The afterglow of the setting sun fell on the earth, giving everything a golden coat. Outside the Xu family villa, cars drove back one after another. The first to come back were the twin sisters Xu Shiqing and Xu Wei. Dad, we are back. The sisters' cheerful voices rang out. As soon as they got out of the car, they noticed Xu Hao's car was at home, and they immediately knew that Xu Hao was back. They began to look for Xu Hao with joy. They found Xu Hao in the courtyard. When they saw Xu Hao, they were all stunned. Xu Hao seemed to be the same as usual. But he felt a little different, as if there was an invisible charm emanating from him, which attracted them involuntarily. Xu Huai rushed over happily. She went straight into Xu Hao's arms. "Dad, I miss you so much." Xu Hao said with a smile, "You are so grown up, but you still love to act like a spoiled child." Xu Huai was relentless. "I just want to be close to Dad, and never be apart from him, forever." After saying that, she lowered her head and humped it a few times. Then, she raised her head. She looked at Xu Hao with sparkling eyes. "Dad, you feel good today." Xu Hao raised an eyebrow. "Why? Wasn't I handsome before?" No, I was handsome before, but I am even more handsome today. Dad is the best teacher." Xu Xiqing, who was standing by, felt a strange feeling when she saw Xu Hao. She had some embarrassing moments when Xu Hao was teaching her to drive. Xu Hao was so charming at this moment, so she couldn't help but think too much. Some images appeared in her mind. Her face immediately turned red. Ding Xu Xiqing's blood surged. Emotional value plus 888. Xu Hao noticed Xu Xiqing's abnormality. "No way. It's said that he is too handsome, and you can reach the peak just by looking at him." So it's true. Xu Xiqing found Xu Hao looking at her, and she was embarrassed. She was afraid that she would find out what she was thinking. She took her eyes away from Xu Hao with difficulty. Then she hurried back to the house. She had to change her clothes. "What's wrong with my sister?" Xu Huai asked puzzledly. Xu Hao touched her head. "Your sister may be tired." Then came back Xu Feiyan. Her sister, the queen, Yan Wumei, was also beside her. As soon as the two of them entered the courtyard, they saw Xu Hao at a glance. They were all stunned. Their eyes revealed an obsession. Xu Feiyan was a strong man of Huajin after all. She could control her emotions. She would not lose her composure like Xu Xiqing. However, she could not help but think of the scene with Xu Hao. Especially when she thought of Xu Hao teaching her martial arts. She imagined other plots. Her face was red. She forced herself to suppress the urge to pounce on him. But Yan Wumei was different. She had long been Xu Hao's, a woman of choice. She walked over with her beautiful eyes blinking. "Uncle Xu." Her voice was so charming that it seemed to be able to seduce people. If Xu Huai had not been relying on Xu Hao, she would have definitely pounced on him, and would even be willing to let her undress on the spot. Xu Feiyan cursed in her heart. This sister is really crazy. She doesn't even pretend anymore. She knew about the relationship between this queen sister and Xu Hao. She even overheard it more than once. But she had only heard about it from the corner of the wall. Xu Hao looked at Yan Wumei and asked, "Tell me, what's the matter?" Xu Huai refused, but she couldn't bear to do so. She knew Yan Wumei and Xu Hao were together. Xu Feiyan turned her head quickly and ran into the house in a panic. "Go put down your bag quickly, pick up some food and prepare to eat." Xu Feiyan's eyes widened. Gradually, she didn't know what was going on, but she put herself in the picture. As soon as he finished speaking, he was blocked. Yan Wumei looked resentful. She also had to change her clothes. Until the sound of a car sounded outside again. Xu Hao looked at Yan Wumei again. Xu Hao's face was stern. It turned out that Yan Wumei couldn't wait to pounce on him. At this time, she should have avoided it. That's true. He often goes out and spends the night with other women. This was the first time she saw it with her own eyes. Ding Xu Feiyan was very shocked. Emotional value plus 888. Is this too direct? Be obedient. Your sister Wumei has something to talk to me about. No, I want to be with my dad. I come here often, but every time I come to see you for something, you are not at home. Okay. Is this queen sister really going to show her hand? Not far away. Xu Hao gently put down Xu Huai, who was clinging to him like an octopus. Xu Huai left with a look back every step. Her face was flushed and her eyes were wide open. It brought her back to reality. How come Wumei is free to come here today? Chapter 380. The daughters' personalities are all broken. What are you doing? Social death. Yan Wumei heard the sound of the car and hurried out of Xu Hao's arms. She never thought of showing her hand at this time. She is very clear about her position. She is Xu Hao's lover. Su Wancho is the queen. She not only has 7 daughters, but also gave birth to a cute little princess. What qualifications does she have to compete? It was just that moment. Xu Hao was so charming that she couldn't help herself. Xu Hao looked teasing. Aren't you always afraid of being discovered by Feiyan? Why are you so bold today? Throw yourself into Feiyan's arms in front of her. Yan Wumei was shocked. Only then did she remember that she came with Xu Feiyan just now. It's over. Although her good sister already knew that she and Xu good things. But in front of her, with her father. Yan Wumei never thought about it. When she thought that the scene just now was seen by her good sisters. She was so embarrassed. Ding Xiao Wumei was at a loss, emotional value plus 555. Uncle Xu, I'm going to see Feiyan. Yan Wumei said in a panic. Then she hurried into the house to find Xu Feiyan. Next, a car slowly drove into the villa. The car door opened. Xu Hongzhuang got out of the car elegantly. She was dressed in a professional suit, and her temperament was capable and charming. Now she has in Shanghai, she successfully opened a branch of Hongzhuang Media. Business is booming, no longer like before. She often travels between Shanghai and Beijing. She got off the car with Xu Hongzhuang, along with her best friend Xiao Wanling. Xiao Wanling was wearing a fashionable dress, with long hair draped over her shoulders, and was beautiful. She is a small rich woman, with a lot of assets at home. However, she is not satisfied with enjoying material life. She accompanies Xu Hongzhuang, and now serves as Xu Hongzhuang's assistant, working hard with her for the career. The two women passed by the courtyard, talking and laughing. Suddenly, they were attracted by a figure. That was Xu Hao. He sat quietly in the courtyard. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on him, as if he was covered with a layer of glory. Xu Hao had a tall and straight figure and a handsome face. His eyes were deep and charming. The two women seemed to be under a spell, and their eyes could not be moved away. Xu Hongzhuang smiled. She walked quickly towards Xu Hao. She shouted happily, "Dad!" Xiao Wanling also hurriedly followed and shouted, "Uncle Xu." Xu Hao smiled. "Hongzhuang, has everything been going well recently?" Xu Hongzhuang nodded repeatedly. "Dad, everything is going well, and the business of the branch is getting better and better." Xiao Wanling looked at Xu Hao and admired him in her heart. She couldn't help but say, "Uncle Xu, I haven't seen you for a few days. You are becoming more and more charming." Xu Hao smiled. "You girl, you are not so sweet." Hearing his meaningful words, Xiao Wanling couldn't help blushing. She glanced at her bestie secretly. Her best friend knew about her relationship with Xu Hao. And she didn't object. Xiao Wanling was always grateful. But she still restrained herself from getting close to Xu Hao. If Xu Hongzhuang wasn't here, she would definitely pounce on him and let Uncle Xu love her hard. Xu Hongzhuang also felt that Xu Hao was particularly attractive today. She deliberately approached Xu Hao and took his arm. Said, "Dad, you don't know that Wanling has worked hard in the company and helped me a lot." Xu Hao glanced at her. This third daughter rarely gets close to him. I have to sigh at the power of this charming Max. It's a pity that there is only one day. He nodded. Wanling is very capable and will help you wholeheartedly. You can't treat Wanling unfairly. I just took care of some trivial matters and didn't help much. Hongzhuang was mainly responsible, Xiao Wanling said modestly. Seeing Xu Hongzhuang getting close to Xu Hao, she was envious. She also wanted to hug Xu Hao. Unfortunately, she couldn't do that in front of Xu Hongzhuang's sister. She could only find an opportunity to do it alone later. Hearing Xiao Wanling's words, Xu Hongzhuang said with a smile, "Wanling, you are too modest. Without your help, I wouldn't have it so easy. Dad, I will take good care of Wanling." As she spoke, she held Xu Hao's arm tighter. "I really want to be with Xu Hao today." Xu Qingxie also came back. Seeing the third sister holding Xu Hao's arm, she was a little unbelievable. In her impression, the third sister has always been reserved, dignified, elegant and generous. How did she become like this? She wanted to stick to Xu Hao. The character collapsed. However, when Xu Qingxue's sight shifted to Hao, her eyes widened instantly. "I have to admit that my dad is so handsome today. He exudes an irresistible charm." Xu Hao saw Xu Qingxie and smiled. "Qingxie is back too." Xu Qingxie walked quickly to Xu Hao. She greeted him obediently. "Although I really want to get close to Xu Hao. But my sister is here." Especially noticed that look. Xu Hongzhuang blushed and had to let go. She couldn't help but feel annoyed. "What's wrong with me? Why did I learn from Xu Wei and cling to my dad like this?" Embarrassed, she quickly pulled Xiao Wanling into the house. Xiao Wanling still wanted to get close to Xu Hao. She was pulled away by her bestie. Her eyes were full of reluctance. Ding Shu Hongzhuang couldn't help being embarrassed. Emotional value plus 666. In the courtyard, only Xu Qingshui and Xu Hao were left. Xu Qingshui's heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. His eyes always stayed on Xu Hao, and he couldn't get enough of her. Chen Hao noticed something strange about Xu Qingshui and asked, "Qingshui, what's wrong? Are you worried?" Xu Qingshui bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Dad, I feel that you are really different today." Xu Hao smiled. "What's different?" Xu Qingshui blushed and said, "It's just especially charming." Xu Hao reached out and touched her head. He asked, pretending to be ignorant, "What's wrong with you today? Did you get wronged outside?" Xu Qingshui shook her head. "No, Dad, I just feel very relieved when I see you." Xu Hao sighed. "Qingshui, you have grown up." Xu Qingshui's eyes sparkled. "No, in front of Dad, I will always be a child." She paused after saying that. Then she threw herself into Xu Hao's arms. She hugged Xu Hao tightly. "Dad, I was ignorant before, I didn't understand you, and I thought you were ruthless to us. My sisters and I always regarded you as an imaginary enemy. Now I think about it, it's really wrong." At this moment, under the charm of Xu Hao, Xu Qingshui actually showed her true feelings. Xu Hao raised his eyebrows slightly. And then smiled. "Silly girl, it's all over. You are all Dad's little cotton-padded jackets." Xu Qingshui raised her head, tears flashing in her eyes. "Dad, you are really good. I will be more sensible in the future and won't make you angry anymore." Xu Hao wiped the tears from the corners of Xu Qingshui's eyes. "Okay, don't cry, your sisters will laugh at you if they see you." Xu Qingshui also realized that she had said too much today. She couldn't help but blush. Ding Xu Qingshui was flustered, emotional value plus 777. "What are you doing?" A surprised voice suddenly sounded. Like a thunderclap, Xu Qingshui trembled all over. She hurriedly got out of Xu Hao's arms. She looked back in panic. It turned out that it was the second sister Xu Qingshan who came back. As soon as Xu Qingshan came back, she saw her sister and Xu Hao hugging each other. Her sister was still crying there. And it seemed that she was also touching her. She couldn't help but think about this scene, although she had believed that Xu Hao was doing it for their own good. But the estrangement of many years. How could it disappear so easily? She still found it difficult to say that she called him Dad. Xu Qingshan was looking at the two of them with a suspicious look. As if she wanted to find some unspeakable secrets from them. Obviously, she could see the problem from Xu Qingshui. But most of her eyes were focused on Xu Hao. She was always attracted to him. Xu Qingshui said angrily. "Second sister, why are you walking without making any sound? You scared me." Xu Qingshan rolled her eyes. "You are obviously too involved, right?" Then, she asked tentatively. "Why are you still crying? Did someone bully you?" Xu Qingshui shook her head and said. "I just feel guilty when I think about how we used to form cliques and oppose Dad." Okay. Xu Qingshan was sure that she had misunderstood. Xu Qingshui was not unnatural at all. Which showed that she was speaking from the heart. Xu Qingshui was upset that her sisters saw her crying. And she wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. It was fortunate that her second sister was not a gossipy person. If it was Xu Wei, she would have been dead. "Hurry up and wash up." Xu Qingshui left in a hurry. Xu Qingshan was also preparing to go into the house. Somehow, Xu Hao was particularly attractive today. She stayed because she was afraid that she would not be able to help but call him Dad. Just then, Chen Hao stopped her. "Qingshan, stay for a while, how is your research going?" Xu Qingshan stayed. The research progress of virtual technology is almost there, but the technology is not perfect yet and needs to be improved. Xu Hao nodded in appreciation and said, "Yes, I have seen your efforts. Keep working hard. I believe you can perfect this technology." Xu Qingshan was attracted by Xu Hao's words. She kept staring at Xu Hao. After a while, she came back to her senses. She cursed herself in her heart. Xu Qingshan, what are you doing? If nothing happens, I'll leave first," she said in a panic. She was about to escape from this place. "Wait." But Xu Hao stopped her again. Xu Qingshan turned her head to look at him. She found that Xu Hao had approached and slowly lowered his head. Xu Qingshan's heartbeat accelerated. Like a deer running wildly. She closed her eyes slightly. However, she only felt the top of her head move. She opened her eyes. Seeing Xu Hao holding a leaf in his hand, Xu Qingshan blushed and felt annoyed. Ah, I'm going to die. What was she expecting just now? She lowered her head and dared not look into Xu Hao's eyes. Xu Hao looked at her and felt amused. There is a leaf in your hair, I helped you take it off. Xu Qingshan's face turned even redder. She whispered, thank you. Then, she ran away. Ding Xu Qingshan was ashamed, emotional value plus 888. Su Wanchou was the last to come back. Little Wanzher followed her mother obediently. She was less than 1 year old. But she was quiet and didn't cry or make a fuss. The pink little face and black grape-like eyes can melt people's hearts. When the mother and daughter saw Xu Hao, their eyes immediately lit up. Little Wanzher's eyes flashed with excitement. She couldn't wait to rush towards Xu Hao with her short legs. She was still shouting. Xu Hao squatted down and hugged little Wanzher in his arms. Little Wanzher immediately hugged Xu Hao's neck. The little head rubbed against Xu Hao's shoulder affectionately. She looked very cute. Brother Hao. Su Wanchou came over holding the little fox. Her eyes were about to be drawn. Xu Hao held little Wanzher in one hand and Su Wanchou in the other hand, hugging the mother and daughter tightly in his arms. Su Wanchou leaned lightly on Xu Hao's chest. Feeling his breath. Did little Wanzher listen to you today? Xu Hao looked at his little daughter in his arms. Su Wanchou said with a smile. Xiao Wanzher was very well behaved today. She was quiet all the way and didn't make any noise. Xiao Wanzher nodded cutely. Xu Hao kissed Xiao Wanzher's cheek. Our Xiao Wanzher is the best. After receiving the praise, Xiao Wanzher smiled happily. But the little fox in Su Wanchou's arms. The smart eyes, the moment they looked at Xu Hao. There was also a hint of obsession in their eyes. Xu Hao is an out-and-out devil. The family sat together. As time goes by, Xu Hongzhuang picked up food for Xu Hao and said. Xu Hao sat in the middle of the table. Lang Bingji shook her head quickly. There are 2 more guests today, Xiao Wanling and Yan Wumei. However, in this warm atmosphere. On the other side is the elegant and capable third daughter Xu Hongzhuang. In the restaurant, the light is soft. Every time I think of this. Secretly warned herself. The table is full of delicious food. So beautiful. It won't be long before she can get rid of Xu Hao's restraint and regain her freedom. The atmosphere seems particularly lively. There is love, admiration, shyness, panic. And it's not just 2 people. He also often asked her to warm the bed at night. Lang Bingji feels ashamed and angry. Plus the little fox Lang Bingji, who has already regarded it as a member of the family. On one side is the protagonist's beautiful stepmother Su Wanchou. The Xu family gathered together. Not only did he imprison her by his side as a pet. Wait a certain time. There are all kinds of complex emotions in their eyes. Everyone's eyes are cast on Xu Hao from time to time. What should I do if I like him so much? The feeling of being able to control the changes becomes stronger and stronger. Lang Bingji still couldn't help looking at Xu Hao. It's dinner time. Whenever I can completely control the changes in my body, I will leave here. She had already made up her mind secretly. Dad, this tastes good, you try it. Xu Hao said with a smile, thank you, Hongzhuang, you can eat it yourself. On the side, Xu Huai saw Xu Hongzhuang picking up food for Xu Hao. She felt very unhappy that her third sister did not give up her seat to her. She pouted. She picked up the chopsticks and also picked up a chopstick of food for Chen Hao. She said in a tender voice, Dad, you can try this too. Xu Hao looked at the actions of his 2 daughters. You too, don't just pick up food for me, eat more for yourselves. At this time, other people looked at this scene and felt emotional. Su Wanchou looked at Xu Hao interacting with his daughters gently, with happiness in her eyes. Xiao Wanling and Yan Wumei were full of envy. She admired Xu Hao even more. Although the little fox could not speak, her eyes fell on Xu Hao from time to time. The whole living room was filled with a subtle atmosphere. Chapter 381, The Little Fox Shows His Cards. Regret. Sanfeng. The daughters exploded. After dinner, the family decided to go outside for a walk to digest the food. This time Xu Huai got the upper hand. She took the lead and took Xu Hao's arm, looking happy. This move made all the sisters frown. They were envious and helpless. They also thought about Xu Hao's other arm. But that position was already occupied by Xiao Wanzhi. Xu Hao held his lovely little daughter in one hand. One hand was held by Xu Huai. Don't be too warm. It's impossible to be as close to Xu Hao as Xu Huai. The other sisters wanted to talk to Xu Hao. Xu Xiqing said, "Dad, today's food, is it good?" Xu Hao replied with a smile. "Not bad, what do you think?" Xu Feiyan continued, "It's delicious. Where did Dad find the little sister? The cooking skills are too good." Xu Hongzhuang and Xu Qingxie also echoed. Xu Hao smiled and said, "I won't tell you." This made the sisters grumble. Watching the interaction between Xu Hao and the sisters, Chen Qingshan felt complicated. She found that she still couldn't fit in. She wanted to get close to Xu Hao. But she couldn't let go like the sisters. This was because she hadn't completely recognized Xu Hao. As guests, Xiao Wanling and Yan Wumei. Although they didn't talk casually like the Xu sisters, their eyes always stayed on Xu Hao, and they admired him in their hearts. The little fox Lang Bingji was in Su Wancho's arms. From time to time, she looked at Xu Hao with a tangled look. Watching Xu Hao and the daughters get along well, Su Wancho was very relieved. After a while, she said, "Brother Hao, the development of the pharmaceutical company has reached a bottleneck. Some competitors have appeared in the market recently, and they are also developing similar products. We have to think of a way to break through." Xu Hao said after thinking for a while. "Don't worry, our pharmaceutical company uses the prescriptions I provide, and the effects of these prescriptions are not comparable to those of ordinary products." That's right. This pharmaceutical company was created by Xu Hao for Su Wancho. He has God-level medical skills. There are so many prescriptions in his mind. Some prescriptions for whitening and acne treatment, and for treating difficult and complicated diseases. One is useless to him. So it's better to take it out and make some money. Of course, his main purpose is not to make money, but to accumulate wealth through the pharmaceutical company and continuously increase his influence. The greater the influence, the less likely those protagonists and sons of luck will dare to touch him easily. Except for some taboos. After listening to Xu Hao's words, Su Wancho felt a little relieved. But he was still a little worried. "What should we do now?" Xu Hao said casually. "Don't worry, I will give you a few more prescriptions, and then we can expand our market share." Su Wancho was delighted to hear this. "Brother Hao, I won't let you down. With the new prescription, I believe the pharmaceutical company will go to a higher level." The family strolled in the evening breeze. Everywhere they passed, there was a burst of laughter. After walking back home, Xu Huai turned on the TV happily. Then she held Xu Hao's arm tightly, afraid that someone would snatch it away, and said coquettishly, "Dad, let's watch TV together." Xu Hao put up with her. They sat together on the soft sofa. At this time, Xu Qingxie came over. She had fruit snacks in her hand. She placed the fruit snacks on the coffee table, neatly arranged, and said with a smile, "Dad, have some fruit and snacks." Xu Hao responded, "Okay, Qingxie is so thoughtful." Being praised, Xu Qingxui's eyebrows curved. It was a smile that could not be hidden. Xiao Wanling made tea for Xu Hao with elegant movements. Every movement was like art. The hot water was poured into the teapot, and the fragrance of tea rose and filled the air. Xiao Wanling said softly, "Brother Hao, try this tea, it's a good new tea." Xu Hao picked up the teacup, took a sip and praised, "You have improved in tea art." Xiao Wanling was also very happy. She was taught tea art by Xu Hao. It's like she's a master. What else can compare to the praise of a master? What's more, the master is so charming. Xu Xiqing walked behind Xu Hao. "Dad, you must be tired, let me massage you." As she said that, she began to massage Xu Hao's shoulders. Xu Huai thought that many sisters were trying to please Xu Hao. She couldn't sit idle either. "I'll massage Dad's legs." So, Xu Huai changed her position and massaged Xu Hao's legs. Xu Hao leaned on the sofa, enjoying the caring care of his daughters, so happy. It was time to go to bed. Xu Feiyan came over with a basin of water for washing feet. "Dad, soak your feet and relieve your fatigue." Xu Hao was also generous with his praise. It would be nice if all the daughters were so sensible. When taking a bath, Yan Wumei finally found an opportunity. The only person in the audience who could be more fierce than her was Li Wancho. However, Su Wancho was busy feeding Xiao Wanzhi at this time. So, this task was hers. Several girls were very attentive. In short, they were all around Xu Hao. Xu Hao was impressed by the benefits of Mac's charm. There are also disadvantages. That is, it does not distinguish between genders, or even species. Going out may cause some trouble. You can only stay at home. The time limit is 1 day, and I don't know whether it is good or bad. Of course, there will be a show in the evening. As expected, Xu Hongzhuang and Xu Feiyan both noticed that their best friend and good sister went out. It goes without saying where they went. Originally, they should have chased after them and listened in. But thinking of Xu Hao, they thought it would be better to stay and take a bath later. After all, how could they participate in eavesdropping? Although it was just their fantasy. In the bedroom, Xiao Huanger of course fell asleep early. Su Wanchou, Xiao Wanling, and Yan Wumei also went to bed one by one. Finally, there was one person left to deal with. That was the little fox, Leng Bingji, who had now turned into a human. After the rain, Leng Bingji snuggled in Xu Hao's arms. Looking at Xu Hao, for the first time, she was sincere and willing to be with Xu Hao. In the past, she always succumbed to Xu Hao's silver power. After a struggle, she gritted her teeth and said, "Actually, I'm not a thief." All along, Xu Hao treated her as a thief. Under the blessing of Xu Hao's charm, at this moment of relaxation, she decided to clarify. It was also because this secret had been kept in her heart for too long. If she didn't find an outlet, she would go crazy. After turning into a fox, she hasn't gone crazy yet, which is good enough. Xu Hao raised his eyebrows and said in disbelief, "How is it possible? You are not a thief. Why did you run to my house in the middle of the night?" Leng Bingji was speechless. "Aren't you curious? Your doors and windows are well managed. How did I appear in your bedroom?" Xu Hao deliberately teased her. "Don't you thieves know kung fu? You come and go without a trace. Lock-picking is a common thing." Leng Bingji was crazy. "I don't know kung fu, nor can I unlock, let alone a thief." After a pause, he continued. "Do you know how many lives entered the house together? Xiao Wanzhi, Wanchou, Wanling, Meimei, and me. 5. Xu Hao said. Boom. Leng Bingji was hit hard. She actually forgot about her. Woo woo woo, woo woo woo. Ding. Leng Bingji was in a mess, emotional value plus 888. Leng Bingji didn't want to tell the truth anymore. But she had already said half of it. With Xu Hao's personality, he would definitely not let it go. She could only bite the bullet and continue. "Did you forget the fox?" Xu Hao seemed to have just remembered. "Yes, there is also a disobedient fox." Leng Bingji twitched her lips and retorted. "Why is it disobedient? Always thinking about running away, how can you say it is obedient?" Leng Bingji was speechless. That was in the past, okay. She is very obedient now. Even if Xu Hao was not there, she never thought of running away. "Actually I am the fox." Xu Hao showed a look of deceiving ghosts. "Do you think I am a fool?" Leng Bingji said hurriedly. "I am telling the truth." Xu Hao still didn't believe it. "What are you kidding? You said you are a fox spirit. Don't you know that it is not allowed to become a spirit after the founding of the country?" Leng Bingji explained hurriedly. "No, I am not a fox spirit, I changed from a human to a fox." "It sounds weird, but that's what happened." Xu Hao glanced at her. "Then tell me how you turned into a fox." Leng Bingji opened her mouth, unable to speak. She didn't know how she turned. She drove to the parking lot that day. She changed after getting off the car. There was no reason, no cause. She was also wondering. Helplessly, Leng Bingji had to say, "If you don't believe it, you can look around the house to see if the fox is still there." Xu Hao was refreshed, his eyes sharp. "Where did you put my little fox?" Leng Bingji said weakly, I really am that little fox." After a long while, Xu Hao seemed to have finally digested the news. But he still looked at her suspiciously. "Are you really that little fox?" Leng Bingji nodded. "How do you prove it?" Leng Bingji was helpless. How could she prove it? Turning into a little fox immediately. She just felt that she could control the change almost immediately. But she couldn't do it yet. She could only wait until dawn to change back automatically. Suddenly, Leng Bingji's eyes lit up. She had the memory of a little fox. Isn't it easy to prove? Immediately, she told the place where she met Xu Hao and how she escaped several times but was caught. "Now you believe it, right?" Xu Hao nodded, feeling that the world is full of wonders. Asked Leng Bingji, "Who are you?" Leng Bingji said she was from the Leng family in the imperial capital. She also told him that she could control the change almost immediately. This surprised Xu Hao. Can control the change? Wouldn't it be switching back and forth between any foxes? Play as a pet during the day, and as a pet at night. It would be amazing. After saying what she had been holding back in her heart, Leng Bingji breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, she regretted it. She was annoyed that she told Xu the deepest secret. How? But when she looked at Xu Hao, this feeling of annoyance disappeared. Gradually, she felt something was wrong. What are you going to do? Ah, bold monster, I can tell at a glance that you are not a human. Look at me, the mighty dragon. The next morning, the sun shone into the room through the gap in the curtains. The sisters of the Xu family got up very early today. They were all sleepy, but full of expectations. Sister, who do you think Dad will talk to first today? Xu Huayi rubbed her eyes. She asked Xu Xiqing softly. Xu Xiqing smiled slightly. I don't know, but I hope Dad can spend more time with us. The sisters looked at the door of the master bedroom from time to time, waiting anxiously for Xu Hao to get up. Su Wancho came out of the bedroom first. When she saw her daughter's actions, she was very nervous. She couldn't let her daughters meet Yan Wumei and Xiao Wanling in the bedroom. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with. So, Su Wancho deliberately attracted the attention of her daughters to cover the women in the bedroom. Fortunately, there was no danger. The family finished breakfast. Xu Hao looked at the women who were still around him, puzzled. Aren't you going to work? Xu Hongzhuang said immediately. There's nothing to do in the company. I'll take a day off today. Wanling, don't you think so? Xiao Wanling nodded repeatedly. Yes, Uncle Xu, everything in the company has been arranged. Xu Hao turned his eyes to Yan Wumei. Yan Wumei gathered her hair and blinked her charming eyes. I don't have anything to do. 373. You have classes today, right? Why don't you go to school? Xu Hao looked at Xiqing and Huayi again. Xu Huayi chuckled. A university without skipping classes is incomplete, so for the sake of my university being complete, I plan to skip classes today. Xu Xiqing also smiled. It's okay to skip classes once in a while, Dad. Xu Hao shook his head and looked at Xu Qingshan. Qingshan, isn't your research almost finished? Why don't you work harder to get it done? Xu Qingshan's eyes were a little evasive. I already have a research direction, so there's no rush. At this time, Chen Qingshe came over. She was still holding a mobile phone in her hand, as if she had just finished a call. Dad, I feel a little uncomfortable. I just called my senior sister and asked her to help me for a day. Xu Hao was speechless. Do you want to hear what you are talking about? You are known as a miracle doctor, but you feel uncomfortable. Xu Qingshe stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. Oh, Dad, everyone just wants to take a day off. It's not just the daughters. Even Su Wancho stopped working. She wanted to stay with Xu Hao. This made Xu Hao feel the power of Max Charm again. With this ability, he didn't even have to do anything, he just gave it to her. What? Daughter is ignorant, begging for forgiveness every minute, okay. But the disadvantages are really big. He can't go out, even if it doesn't work on the same sex. With such an amazing effect, some dinosaurs will get entangled. Xu Hao didn't want to cause trouble. So, he could only use it at home. A group of beautiful women surrounded Xu Hao and showed their courtesy. They handed Xu Hao fruit from time to time. They massaged his back from time to time. It didn't end until the time limit of the charm in the afternoon. The invisible aura dissipated. The women broke away from Xu Hao's infinite charm. Thinking of the experience of this day, many women changed their expressions, which was very exciting. With Xu Qingshan, Xu Hongzhuang, Xu Qingshe, Xu Feiyan, and Zai Xiqing as the most. They actually wanted to stay at home with Xu Hao. She even stopped working. She was very attentive to Xu Hao, even more than a daughter. The point is that they were still fantasizing last night. The little fox Leng Bingji was almost the same. At this moment, she wanted to find a hole in the ground to bury herself. Oh my god, what did she do? Last night, she actually told Xu Hao the secret of turning into a fox and being able to switch back and forth. This is the end. Can she still escape then? Will Xu Hao come to her door? She regretted it so much. Yan Wumei, Xiao Wanling, and Su Wanchou are better. They are all Xu Hao's women. Serving Xu Hao, isn't it supposed to be? As for Xu Huai and Xiao Wanzhi, they didn't feel anything. One has a simple personality. The other is not even 1 year old. Naturally they wouldn't think too much. Ding Shu Shiqing is in a state of confusion, emotional value plus 951. Ding Leng Bingji's mentality collapsed, emotional value plus 999. At this moment, Chen Hao made a lot of money. Chapter 382, the heroine is under control. The fiancé is sent to the door. The daughters are panicked. In the following days, except Xu Huai, the sisters were too embarrassed to face Xu Hao and felt ashamed. Every day when they saw Xu Hao, they would avoid his eyes and provide emotional value. Although the value was decreasing, it also made Xu Hao full. Xu Hao couldn't help but sigh. This is the advantage of having too many heroines. If all the heroines were gathered together, a grand party. That scene is called absolute. This idea came together. It took root in his heart. Xu Hao was moved, thinking about finding a suitable time to hold a birthday party. Gather all the girls. That night, the little fox Leng Bingji thought about escaping again. She was quietly preparing to slip away. Unexpectedly, Xu Hao was quick-witted and grabbed her fate by the back of the neck. "Miss Leng, where are you going?" Xu Hao asked with a half-smile. Leng Bingji's heart tightened. She regretted telling Xu Hao her secret. She was afraid that Xu Hao would always treat her as a forbidden delicacy. Who doesn't want to have a plaything that can turn into a fox or a human? I'm just walking around. Leng Bingji said guiltily. Walking around? Do you think I'm stupid? Xu Hao sneered. Are you trying to escape? Leng Bingji wanted to cry but had no tears. She regretted it so much. Why? Why was I so stupid to tell Xu Hao my secret? I'm being held, right? Leng Bingji secretly complained in her heart. But it's no use to regret it now. She looked at Xu Hao with pleading eyes. Xu Hao was unmoved. He held Leng Bingji and stared into her eyes. Speak slowly. I checked and found that the eldest daughter of the Leng family had indeed been to the Magic City, and she disappeared since then. If she hadn't called back frequently, the Leng family might have thought she was kidnapped and were ready to look for someone. And the calls were always made from midnight to the early morning, and the phone she used was my wife's. Now I'm sure you are the eldest daughter of the Leng family. Single quote. Hearing this, Leng Bingji remembered that she had told Xu Hao. She wanted to die. She looked at Xu Hao with grievance. Her eyes seemed to speak. Xu Hao, I know I was wrong, please let me go. Xu Hao put her on his lap and stroked her like a cat. Be good, I'm not a big villain. As long as you listen, I won't hurt you. Leng Bingji's eyes were almost rolling up to the sky. You're not a villain. You're not a villain. There are no villains in the world, okay. Xu Hao continued. But if you don't listen, like running away like today, don't blame me for making your story public. I believe there will be many people interested in you. Leng Bingji shivered when she thought of what Xu Hao said. Countless people are interested in her and want to slice her for research. She was about to cry with tears in her eyes. If it could speak, it would definitely say, please, don't tell anyone about my story. Xu Hao nodded with satisfaction. With this warning, I believe the little fox will not dare to play tricks in the future. He hit a big stick. Of course, he also has to give a sweet date. Xu Hao's voice changed, like a spring breeze. Don't worry, I won't keep you by my side forever. You have good abilities, and it's a waste to keep you by my side as a vase. As long as you listen, I will let you go back and do your own work. Leng Bingji took back the tears in the corners of her eyes. She blinked her eyes, as if to say, is it true? You are willing to let me go back. Of course it's true. Xu Hao smiled slightly. But you can't leave now. When you can freely control the changes of your body, I will naturally let you go. Leng Bingji's mind was spinning rapidly. Xu Hao was willing to let her go back. He would definitely have to ask her to be his lover. The kind that can be called at any time. Is she willing? The answer is yes. Although she was carefree during this time as a fox, she didn't have to worry about anything. But she was a normal person, not a real animal. If she couldn't turn into a human every night, she would really go crazy. Now she knew that she could go back to a normal life. She was very excited. The heart that resisted Xu Hao gradually relaxed. Xu Hao showed a triumphant smile on his face. The goal was achieved. Next, Just wait until this heroine can freely control the changes of her body. Completely subdue her. Ding Lang Bingji was terrified, emotional value plus 777. The matter of the little fox Lang Bingji was solved. Xu Hao took out his mobile phone and checked the messages. Zhao Wentao sent another message. The general meaning is, I have guided my fiancée Shen Chanu, do you want to proceed to the next step? The words reveal his eagerness to send his fiancée to Xu Hao's bed. Xu Hao thought about it. After a while, he sent a message. He said that he was free tomorrow evening and could have dinner together. Zhao's mansion. Zhao Wentao breathed a sigh of relief after receiving the message. Finally got a response from Xu Hao. His eyes flickered. He began to calculate how to ask Shen Chanu out tomorrow. One day passed in the blink of an eye. In the evening, in order to prevent Shen Chanu from shirking, Zhao Wentao came directly to the Shen family and personally issued an invitation. He did not give Shen Chanu a chance to refuse. Chanu, we didn't understand each other last time, let's go out for dinner tonight. Zhao Wentao said with a smile on his face. Shen Chanu frowned slightly. She didn't want to go out with Zhao Wentao. But due to the relationship between the two families, it was difficult to refuse. Finally, she agreed. She still went out in Zhao Wentao's car. In the car, Shen Chanu looked out the window, her mind drifting away. I don't know what she was thinking. Zhao Juge walked on the bustling streets in a bad mood. He couldn't help but feel depressed. A few days ago, he successfully destroyed the engagement between the Zhao and Shen families. I thought he could disrupt the relationship between the two families. I didn't expect that they still reached a cooperation and united to compete with him. It really brought him a lot of trouble. Zhao Juge couldn't figure it out. He was obviously far better than the Zhao family. Why did the Shen family join forces with the Zhao family? And be enemies with him, humph. Where are their real friends in the business world? Don't say that the two families are old friends, this reason is simply untenable. He was really confused by the Shen family's actions. Although there were constant troubles. But since the Shen family chose to help the Zhao family, they were his enemies, so he would deal with them all. How could he know? It was not that the Shen family did not want to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. After the two sides fought to the death, they would come out and reap the benefits. It really couldn't be done. Zhao Juge's power was too strong. It wouldn't take long to deal with the Zhao family. The Zhao family couldn't cause any substantial harm to Zhao Juge. After dealing with the Zhao family, it would be a matter of time before they went to the Shen family. While complaining about the Zhao family's incompetence, he had to bite the bullet and go ahead. Tisk. Zhao Juge suddenly sneered. Even if the Shen family helped, so what? That was because he hadn't yet activated the true strength of Wuji Palace. Once activated, let alone the two families joining forces. Even if 5 or 6 top families joined forces, he would not be afraid. His thoughts gradually came out, and Zhao Ji's eyes flashed. He scanned the surroundings. It must be said that there are indeed many beauties in China. Everywhere there are long legs and miniskirts, wearing very cool clothes. When thinking of beautiful women, Zhao Juge couldn't help but think of Zhao Wentao's fiancée. She was also his fiancée. Shen Chanu. She was really beautiful. I heard that she had an equally beautiful sister. Zhao Juge's mouth curled up. Just thinking about it, a car passed by. Zhao Juge glanced at it unintentionally. His pupils shrank and he couldn't move his eyes away. Because he saw Zhao Wentao in the car. Shen Chanu, who just appeared in his mind, was also in it. What were they going to do? A date? As soon as he thought of this, Zhao Juge's face darkened instantly. Shen Chanu was his fiancée. He invited her to chat for a while last time. Even though Zhao Juge was the Grand Palace Master of Wuji Palace, he had to marvel at the talent of this woman. In addition, Shen Chanu was originally his fiancée, and Zhao Juge would never allow others to get involved. Immediately, Zhao Juge followed the car with a gloomy face. Thoughts were flying. He was thinking whether he should deal with Zhao Wentao first. Originally, he wanted to bankrupt the Zhao family. Let the Zhao family see the true face of Zhao Wentao, the adopted son. Let them regret it. But the Shen family showed up halfway, and it would be troublesome to make a quick decision. It would take a lot of time. Should he watch Zhao Wentao jump around during this time? Zhao Juge gradually became murderous. The car stopped in front of a high-end restaurant. Shen Chanu stepped out of the car elegantly. She was wearing a simple yet elegant long dress. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, like a fairy walking out of a painting. The two were about to walk towards the restaurant door. At this moment, a figure came up with his head raised. Zhao Juge smiled. He walked forward calmly. His eyes fell on Shen Chanu involuntarily. His eyes were full of admiration. What a coincidence, is Miss Shen also here for dinner? Zhao Juge showed a self-proclaimed charming smile. Shen Chanu was stunned and responded, Mr. Zhao, it is indeed a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. After being taken away by Zhao Juge last time, she didn't suffer any embarrassment. So she had a good impression of Zhao Juge. Zhao Wentao, who was standing aside, looked ugly. His first thought was whether Zhao Juge's appearance would ruin his plan. But then, he thought of Shen Chanu as someone Xu Hao had targeted. Would Zhao Juge dare to sabotage at this time? Zhao Wentao even hoped that Zhao Juge would make trouble. In this way, he could confront Xu in advance. Let Zhao Juge be dealt with by Xu Hao. From beginning to end, Zhao Juge didn't even look at him. As if this person didn't exist at all. Zhao Juge and Shen Chanu were chatting. Ms. Shen, how are you doing? Everything is normal, nothing special. Oh, it's a great honor to meet Miss Shen today. After chatting for a while, Zhao Juge suddenly spoke. It just so happens that I haven't eaten either, how about we go together? I'll treat you. Shen Chanu frowned, hesitant. Although she and Zhao Juge had a childhood engagement. But the two families have long since broken up. Now she is Zhao Wentao's fiancée. How could she agree to have dinner with another man? She didn't care about Zhao Wentao's feelings. But as a lady from a big family, she must pay attention to her words and deeds. This is about the face of the big family. This isn't good. What's wrong with it? It's just a meal. Miss Shen won't even give this little face, right? Shen Chanu was in a dilemma. Zhao Juge seemed to have just noticed Zhao Wentao. Said with a smile, Wentao, I am your brother after all. Is it okay to have a meal together? Zhao Wentao also laughed. He pretended to be very welcoming and said, no problem, since my brother doesn't eat either, let's eat together. Zhao Juge couldn't help but feel puzzled. What's wrong with this guy? I interrupted his date with Shen Chanu. He didn't seem unhappy at all, but seemed very happy. Does Zhao Wentao have any special hobbies? I really can't figure it out. However, Zhao Juge didn't think about it. With his status and strength, what conspiracy is he afraid of? Thank you for your generosity, Wentao. You're welcome. Zhao Wentao sneered in his heart. I'll see how Xu Hao will deal with you later. When the three of them were about to walk to the restaurant, a car drove over. It stopped not far from them. Then, a beautiful woman got out of the driver's seat. He was graceful and elegant, and walked quickly to the back seat to open the door. Xu Hao got out of the car. When he saw Xu Hao, Zhao Juge's pupils shrank. His fists clenched involuntarily. This Xu Hao dared to hit his sister. He was already asking for death. If he hadn't been dealing with the Zhao family and the Shen family now, he has already taken action against Xu Hao. Xu Hao is worth trillions and has great influence. It is difficult to shake him from a business perspective. But he is not an ordinary businessman. He also controls one of the top forces in the dark world, Wuji Palace. If Xu Hao cannot be dealt with in business, then he will secretly kill the Xu group. When Xu Hao's influence is greatly reduced, it will be time for him to take action. Now the focus is on dealing with the Zhao family. So, he can only tolerate Xu Hao for a while. Zhao Juge only glanced at Xu Hao and quickly retracted his gaze. He tried to suppress the anger in his heart. However, when he looked at Zhao Wentao and Shen Chanu, he found that they were rushing to greet him. Uncle Xu. Mr. Xu. The two greeted each other. Zhao Wentao wanted to please Xu Hao. Shen Chanu had a good chat with Xu Hao last time. Xu Hao also reminded her, so it is natural for her to come over to greet him. Xu Hao pretended to be surprised. Asked, why are you here? Just finished dinner. No. Zhao Wentao shook his head and said hurriedly. We were just about to come here to eat. Is Uncle Xu here to eat too? Last time Uncle Xu invited us to tea, this time we should also invite Uncle to dinner. After speaking, Zhao Wentao paused and looked at Shen Chanu again. Chanu, what do you think? Shen Chanu nodded. She also invited Xu Hao. I benefited a lot from Mr. Xu's advice last time, Since there is this opportunity, I should naturally invite Mr. Xu to have dinner together to express my gratitude. The tea Xu Hao invited them to drink last time was very good. She also wanted to repay the favor. And she didn't want to be alone with Zhao Wentao. Inviting Xu Hao to dinner together was just what she wanted. Xu Hao thought for a moment. Zhao Juge walked over with a dark face. He was very unhappy. I didn't expect Zhao Wentao and Shen Chanu to know Xu Hao. And he also invited Xu Hao to dinner. The scene of the last meal with Xu Hao is still vivid in his mind. Xu Hao cheated on his sister and enjoyed her service. He didn't eat at all. He was full of anger. Seeing Xu Hao looking at Zhao Juge, Zhao Wentao was afraid that Xu Hao would misunderstand that he wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Explained. Uncle Xu, this is Zhao Juge, and Uncle Xu has also seen him. He just stopped us and wanted to join us to eat together. Oh, Xu Hao looked playful. What a coincidence. It's not a matter of coincidence. Zhao Juge is the protagonist, Shen Chanu is the heroine, and God will let them meet often. Xu Hao said with a smile. Then let's go together. Seeing that Xu Hao was not angry, Zhao Wentao was relieved. He was looking forward to how Xu Hao would deal with Zhao Juge more and more. Chapter 383, The protagonist and the villain fight each other. Sit back and reap the benefits. The teasing of the policewoman. Just like that, they had dinner, and the original 2 people became 4 people. Zhao Juge didn't want to have dinner with Xu Hao. But Zhao Wentao and Shen Chanu both agreed. He had no choice. Unless he didn't go. But it was impossible. He would not let Zhao Wentao succeed and take Shen Chanu. Xu Hao had to be on guard against this. He even wanted to take advantage of his sister. He might also have thoughts about Shen Chanu. Walking into the restaurant, led by the waiter, they came to a private room. Zhao Wentao took the initiative to talk all the way, creating opportunities for Xu Hao and Shen Chanu. When ordering dishes, he was even more excessive. He handed the menu to Xu Hao and said attentively, Uncle Xu, please order first, the dishes in this restaurant are all very good. Xu Hao took the menu. Choose a few dishes at random. Then hand it to Shen Chanu. Chanu, let's see what you like to eat. Shen Chanu took the menu with a smile and said softly, Thank you. After Shen Chanu ordered, Zhao Wentao ordered again. He handed the menu directly to the waiter. From beginning to end, he did not ask Zhao Juge's opinion. Zhao Juge's face became even uglier. After a while, the waiters filed in, and delicious dishes were served one after another. Under Zhao Wentao's deliberate guidance, the atmosphere between Xu Hao and Shen Chanu became more and more harmonious. The topic turned to the mall. Shen Chanu looked at Xu Hao gratefully and said, Mr. Xu, I benefited a lot from talking to you about the mall last time. Xu Hao waved his hand and said, Chanu is polite, it's just my own opinion. Shen Chanu continued, Your ideas are very novel, which gave me a new understanding of the current market. With Zhao Wentao's request last time, 850, her attitude towards Xu Hao also changed subtly. Although he didn't kneel down and lick her but he also took the initiative to please her. Xu Hao responded with a smile. I'm glad I can help you. If you need anything in the future, you can come to me. They talked together, laughing and talking. Beside him, Zhao Juge watched them interacting intimately. He was extremely unhappy. He clenched his fists, his face was terribly gloomy. He couldn't help it, so he interrupted. Chanu, have you encountered anything recently? Can you tell me? However, his words were like a stone sinking into the sea, without stirring up a ripple. No one paid any attention to him. Zhao Juge was unwilling, and spoke again. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Zhao Wentao. Zhao Wentao frowned. He said with a look of disgust. Zhao Juge, do you have any manners? Don't you know not to interrupt when others are talking? Zhao Juge was already unhappy with Zhao Wentao. He was immediately furious. Zhao Wentao, who do you think you are? Why don't you let me speak? Zhao Wentao sneered. Humph, just because I am the organizer of this dinner, if you don't agree, you can get out. You are not welcome here. Zhao Wentao, you are just an adopted son, what is there to be proud of? You are the abandoned son of the Zhao family, a person abandoned by the family, what qualifications do you have to challenge me here? Because of the appearance of Xu Hao, the disturbed thoughts gradually calmed down. Zhao Juge said disdainfully. You haven't seen the situation clearly yet, do you really think I am still the same as before? The Zhao family is about to be destroyed by me, I wonder how long you can be arrogant, wait until I destroy the Zhao family, you just wait for leisure. Zhao Wentao's face changed. Zhao Juge, now our Zhao family, and Shen family have joined forces, can you fight against the alliance of the two families? Don't dream. The two refused to give in to each other, and the quarrel became louder and louder. Shen Chenu frowned. The chat with Xu Hao was interrupted, feeling dissatisfied. So he spoke in a cold voice. Since you are arguing, can you eat properly? But Zhao Wentao didn't listen at all, and still glared at Zhao Juge. Zhao Juge was not to be outdone. Zhao Wentao was secretly proud. Yes, he did it on purpose. Just now, he saw that Shen Chenu and Zhao Juge were getting along well, so he had to stop and destroy this idea. So he deliberately quarreled with Zhao Juge, causing Shen Chenu's dissatisfaction and assisting Xu Hao. While arguing with Zhao Juge, Zhao Wentao secretly observed Shen Chenu's reaction, seeing that her face was getting uglier and uglier. The plan worked. In fact, Zhao Juge also had the same idea. Lower Shen Chenu's impression of Zhao Wentao. Otherwise, what kind of identity would he have? Would he quarrel with a dying person? Zhao Wentao was the one he must kill. Unfortunately, he never thought of it. Zhao Wentao would push his fiancée to someone else. Xu Hao finally spoke. That's enough. If you want to argue, go outside and don't get in the way here. Xu's voice was not loud, but it carried unquestionable majesty. Zhao Wentao quickly shut up after hearing this. A flattering smile appeared on his face. Uncle Xu, I'm sorry, I lost my temper. Zhao Juge looked down on his fawning adopted son. He didn't take Xu Hao seriously at all. However, Zhao Wentao stopped arguing. He couldn't even if he wanted to. Xu Hao's words were effective. When he looked at Xu Hao, Shen Chenu's eyes flashed. Zhao Juge's heart sank when he noticed the change in her eyes. Only then did he realize that Shen Chenu's impression of both of them had become worse because of the argument just now. But it was a bargain for Xu Hao. It highlighted his maturity and stability. Zhao Juge was very depressed. He felt like he was making wedding clothes for Xu Hao. Ding! Zhao Juge felt unhappy, emotional value plus 888 no. He suddenly woke up. Zhao Wentao was not a threat. Xu Hao was. He must deal with Zhao Wentao. But to deal with Xu Hao, there is still a little trouble. What if Shen Chenu falls? We must find an opportunity to destroy it. So, Zhao Juge said sarcastically. Some people will flatter you, like a grandson, that's all. Zhao Wentao seemed not to hear it and didn't respond at all. Seeing Zhao Juge was still deliberately looking for scenes, Shen Chenu became more and more unhappy. The impression of Zhao Juge, which was originally quite good, was collapsing. Everyone continued to eat. Zhao Juge was a little absent-minded, staring at Xu Hao and Shen Chenu's every move. Find an opportunity to destroy the relationship between the two. When Xu Hao praised Shen Chenu for being obedient and sensible, not only beautiful but also talented, Zhao Juge felt that the opportunity had come. He coughed lightly and said deliberately, Chenu, don't be fooled by some people's sweet words. Some people, on the surface, say nice things, but in fact, I don't know what they are thinking. Shen Chenu frowned slightly, and before she could respond, Zhao Wentao immediately interrupted. Zhao Juge, watch your words. Uncle Xu has good intentions towards Chenu, don't try to sow discord here. Zhao Juge glanced at him and sneered. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Do you really think he is just kind? Don't you think? Zhao Wentao got angry when he heard it. Zhao Juge, don't judge others by your own standards. Everyone knows who Uncle Xu is. Zhao Juge sneered. Jealous. Would I be jealous of him? What is there for me to be jealous of? I just don't want Chenu to be cheated. Zhao Wentao was angry on the surface. In fact, he was very happy. I have seen people seeking death, but I have never seen such a death. He actually said that to Xu Hao. The ignorant are fearless. Xu Hao smiled calmly. He seemed not to care about Zhao Juge's attack. He wanted to provoke Xu Hao. But Xu Hao did not accept it. Zhao Juge continued. Xu Hao, don't think you can fool Shenyu, I know all your tricks very well. At this time, Shen Chenu finally couldn't listen anymore. She put down her chopsticks with a bad look. Zhao Juge, are you done yet? Let's have a good meal, you have to stir up trouble here. Zhao Juge was stunned by Shen Chunu's retort. Xu Hao is approaching you deliberately. I'm doing this for your own good. Zhao Wentao took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. That's right, Zhao Juge, can you be quiet? How did Uncle Xu offend you? You have to target Uncle Xu like this. Seeing Zhao Wentao's smug look, Zhao Juge felt gloomy. Stop talking. If he continued, he was afraid that Shen Chunu would be more disgusted. Ding Zhao Juge is very depressed, emotional value plus 999. Xu Hao quietly watched the villain and the protagonist quarrel. You can reap the harvest without taking action. He is happy to see it happen. The dinner ended in a subtle atmosphere. The four walked out of the restaurant. Xu Hao and Shen Chunu walked side by side, talking and laughing. Zhao Juge followed behind. Seeing their intimacy, he felt very unhappy. This Xu Hao has no good intentions. Let them continue to contact. Shen Chunu is afraid that she will also fall. While thinking, he looked around, thinking about how to stop the two. Suddenly, Zhao Juge had an idea. He took a few quick steps and deliberately blocked in front of Xu Hao and Shen Chunu. Pretending to be surprised, he said, Chunu, I suddenly remembered that there is something important to tell you. Shen Chunu was slightly stunned, looked at him in confusion. What is it? Before he could speak, Zhao Wentao jumped out. He looked at Zhao Juge with a mocking look on his face. Zhao Juge, stop looking for trouble. Aren't you just jealous of Uncle Xu and Chunu chatting so well? I really don't know what you think about all day long. Can you be more normal? Besides, my fiancé didn't say anything, what are you doing here? Zhao Juge was in a bad mood at this time. This Zhao Wentao kept whining. If it were in the dark world, he would have killed him long ago. He endured it again and again. Now this guy jumped out again. Zhao Juge finally couldn't help but take action. I'm not talking to you, shut up, okay. Considering this as Jojo, he was sensible and just pushed him lightly. However, what is Zhao Juge's strength? His light push also contained great power. Zhao Wentao was unprepared. He was pushed several meters away and fell to the ground in embarrassment. Zhao Wentao was shocked. He didn't understand why he was pushed so far by him. Then anger surged in his heart. He got up from the ground, his eyes burning with anger. He rushed forward to hit Zhao Juge. Zhao Juge's eyes turned cold. He kicked Zhao Wentao out again. This time he attacked with more force. Zhao Wentao lay on the ground. He didn't get up for a long time. Seeing Zhao Wentao being beaten, Shen Chunu frowned. She came out with Zhao Wentao. Now Zhao Wentao was beaten. She didn't say anything. If it spread to the family, they would blame her. But everything happened too fast. She wanted to stop it but it was too late. I don't know what to do. Turned to look at Xu Hao. There was a questioning look in his eyes. Xu Hao thought for a moment and said, it's wrong to hit people. It depends on how they handle it. If they can't handle it well, then we can only call the police. It seems that their conflict is quite deep. I don't think it's better to call the police. Shen Chunu's eyes lit up. She also has the thoughts of a big family. She thinks that she can handle things by herself. Calling the police will affect the family's reputation. Now, she dislikes Zhao Juge and Zhao Wentao very much. Zhao Wentao was beaten, and she, as his fiancée, must do something. It's not good to offend Zhao Juge. Calling the police is the best choice. Immediately took out his mobile phone and called the police. Yowling. There are people fighting here, at XXXXX. Hearing Xu Hao say to call the police, Zhao Juge's face turned green instantly. The scene of the last birthday banquet of the old lady emerged in his mind. It was because he heard Xu Hao say to call the police that he had to leave. Unexpectedly, Xu Hao used this trick again this time. Do you have any demeanor of a patriarch of a big family? When you encounter something, you don't think about solving it yourself, but think about calling the police. Where is your face? Besides, this is not a fight, okay. He just taught Zhao Wentao a lesson. Not really, I didn't hit him hard, we were just joking. At this time, Shen Chunu also took out her mobile phone to call the police. Zhao Juge was anxious when he saw this and wanted to fight for it. Don't call the police, don't make a fuss to the police station, right? However, it was too late. Zhao Juge had no choice. He helped Zhao Wentao up and patted him on the body. It's really nothing, if you don't believe me, look. Zhao Wentao's turbulent internal organs were much better. His complexion slowly recovered. Shen Chanu looked at Zhao Wentao suspiciously and asked, Mr. Zhao, are you okay? Zhao Wentao is a smart guy. He is best at acting. Seeing that Zhao Juge was afraid of calling the police, he immediately covered his stomach and fell to the ground wailing. Ouch, it hurts so much, my stomach. FCK. Zhao Juge was numb. Shen Chanu also shook her head. She naturally knew Zhao Wentao's identity, but so what? When she found Xu Hao was with a strange beauty at this time. Before leaving, Lu Yiren secretly flirted with Xu Hao. She cleared her throat and asked. Lu Yiren glanced around. They stopped steadily in front of several people. The exquisite and beautiful face was dignified. The teasing intention was obvious. You are suspected of fighting, please go back to the police station with us and accept the investigation. Shen Chanu stepped forward and told the story again. 2 police officers immediately stepped forward and handcuffed Zhao Juge. The door of the leading police car opened. Wait until the police come, then you can explain to them. She understood in her heart. Xu Hao was flirting with the little beauty again. Zhao Wentao wanted to give Xu Hao and Shen Chanu some space to be alone, so he agreed. Not long after. Then, Lu Yiren looked at Zhao Wentao again. Xu Hao watched them making fun of each other and found it quite interesting. Mr. Zhao, you also go back with us to make a record, is it okay? Okay, no problem, I will definitely cooperate. I really wanted to kick him, but he held back. 4.2, Zhao Wentao, don't go too far. She was Xu Hao's woman. A big beautiful woman in a neat police uniform walked down. It was the police flower Lu Yiren. Lu Yiren nodded, looked at Zhao Juge, and waved. What happened? She also deliberately created opportunities for Xu Hao. 2 police cars drove over at lightning speed. A sharp siren sounded from far away. Zhao Juge, you are too impulsive. Fighting is wrong in the first place, and now you want to evade responsibility. But she didn't say anything. When she saw Xu Hao, she was stunned for a moment. Chapter 384, The sun is high in the sky. The excitement of the master and the apprentice. Staying overnight at the aunt's house. The policewoman flirts with her. The sharp Zhao Juge happened to see it, and he was confused. He knew that Xu Hao had many women. Could this policewoman be one too? If I remember correctly, this policewoman and the ones from Shenong Hall are sisters, right? Luo Qingxian is still her master. The master and the apprentice are taken together. However, before he could think about it, the police officer had already put him in the car. Zhao Wentao was also brought up. As the sirens sounded again, breaking the silent night, the red and blue lights flashed, gradually driving away, until it disappeared at the end of the street. In the same place, Xu Hao and Shen Chanu stood quietly. Xu Hao looked at Shen Chanu and asked, do you want to go back now? I'll take you back. If you're not in a hurry, we can go for a cup of tea. Shen Chanu lowered her eyes, as if thinking about something. After a moment, she raised her head and said, let's go have some tea. I still have a lot of things I want to ask Mr. Xu Hao smiled. Okay, let's go. The 2 of them walked slowly towards a nearby tea house. Xu Hao took out his cell phone as he walked. He edited the message expertly and sent it to Lu Yiren. Asked her to interrogate Zhao Juge carefully. At the same time, in the speeding police car, there was a light, ding, sound. Lu Yiren, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, received the message. There was a strange look in her eyes. How did this guy offend Xu Hao again? He muttered in his heart. He silently lamented for Zhao Juge for 2.5 seconds. Those people Xu Hao asked her to interrogate before all disappeared inexplicably in the end. As for where they went, needless to say, heaven, or hell. Zhao Juge and Zhao Wentao sat in the back seat. A male police officer with a serious expression stared at them. Zhao Juge moved his wrists. Both hands were handcuffed. With his strength, he could easily crush the handcuffs into meat patties. But he didn't do that. Unless he wanted to be an enemy of the entire country. Fortunately, after the last time Xu Hao threatened to call the police, and he had people prepared in advance. An ordinary police station. Don't even think about finding out his true identity. I say, we are just fighting, there is no need to use handcuffs, right? It makes me feel like I have committed a serious crime. Zhao Juge grumbled in dissatisfaction. Hearing Zhao Juge's complaints, Lu Yiren frowned. He winked at the police officer next to him. The meaning was obvious: teach him a lesson. The police officer understood. He immediately pressed Zhao Juge's head against the car window and shouted, "Be honest." Zhao Juge was filled with anger. But he still managed to hold it back. Zhao Wentao, who was standing by, saw this and thought about it. This Zhao Juge seems to be very resistant to the police station. He doesn't even dare to fight back when he is hit. So can I do something? Zhao Wentao thought about it. After a while, Zhao Wenzui, a male police officer. He lowered his voice and whispered a few words in his ear. It means that he is willing to pay a high price and teach Zhao Juge a lesson. If you encounter any problems in the future, you can also find him, Mr. Zhao. The male police officer looked. He showed hesitation. He was a little shaken. Thinking of the Captain Lu Yiren, he had asked Zhao Juge to be taught a lesson. He gritted his teeth and agreed. So, the male police officer raised his fist. Hit Zhao Juge's stomach. However, Zhao Juge didn't feel anything when the punch hit him. The damage was not great, but it was extremely humiliating. His face was gloomy. Hearing Zhao Wentao's explanation, Zhao Juge was furious and had murderous intentions. However, as Zhao Wentao expected, he couldn't do anything to the police officer. I can only suppress my anger and wait for the opportunity. Back to the police station. Lu Yiren already has experience in interrogation, so he handed it over to his subordinates. Took Zhao Juge to the small dark room. Ding. Zhao Juge is furious, emotional value plus 999. On the other side, Xu Hao and Shen Chanu came to a quiet tea house. They chose a seat by the window and sat down. The moonlight outside the window sprinkled on the windowsill, bringing a sense of tranquility and beauty. The waiter brought 2 cups of steaming hot tea. The fragrance of tea was overflowing. Shen Chanu took a sip of the teacup, and the fragrance of tea spread in her mouth. It made her feel relaxed. They started chatting, talking about various topics. They chatted very speculatively. From work to life. From hobbies to life ideals. Time passed unknowingly. After drinking tea, Chen Hao stood up. Smiled and said to Shen Chanu, "It's getting late, I'll take you home." Shen Chanu nodded, and the two walked out of the tea house together. Xu Hao took Shen Chanu back to the Shen family. After this incident, the relationship between the two became deeper. It's a good time to attack. But Xu Hao didn't mean to do anything. Nonsense. Attack by yourself. How can you feel the sense of accomplishment that her fiancé personally sent her to the door? Decided to leave this opportunity to Zhao Wentao. See how he will operate next. It was late at night. Xu Hao instructed Hong Qiangwei. Go to Lu Hongluan's house. Hong Qiangwei nodded and started the car. They drove all the way and finally entered a residential area, 6467. Xu Hao knocked on the door. Lu Hongluan had just finished taking a shower and was about to go to bed. She was stunned when she heard the knock on the door. A trace of doubt surged in her heart. It was so late, who could it be? She walked to the door and looked out through the peephole. When she saw it was Xu Hao, her heart was suddenly in turmoil. She had to admit that. Last time she was plotted against by Fang Xiao, Xu Hao's appearance was like a hero coming to save her. At that moment, she was filled with emotion. At that time, Xu Hao proposed to separate, and it was she who shamelessly pestered him. After Xu Hao gave her the marrow-cleansing pill, she was even more moved. She decided to be with him forever. But after these few days, she calmed down. She remembered their identities again. She was the head of a school, and Xu Hao is a married man and the father of her student. Their relationship is too shameful. If she is discovered, she will not be able to live. So, she is a little afraid to face Xu Hao. She has been on edge. Fortunately, Xu Hao has not come to see her for a few days. After coming back to her senses, Lu Hong opened the door. Xu Hao smiled and handed over a beautiful flower. At this moment, Lu Hongluan wanted to say something to clear the relationship, but stopped. Xu Hao certainly knew her inner entanglement. The emotional value in her mind was still constantly refreshing. He pretended to be puzzled and asked, "What's wrong? Hongluan, you look worried." Lu Hongluan said hurriedly, "Nothing." She invited Xu Hao into the house, but her heart was beating like a deer. She led Xu Hao to sit on the sofa. Lu Hongluan poured another cup of warm water and said softly, "Drink some water." Xu Hao brought it over without hesitation. Lu Hongluan opened her mouth, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Finally, She mustered up the courage. Just about to speak, Xu Hao also said at the same time. By the way, Hong. Lu Hongluan quickly shut up. Mr. Xu, you speak first. Why call me Mr. Xu? Didn't I tell you to call me Brother Hao? Xu Hao said with a smile. Lu Hongluan smiled awkwardly. Xu Hao continued. I have something for you. As he spoke, he had an idea. He took out a protective jade pendant. The jade pendant shone with a bright light under the light, and it was extremely delicate. Xu Hao gazed at Lu Hongluan affectionately. The voice was low and gentle. Hongluan, I prepared this jade pendant for you. It will protect you for me. No matter when and where, as long as you wear it, it will be like I am guarding you by your side. It will protect you from all dangers and keep you safe forever. Lu Hongluan looked at the jade pendant with amazement in her eyes. This jade pendant is so beautiful. She is also a person who has seen the world. But she has never seen such a crystal clear jade. It is absolutely priceless. It is more than tens of millions. Mr. Xu, no, Brother Hao, this is too expensive, I can't accept it. Xu Hao waved his hand and said. What's so expensive about this? You are willing to follow me, and I have done you a great favor. Grab Lu Hongluan's hand. Put the jade pendant in her hand. Lu Hongluan was moved to tears. Xu Hao was really good to her for giving her such a precious jade pendant. Xu Hao took the opportunity to hug her in his arms. Look directly into her eyes. Hongluan, you are so beautiful. Lu Hongluan was a little shy, but she was also happy in her heart. But, she was not allowed to say anything. Her mouth was blocked. Xu Hao began to do whatever he wanted. The temperature in the room gradually rose. It was destined to be another sleepless night. The sun was high in the sky. The sun shone into the room through the gaps in the curtains. Lu Hongluan lay on the bed. I had to take a day off today. Don't ask why. The answer is that Xu Hao is too good. It was almost noon. Lu Hongluan got up tiredly. Brother Wu, please forgive me, I still have to cook. Xu Hao was relentless. He let her go after another round of harassment. Lu Hongluan came to the kitchen and started to get busy. There was a warm feeling of a family. But at this time, there was a bang bang knock on the door. Xu Hao went to open the door. A young figure stood outside the door. If not Lu Ming, who else could it be? Since he knew that his aunt and Xu Hao were together, Lu Ming felt like the sky had fallen. He was in a state of despair all day, feeling deeply guilty. He felt that it was all because of him. That was why Xu Hao succeeded in getting his aunt. He felt like a knife was cutting his heart during this period. Today, he finally mustered up the courage to come to his aunt. Xu Hao was not a good person. He must let his aunt leave him. Click. The door opened. Seeing that it was Xu Hao who opened the door, Lu Ming was stunned. Blurred out. Why is it you? Xu Hao smiled and said slowly. It's Xiao Ming, come to see your aunt. Is there something wrong? Looking at that smiling face, the more Lu Ming looked at it, the more it looked like a smug smile after taking down his aunt. As if shrouded in a shadow, his face was extremely ugly. Brother Wu, who is it? The voice of Lu Hongluan came from the kitchen. The relationship with Xu Hao became close again. She even forgot that their identities could not be exposed. After she finished speaking, she felt something was wrong and her face turned pale. Fortunately, Xu Hao's voice came at this time. It's classmate Lu Ming who is here. Lu Hongluan breathed a sigh of relief. This nephew knew about her relationship with Xu Hao. It would be fine if it was him. At the door, Lu Ming felt a sharp pain in his heart when he heard his aunt's intimate name for Xu Hao. It was as if there were thousands of ants gnawing at him. He stared at Xu Hao with his eyes fixed, gritting his teeth. Xu Hao, now, immediately, leave my aunt. It was like squeezing out from between his teeth. Xu Hao raised his eyebrows. A puzzled expression appeared. Why? Lu Ming glared at Xu Hao and lowered his voice. You obviously already have a family and so many women, you can't give my aunt happiness at all. You will only ruin her reputation and make her fall into ruin. Xu Hao shook his head and said calmly. You don't understand. The relationship between your aunt and I is not something you can understand. I will do my best to give her happiness. Your so-called happiness is to let her bear the stigma. Have you ever thought about her feelings? She is the head of a school. If people know that she is with a married man, how can she gain a foothold in the school in the future? Lu Ming retorted emotionally. Xu Hao didn't care. I won't let anyone hurt her. I promise to handle everything and let her be with me at ease. What can you guarantee? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have a few stinky money? Xiao Ming, your aunt and I are in true love, and my feelings for Hong Luan are real. Looking at Xu Hao's smug smile, Lu Ming's eyes widened. True love. Don't you think it's ironic? You have so many daughters. There are so many women out there. I know Li Shanyu and Mu Zijin. They both gave birth to your children. You say it's true love. Xu Hao laughed jokingly. You don't understand. I am loving everyone. I just love a lot of people, but my love for everyone is the same. Lu Ming was so angry that he trembled all over. I don't give a damn about your philanthropy. Don't harm my aunt if you harm others. You must leave her. If you don't leave, I will tell your daughter and wife that you have a woman outside. See how you explain it to them. I will also publish it on the internet. Single quote. Xu Hao said without fear, shrugging his shoulders. I am a businessman. These reputations have little impact on me. At most, they will say that I am a playboy. But your aunt is different. If people knew that she and I had an affair, I'm afraid it would have a big impact. Lu Ming was stunned. He looked at Xu Hao in disbelief. He didn't hear the words of "Okay Zhao" wrong. Xu Hao was threatening him with his aunt. Cruel. Too cruel. After all, his aunt was also his woman. He actually threatened himself with her. Is he still human? Ding Lu Ming was furious, emotional value plus 1000. Listening to the prompt in his mind, Chen Hao looked playful. Lu Hongluan gently picked up food for Xu Hao. She saw Xu Hao and Lu Ming standing at the door. Xiao Ming, let's go, let's eat together in the house. Lu Ming had a gloomy face. It tastes really good, Hongluan, your cooking skills are getting better and better. The atmosphere was a little awkward. While eating, he opened his mouth several times, but didn't know what to say. Xu Hao didn't care and walked into the house first. Aunt, do you really want to be with him? It won't be long before we can log off the line. What are you doing standing at the door? Come in. Lu Ming was worried. Finally, he couldn't help but say. Brother Wu, try this, I made it specially. She showed the image of a good wife and mother. She couldn't help but be stunned. He stood there without saying a word. Aunt, he already has a family and so many women. If you do this, people will point fingers at you. She frowned and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Hongluan was startled and put down the chopsticks in her hand. He said to Lu Ming. Lu Ming hesitated for a moment and followed him in. Xu Hao smiled and turned around, as if nothing had happened. His eyes fell on Lu Ming's head. She brought out delicious dishes from the kitchen. She was silent for a long time, and finally raised her head. Xiao Ming, why did you bring up this topic again? There was not much luck left. Lu Ming looked at the intimacy between the two of them, and felt even more uncomfortable. Lu Hongluan's face froze. Xu Hao nodded, picked up the food and put it in his mouth, praising. The three of them sat down at the dining table. Lu Hongluan finally finished cooking. The face that was just full of happiness suddenly dimmed. Chapter 385, The Good Daughter Who Protects Her Father. Living together and flying together. The harem competes for favor. Lu Hongluan spoke slowly. Xiao Ming, Auntie knows that this is wrong, but Auntie really loves him. Don't expose this matter, Auntie begs you. Seeing that Auntie was begging for help in order to be with Xu Hao, Lu now felt sad. He was angry and anxious. Auntie, why are you so confused? You will ruin yourself like this. Lu Hongluan frowned. Just tell me whether you will help me or not. Lu Ming fell silent, and finally said. I won't tell this matter. Auntie has paid a lot for their family. Now that Auntie asks him for help, how can he not help? Xu Hao spoke at this time. Don't worry, Xiao Ming, I will protect your aunt and won't let her get hurt. Lu Ming snorted coldly and said disdainfully, what guarantee do you have? Do you think you have money? Xu Hao smiled slightly, I don't rely on guarantees, I will prove it with my actions. I will give Hongluan a bright future. Hearing this, Hongluan was deeply moved. She knew Xu Hao was very responsible. Since he said such a thing, he would definitely do it. Lu Ming was vomiting blood in his heart. Seeing his aunt getting deeper and deeper, he was overwhelmed with emotions. Ding Lu Ming was extremely anxious, emotional value plus 999. After dinner, Lu Hongluan was going to work at the school. Seeing his aunt always with Xu Hao. This made Lu Ming have a lot of things to say, but he could only hold them in his heart and could not tell them. He could only find another opportunity next time. Lu Ming walked down the street in a daze, his steps heavy. Various images kept appearing in his mind. Unconsciously, he actually walked to the school gate. Looking at those students with energetic faces who came in and out of the school at will, Lu Ming was distracted for a while. Once upon a time, he was also one of them. But because he was calculated by his senior sister. Due to the pressure of the fisherman's theory, the school had to expel him. Passing by the school, Lu Ming couldn't help but think of the principal's aunt Lu Hongluan. Every time he thought of the kind and gentle aunt, in Xu Hao, that B** starred. His heart ached so much that he was about to suffocate. Lu Ming wandered around the school. He stayed there for the whole afternoon. He didn't walk back until his stomach started to growl. When passing by a residential area, a figure attracted Lu Ming's attention. He stopped unconsciously. That was Li Shanyu. Different from the image of a cold school beauty in school. At this time, she was holding a little girl in her arms, with a loving expression on her face. The little girl waved her chubby little hands. Li Shanyu coaxed her softly. She pinched the little girl's cheeks. The little girl giggled. When Lu Ming saw this scene, he felt very complicated. He wanted to turn around and leave. But his feet were rooted and couldn't move. After all, Ji Shanyu was his goddess in both lives. The first thing he did after his rebirth was to confess his love to her. It was a pity that she had already had a child with someone else. Just as Lu Ming was stunned, a familiar figure walked out of the community. He looked closely. Who else could it be but Bai Yugong Mu Zijin? Lu Ming was stunned. These two are Xu Hao's women. And both of them gave birth to children for Xu Hao. Should they be like fire and water, competing for favor in the harem? Why are they talking and laughing? Mu Zijin walked out of the community, and she was holding a delicate little girl in her arms. It was her daughter Xu Zhangjia. Xu Zhangjia is cute. She has a pair of clear eyes like a spring. She is as smart and gentle as her mother. Not far away, Li Shanyu was also standing there with Xiao Yi. When the two little girls saw each other, their eyes lit up instantly. They walked excitedly with their short legs and came together to play. Xiao Zhangjia is as gentle as water. Xiao Yi has a hint of sweetness. She raised her little head and said, "Sister, let me show you the jade pendant that my father gave me." As she spoke, she raised her little hand high. A delicate jade pendant, shining warmly in the sun. Little Zhangjia was not to be outdone. She quickly took out her own jade pendant from her little pocket. She said in a baby voice, "Sister, I have one too. The jade pendant that my father gave me is so beautiful." The two little girls chattered about the gift that Xu Hao gave them, their faces full of joy. Mu Zijin and Li Shanyu stood aside, watching the children playing quietly. Mu Zijin's eyes were full of tenderness and happiness. She said softly, "Seeing the children so happy, it really feels like everything is beautiful." Li Shanyu smiled in response. "Yes, they are like little angels. We are lucky to have such a lovely daughter." Li Shanyu looked at the children playing happily. After a pause, she continued, "But sometimes, I also worry about their future." Mu Zijin asked in surprise. "Why do you say that? They have a good father, and I believe Uncle Xu will give them the best care and education to help them grow up." Li Shanyu shook her head gently. There was a little more worry in her expression. "That's not what I meant. Of course, I believe Uncle Xu. It's just, have you forgotten that Xu Hao has other women? Haven't you seen but not heard of the cruelty of the rich fighting for favor?" Mu Zijin was also a little flustered when she heard this. "I did hear about fighting for the family property. The fight was so tragic." She frowned slightly. "Indeed, I haven't thought about this before. What do you think we should do?" Li Shanyu looked at her firmly. "So we need to form an alliance to deal with those possible blows together. Even if not for ourselves, we have to do it for the children. We can't let the children live in an unstable environment. We are in the same high school and university, and we both gave birth to children for Uncle Xu. We have a lot of advantages and are the best alliance." Mu Zijin looked at Li Shanyu. She knew that what Li Shanyu said made sense. For the sake of the children, they must be brave. She nodded heavily. "You are right, let's work together for the sake of the children." Li Shanyu also nodded. So, after Li Shanyu learned about the relationship between Mu Zijin and Xu Hao from Lu Ming, she wanted to form an alliance with this classmate. Xu Hao has many women. Only by forming an alliance can Xu Hao get more attention. During this period of time, she has been building a good relationship with Mu Zijin. After meeting many times, they are no longer strangers. The reason they met again today, it was because Xu Hao heard about them, invited to have dinner together. This surprised the two women. They felt that the strategy of the alliance was right. The two of them looked at the children again. Xiao Yi and Xiao Zhangjia were happily fiddling with the jade pendants in their hands. Their innocent smiles seemed to melt everything. Li Shanyu smiled and said, "I really hope they can be happy like this forever." Mu Zijin also sighed. "Yes, we must protect their happiness. No matter what difficulties we encounter, we must work together." At this time, the sunset brought a touch of warmth. The warm picture seemed to be frozen in time. It became a beautiful painting. Not far away, Lu Ming stood there with a blank look in his eyes. Just then, two little guys came over here, laughing and playing. Little Yi and little Zhangjia chased each other. They were about to rush to the road. Li Shanyu and Mu Zijin were shocked and ran over. Li Shanyu picked up little Yi. He said seriously, "Yi, don't run around. The road is so dangerous. What will mom do if you meet a bad uncle who kidnaps you?" Mu Zijin also hugged little Zhangjia tightly. He whispered softly, "Zhangjia, be good, don't cross the road randomly, it's too dangerous." The little ones nodded, not quite understanding. Although they are very smart. They can talk, walk and run before they are 1 year old. But they are still young after all. They don't fully understand the concept of these dangers. Li Shanyu had just finished educating her daughter. When she looked up, she saw Lu Ming not far away. "Why are you here?" She frowned instantly. She thought this guy came to her again and said bad things about Xu Hao. Mu Zijin and the two little ones also looked in the direction of Lu Ming. Little Yi tilted her little head and asked curiously, "Is he the bad uncle?" Lu Ming's mouth twitched. He said a little embarrassedly, I just happened to pass by, what are you doing?" Little Zhangjia blinked her big eyes. She answered honestly and well behaved, "We are waiting for Dad." Her face was full of happy smiles as she was about to see Xu Hao. "I can see my dad again." Xiao Yi also smiled. "Yes, Dad will be here soon." Lu Ming was completely dumbfounded. Of course he knew who the father of the two little guys was. Xu Hao. Looking at Li Shanyu and Mu Zijin in disbelief. The mood was extremely complicated. The goddess and the white moonlight not only knew that the other was Xu Hao's woman. They were still talking and laughing together. They were even preparing to go out with Xu Hao. This was simply a blatant harem. The concubines in the harem were getting along so happily. Both women were beyond his reach. When he thought that they might live together with Xu Hao, Lu Ming felt that he was almost unable to breathe. Thinking of his aunt, she was also harmed by Xu Hao. The anger rose at this moment. Lu Ming took a deep breath. He said with heartache, "Why are you so cruel to yourselves?" Li Shanyu and Mu Zijin looked at him in confusion. "Zero, please give me flowers." Lu Ming continued, "You all know Xu Hao has a lot of women, right?" Li Shanyu said unkindly, "So what if he knows?" Lu Ming was choked. This admission is too frank, isn't it? But he still said unwillingly, "I won't talk about other women. I don't know if you know that my aunt is the president of Magic City University, Luhongluan." Mu Zijin asked puzzledly, "What do you want to say?" Li Shanyu didn't understand what Lu Ming wanted to say. Who doesn't know that Lu Hongluan is the president? She is very beautiful and has a good temperament. She is called the most beautiful president. I saw the news not long ago and learned that Lu Ming and Lu Hongluan have this relationship. But so what? What does it have to do with them? Lu Ming said angrily, "Xu Hao cheated on my aunt and got together. I went to see my aunt at noon today, and Xu Hao was in her." Li Shanyu and Mu Zijin looked at each other. There was a hint of surprise in their eyes. Their first reaction was that they had one more competitor. And this person was the principal of their school. He was very powerful. Then, they carefully examined Lu Ming's words. Li Shanyu said unhappily, "Don't talk nonsense. What evidence do you have to prove that Uncle Xu cheated your aunt?" Lu Ming was speechless for a moment. "It's really hard to say. If you want to say it's cheating, it seems that it's not true. Aunt fell into Fang Xiao's trap, and it was Xu Hao who saved her. If you want to blame, it's because he borrowed money. It made Aunt desperate and went to Fang Xiao for help. But if you say it's not cheating, Aunt is such a shrewd person. Now she is like a little woman in front of Xu Hao. It's abnormal no matter how you look at it. Seeing Lu Ming speechless, Li Shanyu sneered. You can't tell. You want to frame Uncle Xu, but you can't even produce a little evidence. Lu Ming said hurriedly, although I don't have evidence, my aunt must have been deceived by Xu Hao, otherwise she wouldn't be with him. He also knew that this reason was untenable. He quickly changed the subject. Let's not talk about how Xu Hao deceived my aunt, just say that Xu Hao is such a philandering old man who falls in love with every woman he meets. Not long ago, I saw 3 women with him. This is just what I saw. There are more that I didn't see. Just think about how many there are. Are you happy with Xu Hao? Lu Ming finished speaking in one breath, and his mood was relieved a lot. Result. Mu Zijin's words almost choked him to death. Ah, there is still a 3-person alliance. Shanyu, if we join forces, won't we be too weak? Li Shanyu also nodded solemnly. Lu Ming was crazy. Hey, is this the focus of your attention? The focus is that Xu has many women, not the palace fights of forming cliques and factions. Li Shanyu glanced at Lu Ming and said. Then what do you think we should focus on? Uncle Xu is very good to us, and we love him, that's enough. As for how many women he has, so what? This is our own will. Mu Zijin also echoed. Yes, we just need to live our lives well and take good care of the children. Lu Ming stamped his feet in anger. How can you be so confused? Xu Hao is not a good person at all. He is just playing with your feelings. Li Shanyu said disdainfully. You don't know Uncle Xu, so why do you say that? In my eyes, Uncle Chen is the best person in the world. Mu Zijin also said firmly. That's right, we believe in Uncle Xu. Seeing them like this, Lu Ming was disappointed, but he could do nothing about it. Listening to the conversation between several people, the 2 little guys finally understood. The uncle in front of them was actually saying bad things about their father. Xiao Yi was so angry that her cheeks bulged. Waving her little fists, she retorted in a baby voice. You are a bad uncle, don't say bad things about my father. My father is the best father in the world. Xiao Zhangjia was not to be outdone. Staring with round eyes, she said crisply. Yes, my dad is very good, not like what you said. Li Shanyu and Mu Zijin watched their daughters defend Xu Hao. They were relieved and moved. Li Shanyu touched Xiao Yi's head. Yi is great, she knows how to protect her dad. Mu Zijin also smiled and said to Xiao Zhangjia, Zhangjia is so good, Dad will be very happy to know that you love him so much. Xiao Yi raised her little head. I will protect my dad like my dad protects us in the future. Xiao Zhangjia also nodded vigorously. I want to, too, no one can say bad things about my dad. The 2 little guys looked serious. It was as if they had turned into little warriors to protect their dad, and they loved him very much. Seeing them defending Xu Hao, Lu Ming was even more depressed. At this time, a car drove up and stopped in front of the few people. Xu Hao got out of the car and asked with a smile, what are you talking about? Chapter 386, Hugs on Both Sides. The protagonist suffers from mental illness. Daughter's kiss. The moment he saw Xu Hao, Li Shanyu and Mu Zijin showed joy on their faces. The little ones in their arms shouted excitedly. Daddy, hold me. Xu Hao smiled and stretched out his hands. One in each hand, he held Xiao Yi and Xiao Zhangjia in his arms. Xu Hao teased the 2 daughters with a doting face. Do you miss Daddy? Xiao Yi answered in a baby voice. Yes. Xiao Zhangjia also said. Daddy, I miss you too. Xu Hao continued. Doesn't that mean something? The 2 little ones are well behaved and cute. Immediately kissed Xu Hao on both cheeks. So good. Praised the 2 daughters. Xu Hao looked at Li Shanyu and Mu Zijin and said. Get in the car. After the 2 women got on the car, just when Xu Hao was about to get on the car, Lu Ming, who had been watching from the side, couldn't stand it anymore. He said angrily, Xu Hao, you said you love my aunt, is this how you show your love? You were with my aunt at noon, and you came to find another woman in the afternoon. Xu Hao turned around, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. I've said that I'm loving everyone, I can't ignore other lovers because of your aunt. Lu Ming was so angry that he was shaking all over. He pointed at Xu Hao and couldn't speak. At this time, Xu Hao noticed that the luck halo above Lu Ming's head was shaking. It had been harvested and there was little left. He suddenly moved. It's time to deal with this guy. We will catch him and interrogate him later. Lu Ming is a reborn person. He should know a lot of things. A thought gradually rose in his mind. Xu Hao looked directly into Lu Ming's eyes. Start God-level hypnosis. Lu Ming is just an ordinary person. Because of the rebirth, his spirit may be a little bit stronger. But it is limited. It should be easy to hypnotize. Just don't know if his protagonist halo has not disappeared yet, will it have any impact? But it's no big deal. Xu Hao's eyes became deep and mysterious. Lu Ming glared at Xu Hao at first. But gradually, his eyes became confused. After a while, the hypnosis ended. Xu Hao got into the car as if nothing had happened. Then the car drove away slowly. Ding 01. Lu Ming was furious, emotional value plus 1000. The lights were on. Xu Hao was having dinner with Li Shanyu, musician and their two lovely daughters in the restaurant. At this time, Lu Ming. He was dragging his tired steps and walking into an alley. It was not far from his home. Just when he was about to get home, a few people passed by. These people also lived nearby. Lu Ming's affairs were a hot topic on the internet, and people often came to collect debts. Of course, they were not unfamiliar with it. He molested a senior sister, owed money and didn't pay it back, and was also cyberbullied. Hey, isn't this Lu Ming, the wretched guy who molested a senior sister? One of them said sarcastically. Haha, I didn't expect him to have the nerve to show up here. Another person also laughed. He doesn't pay back the money he owes, and he wants his family to bear the responsibility. This kind of person is really tasteless. The third person also joined the mocking team. When Lu Ming heard these words, his eyes flashed. The anger was instantly ignited. The expression became ferocious. Without saying a word, he rushed towards these people. Shut up! Lu Ming roared. He punched and kicked several people. Someone is beating someone, someone is beating someone. Someone noticed the abnormal situation here. Hurry up and shout loudly and call the police. Not long after, the police arrived at the scene. The few people who started to mock were all knocked to the ground by Lu Ming, groaning in pain. The police hurried forward to control Lu Ming. Seeing that the police were going to catch him, Lu Ming did not surrender, but chose to resist and wanted to escape. Stop! Don't run! The police shouted. How could Lu Ming escape from the well-trained police? A moment later, he was arrested. But even if he was caught, Lu Ming still resisted. Two police officers controlled him with force. When Lu's father and mother learned that their son had beaten someone, they were extremely anxious. Hurry to the police station. In the police station, Lu Ming was handcuffed, with his head down, and said nothing. Lu's father and mother hurried forward to ask what was going on. Don't come over. The police stopped them. Officer, what happened to my son? Father Lu asked anxiously. The police said hesitantly. Does your son have any mental disorder? Mental disorder? Isn't that mental illness? How could our son be mentally ill? Mother Lu said emotionally. It's like this. The police began to explain. Because these people said some ugly words, your son rushed up and beat them. Seeing our police officers still want to escape, and resisting all the way, it seems that his mental state is not right, and he doesn't listen to anything. What? Father Lu and Mother Lu were shocked. Our son has always had a good character and has never fought with anyone. How could he suddenly hit someone? Father Lu was full of doubts. The old couple thought of what they had experienced during this period. Lu Ming has been silent and his mental state is very bad. Is it possible that he had mental problems during this period? But they didn't want to believe it. The police asked them to wait here. He went to bring Lu Ming over. When the police officer approached Lu Ming suddenly shouted with a ferocious face. Get out, if you come again, I will beat you to death. Both Lu's father and mother were frightened. At this time, Lu Ming made them feel very unfamiliar. Is he really mentally ill? Lu Ming was handcuffed at this time. What kind of storm could he stir up? He was handcuffed by the police officer and brought to Lu's father and mother. Seeing Lu Ming's ferocious appearance, Lu's father and mother were heartbroken. Xiao Ming, what's wrong with you? I'm your mother, don't you remember me? Don't scare your mother. Lu's mother's voice was crying, and her eyes were red. Tears rolled in her eyes. Xiao Ming, what happened? Lu's father also asked anxiously, his face full of concern. Mom and Dad. Lu Ming was shocked. His chaotic thoughts seemed to be illuminated by a ray of light. He gradually regained consciousness. He blurted out and asked, Mom and Dad, why are you here? Lu's father and mother breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Ming still remembered that they good. But when they thought of Lu Ming's actions just now, their hearts were lifted again. The fact that Lu Ming still remembered them did not mean that he was not sick. Maybe he was just not that sick. Lu Ming's scary look just now. It really made them feel uneasy. Why did we come here? Don't you know? Father Lu frowned. Could it be that when a mental illness attacks, one will lose memory? Lu Ming was puzzled. The next moment, the experiences during this period of time flooded into his mind. Like a tide. Those guys mocked him. He was in a bad mood. He rushed up and beat the man. When the police came to arrest him, he did not cooperate. That's why they thought he had mental problems. Lu Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and explained. Mom and Dad, I'm sorry to bother you. This is a misunderstanding. I'm not mentally ill, I'm just in a bad mood. However, Lu's mother didn't believe it at all. The police officer next to her said. Generally, mentally ill people will say that they are not mentally ill. Anyway, don't think about leaving before you have a thorough examination. After a pause, he looked at Lu's father and mother again. It's too dangerous to release your son in this state. I hope you can understand. Father Lu and Mother Lu can understand the police officer's concerns. What if Lu Ming breaks out in that state again after he gets out? Wouldn't that harm other people? The police officer asked again. To check your son, do you want to find a doctor yourself or find a doctor in our bureau? Some people were not confident in the doctors in the bureau and said they would find a better doctor. They also expressed their understanding. Father Lu and Mother Lu looked at each other. They didn't know any doctors. Mother Lu suddenly thought of Lu Hongluan. Hongluan is the principal and knows many people. She can find someone to help. Father Lu nodded in agreement. Lu Ming quit. What are you doing? I'm really not sick. What's the point of my doctor? Father Lu said earnestly. Zhao Ming, you have been cyberbullied twice. You must be under a lot of pressure in your heart. It's our fault that we didn't pay much attention to you during this period. You don't have to worry. If the doctor finds anything, we will cure you. Quote, while the condition is not serious now, we should cure it as soon as possible so that we can rest assured. Lu Ming was moved by his father's words. But he is really not sick. Whether he is sick or not, he doesn't know it himself. Dad, I am really not sick. Lu Ming said helplessly. Well, whether I am sick or not, we will know after the doctor comes to see me. At this time, he accompanied his mother to the board. Not long after, Lu Hongluan also came. There was also a doctor with him. After Lu's mother called to explain the reason, Lu Hongying went to pick him up. Lu Hongluan introduced. This is Zhang Zheng, an authoritative professor in the field of mental illness in our Magic City. He is the deputy director of Qingshan Mental Hospital. Lu's father and mother hurriedly greeted him. Hello, Dr. Zhang. Dr. Zhang nodded slightly. After a simple greeting, he waved his hand. Two male assistants took out the inspection tools. After all, they were dealing with mental illness. Female nurses can't hold people down. Looking at this situation, Lu Ming's mouth twitched. I'm not sick, Aunt, believe me, I'm really not sick. Dr. Zhang smiled and comforted. Young man, don't get excited. They have plenty of ways to deal with mental illness. Don't be anxious, don't go against the patient, just follow his wishes. Dr. Zhang, you must check carefully, we are all worried to death. Mother Lu said anxiously. Don't worry, we are professionals and will check carefully. In the police station, the atmosphere was tense and depressing. Dr. Zhang began to examine Lu Ming seriously. In fact, he was just pretending. Because of the result of the disease, he received a call from Xu Hao long after Lu Hongluan contacted him. He was hypnotized by Xu Hao through the phone. This is the power of God-level hypnosis. Dr. Zhang pretended to fiddle with the examination equipment, while thinking secretly about Xu Hao's explanation. As the examination progressed, his face gradually became solemn. Finally, he put down the examination equipment. He looked solemnly at Lu's father and mother, as well as Lu Hongluan. Said seriously, after my careful examination, it is a typical manic psychosis. Boom. Lu's father and mother only felt a buzzing in their brains. The thing they were most worried about still happened. Mother Lu said with a trembling voice. Dr. Zhang, are you sure it's a mental illness? Could it be a mistake? Dr. Zhang shook his head. From his behavior and the results of the examination, it is indeed a symptom of manic psychosis. Lu Hongluan was also shocked. She could not accept this result for a while. How could this happen? Lu Ming usually looks normal. Impossible. Lu Ming yelled. I am not mentally ill. You must have checked wrong, or you are framing me. He stared at Dr. Zhang, his eyes red and his face full of anger. Obviously he is not sick, but he is labeled as a mental patient. Who can stand it? Lu Ming struggled to rush to Dr. Zhang. If he was not handcuffed and controlled by the police, how could he go to a mental hospital? His two lovely daughters sat in his arms. The police station had finished the interrogation early, and then cooperated with the doctor to send Lu Ming to Qingshan Mental Hospital. Looking forward to the good show, they begged Dr. Zhang. Lu Ming shouted in horror. Doctor. Zhang pointed at him and said at the right time. You can't do this to me, I'm not sick. We can't let the patient continue to have an attack, otherwise it will worsen the condition. Let's calm him down first. The moment the handcuffs were taken off, they quickly controlled Lu Ming. Lu Ming resisted strongly. Combined with the name of Dr. Zhang, Lu's father and mother had to believe it. Dr. Zhang took out a syringe. After a while, Lu Ming became listless. Dr. Zhang, we want to stay and accompany you. Dr. Zhang stopped him. The hospital has its own rules. You can't accompany him. You can find time to visit him. Father and Mother Lu were disappointed. After some arrangements, Father Lu paid the money. Before leaving, Father and Mother Lu and Lu Hongluan comforted Lu Jiming. Father and Mother Lu asked him to treat his illness well and would come to see him. Lu Hongluan also said, Lu Ming, cooperate with the treatment well, we will wait for you to get better. Lu Ming was weak. There were thousands of words in his heart, but he was too weak to say them. He could only watch his parents and aunt go away. This feeling of being treated as a mental patient when you are not sick. Those who have experienced it know it. It is really more uncomfortable than killing him. Ding Lu Ming is furious. Emotional value plus 1000. Ding Lu Ming's mentality exploded. Emotional value plus 1001 in the dim movie theater. The lights gradually dimmed and the movie was about to start. Xu Hao sat in the middle, with Li Shanyu and Mu Zijin on his left and right. He would definitely rush up and smash the head of this shitty doctor. Seeing Lu Ming like this. Originally, Lu Ming had hit someone, so the process would not be over so quickly. You see, this is the state of manic psychosis. The patient is emotional, does not admit that he is sick, and is full of hostility towards the doctor. The main reason was that he felt that something was wrong. But who made the other party a mental patient? He was not sick. Mother Lu said, Dr. Zhang, can my son's disease be cured? You must save my son on 517. Dr. Zhang looked solemn. It's not too serious now, it can be cured, but he must be admitted to the hospital as soon as possible and treated with drugs. Father Lu said hurriedly, then arrange it quickly, as long as my son can be cured, anything is fine. Mother Lu also nodded repeatedly, the sooner the better, we will send him to the hospital today. Lu Ming was furious when he heard the whole process. Mom and Dad, you have been deceived by him. I am not mentally ill, I will not go to a mental hospital. Father Lu said helplessly, Xiao Ming, stop making trouble and listen to the doctor. Lu Ming roared, this doctor is definitely problematic. I really don't have any mental illness. Looking at his appearance, how can he look like he is not sick? Father Lu and Mother Lu were very distressed. Mother Lu said, Xiao Ming, we are all for your own good. I hope you can be cured as soon as possible. However, the security guards of the mental hospital had been waiting. Wouldn't he be at the mercy of others after entering? Lu's father and mother breathed a sigh of relief. With the injection. Chapter 387, Wonderful Nightlife with Two Girls. The truth is out. Shy. A message alert came from the phone. Xu Hao picked up the phone and took a look. The screen showed news about Lu Ming. He has been locked up in a mental hospital. Xu Hao smiled. Everything is under control. Li Shanyu saw Xu Hao's actions and said sensibly, Uncle Xu, is there anything about work? Why don't you go and do it first? Mu Zijin also said hurriedly. Yes, Uncle Xu, if the work is important, you should go and deal with it first, don't let us delay the work. Xu Hao smiled slightly. He put his arms around their waists on the left and right. Work is not as important as accompanying you. You are what I care about most now. The two girls were deeply moved. Uncle Xu, you are so nice. As time passed, in the theater, the lights came on. The movie ended. Li Shanyu blinked. He turned to look at Xu Hao. Uncle Xu, thank you for watching the movie with us. Mu Zijin held her daughter Xiao Zhangjia. She also said after hearing this. Yes, it feels very relaxing to watch a movie with Uncle Xu. Xu Hao said with a smile. As long as you like it. The 5 people left the cinema. Li Shanyu looked at her daughter Xiao Yi in her arms and said. Uncle Xu, should we go back? The babies may be hungry. Their mothers are at home and usually help take care of the children. It is not convenient to go back together. They have reached an alliance and are willing to serve Xu Hao together. But their mothers don't know. They will definitely not agree. This means that they have to separate. Li Shanyu and Mu Zijin both showed reluctance. Li Shanyu took Xu Hao's arm. But Uncle Xu, I don't want to leave you so soon. Mu Zijin bit her lip. Me too, Uncle Xu, can we stay a little longer? Seeing their expectant eyes, Xu Hao's heart moved and said with a smile. I'll take you to a place. Xu Hao brought Li Shanyu, Mu Zijin and their 2 daughters. They came to a nearby villa. This villa is owned by a real estate company under the Xu Group. Although it is an empty house, it is fully furnished. You can move in at any time. The 5 people walked into the villa. Xiao Zhangjia and Xiao Yi looked around curiously. Xu Hao looked at his 2 lovely daughters. He took out the prepared gift, delicious fresh milk. This is also a good thing drawn from the system. Xiao Zhangjia and Xiao Yi were so happy to see the gift that they danced with joy. Dad, this is to be drunk. Xiao Zhangjia drank a sip of fresh milk and said happily. Xiao Yi nodded. 113 inches Dad, I like it. The 2 little girls ran around in the villa and had a lot of fun. Xu Hao, Li Shanyu and Mu Zijin sat on the sofa. Watching them play, a happy smile appeared on his face. After a while, the 2 little girls were tired of playing. They leaned on Xu Hao's arms and fell asleep. Xu Hao put them on the bed and covered them with a quilt. Then, he looked at Li Shanyu and Mu Zijin again. The 2 girls blushed with shame. Xu Hao walked to them. The children are asleep. Let's relax too. Li Shanyu said with a red face. Uncle Xu, what do you want to do? Xu Hao put his arm around their shoulders. What do you think? The nightlife has just begun. Ding Li Shanyu blushed, emotional value plus 666. Ding Mu Zijin was flustered, emotional value plus 666. They are all people who have given birth to children. Normally, they wouldn't be so shy. But who made one more person today? They were a little embarrassed. But it doesn't matter. Xu Hao will teach them. The next day, the breeze blew gently, bringing a touch of Beijing. Xu Hao sent Li Shanyu and Lu Hongluan home. Sitting in the car, Xu Hao tapped the armrest with his fingers. After thinking for a moment, he picked up the phone and called Lu Hongluan. Ding-ling-a-ling ding-ling-a-ling ding-ling-a-ling. The phone rang. Lu Hongluan was in the living room of the Lu family, comforting Lu's father and mother. Hearing the phone ring, she picked up the phone and looked. It was Xu Hao calling. She suddenly felt nervous. Xu Hao pretended to be puzzled and asked. Hongluan, why are you not in school? Did something happen? Lu Hongluan sighed. Xu Hao, I'm at Lu's house. Something happened to Lu Ming. I'm here to comfort my brother and sister-in-law. Immediately told him about Lu Ming's diagnosis of mental illness. Xu Hao pretended to be surprised. What? Wasn't Lu Ming fine yesterday? How could this happen? Lu Hongluan said helplessly. Lu Ming is now in a mental hospital. My brother and sister-in-law are very worried about him and want to visit him. But the mental hospital has regulations that do not allow frequent visits. Xu Hao was silent for a moment and confirmed. You said your brother and sister-in-law wanted to see Lu Ming, but they couldn't go in because of the rules of the mental hospital. Lu Hongluan nodded. Yes, my parents and brother and sister-in-law are very worried about Lu Ming, but they can only worry. Xu Hao smiled and said. What's the matter? I just need to let them know. Lu Hongluan's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Think about it. With Xu Hao's identity, it would be strange if he couldn't do this. Of course, I still have some ways in this regard, and I don't want to see you anxious about this. Lu Hongluan was touched. Brother Wu, thank you. Mix. Xu Hao paused and continued, I also want to go to see Lu Ming with them. After all, I am also Xiao Ming's uncle. Hearing the word, uncle. Lu Hongluan's cheeks flushed. What are you talking about? she scolded. But there was a hint of sweetness in her eyes. Hang up the phone. Lu Hongluan told the good news to Lu's father and mother, brother, sister-in-law. Xu Hao heard about Lu Ming's situation and is willing to let us know and take us to see Lu Ming. The old couple was very surprised. Lu's father said excitedly, really? That's great, we can go to see Xiao Ming. Lu's mother nodded repeatedly, yes, Mr. Xu is such a good man. The family hurriedly prepared. Then they set off. They arrived at the gate of Qingshan Mental Hospital and waited for Xu Hao. While waiting, Father Lu and Mother Lu were worried. Father Lu said worriedly, I don't know how Lu Ming is doing now. How did this child become mentally ill? Mother Lu's eyes were slightly red. I hope he can get better soon. Lu Hongluan comforted. Brother, sister-in-law, don't worry too much. With Mr. Xu's help, we will definitely be able to see Xiao Ming. After a while, Chen Hao's car slowly drove over. When Lu Hongluan saw it, she waved her hand. Xu Hao got out of the car and smiled at the anxiously waiting Lu. Family. Sorry, I kept you waiting for so long. Father Lu said hurriedly. It's okay, Mr. Xu, I'm bothering you again. Xu Hao waved his hand. Don't be so polite, let's go in. Led by Xu Hao, they successfully entered Qingshan Mental Hospital. Along the way, the Lu family was nervous and expectant. They didn't know what Lu Ming would look like. In a dim ward, Lu Ming spent a long night in despair. His eyes were red from not sleeping all night, and his face was full of haggardness. He stared at the door and sat there motionless. I'm not sick, let me out. From last night to now, he didn't know how many times he had shouted. However, there was no response. His voice was hoarse. After receiving Xu Hao's notice, the vice president took action. He found a doctor. He handed him a syringe. He called it a sedative. It was given to Lu Ming to prevent him from messing around when he met people. In fact, it was filled with manic drugs. When he saw Lu's father and mother, he looked like a mental patient. The doctor held the syringe expressionlessly. He was followed by several burly male nurses. They walked towards Lu Ming's ward together. Lu Ming in the ward was full of anxiety. Suddenly, with a click, the door of the ward was opened. A doctor in a white coat walked in. When Lu Ming saw them, he immediately shouted excitedly. I'm not sick, let me out. The doctor's expression was calm. There was a hint of disdain in his tone. Okay, I got it, don't be so loud. Everyone who comes in Abift says that they are not sick, but in fact they are all seriously ill. Lu Ming was unwilling to quibble. I'm really not sick, you must have made a mistake. The doctor began to get impatient. He frowned and said, your family will come to see you today, I will give you an injection of sedatives to prevent you from getting sick at that time. After saying that, the doctor waved his hand. Several male nurses rushed forward quickly. They held Lu Ming firmly. Lu Ming struggled desperately and shouted. I'm not sick, you are murdering me, I'm going to call the police. But no one paid attention to him. It was as if he was just a crazy person who was making trouble for no reason. The doctor quickly gave the injection. He left the ward with the male nurses. Not long after, Lu Ming was forcibly taken to a hall. There, he saw his parents and aunt, as well as Xu Hao. In the spacious hall, everyone's eyes fell on Lu Ming. Lu Ming stood there. His eyes were red, his face was haggard, and his hair was messy. His expression was a little ferocious. Like a trapped beast. Seeing Lu Ming's appearance at this time, Lu's father and mother were distressed. Tears burst out of her eyes, and Lu's mother trembled in her voice. Distressed. Xiao Ming, what's wrong with you? How did you become like this? Dean Zhongfu was also present at this time. He sighed and said, alas, he has been refusing to cooperate with our treatment, which makes us very embarrassed. We are also for his own good, but he just won't listen. Lu Ming's eyes were wide open. Staring at Vice Dean Zhang, he shouted loudly. I'm not sick, you locked me up here, why should I cooperate? I don't need any treatment at all. Vice Dean Zhang spread his hands helplessly. Said to Lu Ming's parents. You see, it's like this. Every time we want to treat him, he strongly resists, and we can't do anything. Lu Ming emphasized again. I'm not sick. You are wronging me. But, look at Lu Ming's current state. It's hard to believe that he is not sick. Father Lu's face was full of worry. He stepped forward and said earnestly. Xiao Ming, you just stay here and take good care of yourself. Don't worry about anything else. We will visit you often. Mother Lu also nodded quickly. She wiped her tears and said, "Yes, Xiaoming, listen to your father and cooperate with the doctor's treatment. Get well soon, and our family can be together happily again." Lu Hongluan, Lu Ming's aunt, also stepped forward to persuade. "Xiaoming, don't be willful, the doctors here are professional, they will definitely cure you." Xu Hao followed with a few hypocritical persuasion. "Student Lu Ming, just rest assured to recuperate. Everyone is doing this for your own good, don't let everyone down." Lu Ming listened to their words, his heart full of anger and grievances. It felt like he had fallen into a bottomless abyss, and he couldn't climb out no matter how hard he struggled. This feeling of being unable to defend himself almost made him collapse. "I'm really not sick. Why don't you believe me?" "Why?" Father Lu frowned. His tone was also a little harsher. "Xiaoming, stop making trouble. You are in this state now, we are very worried, just listen and take good care of yourself." Lu Ming said angrily. "You have all been deceived by them. They are hurting me." Lu's mother cried. "Xiaoming, stop talking, take good care of yourself, we will wait for you to get better." Seeing that his relatives did not believe him, Lu Ming wanted to die. Ding Lu Ming's mentality collapsed, emotional value plus 999. "I came to see Lu Ming today." Lu's parents are also satisfied. Although Lu Ming's appearance makes them very sad. But they have to face it. The visiting time is over. Vice Dean Zhang said. "Okay, the visiting time is up, don't affect the patient's treatment. Everyone, please leave first." At this time, Xu Hao seized the opportunity and spoke slowly. "Can I talk to classmate Lu Ming for a few words? I have read some spiritual books, and I want to say something to classmate Lu Ming, hoping to help him a little." Vice Dean Zhang looked embarrassed. His eyes swept over the people around him. His face was hesitant. "This doesn't quite comply with the regulations." Xu Hao said again. "They can leave first, I'll stay alone, I guarantee there won't be any problems." When father and mother Lu heard that Xu Hao had a way to cure their son, Lu Ming was in doubt. He always felt that something was wrong, and everything was strange. "You despicable villain, I won't let you succeed." Xu Hao said nonchalantly, "Hey, you should take care of yourself first. You don't think you can get out, do you? Don't forget, you are a mental patient." Who would let a mental patient out? Lu Ming was worried about himself at this time. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and said. He didn't have the heart to care about Xu Hao and his aunt. "Don't you believe I'm not sick?" Lu Hongluan followed him out. His face was full of doubts. "The answer is right, but unfortunately there is no reward," Lu Ming said angrily. And seeing Xu Hao at this time, Mother Lu looked at Xu Hao expectantly. He understood everything at once. "Why did you do this? I have no grudges against you." Lu Ming was so angry that he trembled all over. At this moment, Lu Ming saw Xu Hao's expression. Xu Hao said lightly. He looked at Xu Hao coldly. A flash of lightning flashed through his mind. Xu Hao snapped his fingers and chuckled. It was beyond his expectation. Click. It's you, right. You are the one who is calculating. Hope instantly ignited in their eyes. Finally, Vice President Zhang also left. Since you don't know what's good, don't blame me for being rude. He even closed the door considerately. Xu Hao actually replied. Okay, then we'll go out and wait. In the huge hall, only Xu Hao and Lu Ming were left. Then I'll leave it to President Xu. It was as if there was an invisible big hand behind him, controlling everything. No, I believe you. Father Lu nodded hurriedly. No grudges. You have always wanted to ruin the good things between me and your aunt. Is this called no grudges? Chapter 388. Squeeze out the last value. Play in the principal's office. Another marriage. Who would let a mental patient go? Lu Ming's face turned extremely ugly. He knew very well, if Xu Hao took action, he could indeed keep him here forever. The thought that he might be trapped in this place forever. The despair made his scalp tingle. Soon, he tried to calm himself down. My parents and aunt will come to visit often. Aren't you afraid that I will tell them your true face when the time comes? Xu Hao's face was full of teasing. Don't worry, you can't tell them at that time. The hospital will inject you with various psychiatric drugs to make you unconscious. It won't be long before you become a real mental patient. Looking at the smile on Xu Hao's face, Lu Ming felt like he was falling into an ice cave. This person is even more terrifying than the devil. You dare, you are committing a crime. Xu Hao didn't say anything, just looked at him with a smile. Lu Ming felt extremely heavy. Since Xu Hao dared to bring him here under the pretext of mental illness, he would not be afraid of committing a crime. And with Xu Hao's wealth, it seems that nothing can't be solved. That is to say, Xu Hao really can do such a thing. Turn him into a mental patient. Lu Ming trembled. At this time, Xu Hao was playful. Do you still remember the senior sister who framed you? Lu Ming was stunned when he heard the words. Countless pictures flashed through his mind in an instant. Then, he seemed to understand something, his pupils widened. Looking at Xu Hao in disbelief. Xu Hao nodded slightly. Yes, I arranged it. What? Lu Ming was shocked. He couldn't figure it out. He had just entered college not long ago. He didn't know the senior sister at all. Why did she frame him? Now the truth is revealed. It turns out that the black hand behind it is Xu Hao, 823. Before he could speak, Xu Hao continued to speak. There is one more thing I forgot to tell you. You borrowed money to buy a house. The street above was originally going to be demolished, but I asked to change it to the street next to it. Lu Wu's head was buzzing. If knowing that Xu Hao was the mastermind behind the senior sister's actions gave him a strong blow, then this news now is simply a clear sky. He relied on his reborn memory. He borrowed money from his classmates to buy a house. He wanted to make a fortune by taking advantage of the demolition, but it turned out that the street next to it was demolished. I can't imagine the despair. He thought there was something wrong with his reborn memory. It was Xu Hao who was playing tricks again. Lu Ming couldn't help but think of all the previous experiences. The first time, Xu Hao let the senior sister frame him. He was cyberbullied and expelled from school. The second time, he caused his family to be chased for debts, his family company went bankrupt, and he was cyberbullied again. In order to raise money for his family, his aunt went to Fangshao, and was rescued by Xu Hao. The time when my aunt went to Fangshao, was it you who did it? Xu Hao admitted generously. I arranged Fangshao. As expected, Lu Ming was trembling with anger. He couldn't accept all this. With a ferocious face, he rushed towards Xu. I will kill you. Xu Hao was disdainful. He didn't even have the intention to attack. He just released his qi and a layer of protection appeared instantly. Lu Ming seemed to hit a hard wall and fell to the ground with his head raised. Lu Ming looked at Xu Hao in shock. What is this? This world is not as simple as you think. This is called qi. Forget it, you don't know it. Calm down for me first. After saying that, the king's domineering qi was activated. The invisible aura spread out immediately. Lu Ming was shocked. He stood there blankly, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. His eyes were wide open. Why? Why do you want to hurt me? Xu Hao raised his eyebrows slightly. Didn't I tell you? If you want to ruin the good things between me and your aunt, don't blame me for being merciless. Lu Ming fell into deep pain. So that's how it is. Indeed. From the beginning when Xu Hao invited them out for dinner, he kept staring at Xu Hao. He was afraid that his aunt would be taken advantage of. I didn't expect Xu to be so vengeful. If he had a chance again, what choice would he make? But he heard Xu Hao's teasing voice. No way, no way. You won't believe it. Lu Ming looked up in confusion. Xu Hao looked at him with a mocking look on his face. What I said just now was all a lie to you. In fact, I was deliberately trying to mess with you. Puff. Lu Ming was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. It's too much of a joke. He pointed at Xu Hao tremblingly, unable to speak. Ding. Lu Ming's mentality exploded, emotional value plus 1001. In Xu Hao's sight, the luck halo above Lu Ming's head completely dissipated. Okay, I've been talking to you for so long, now it's time to get down to business. Lu Ming stared at Xu Hao. If eyes could kill, Xu Hao would have turned to ash. Xu Hao didn't care about it. I'll give you a chance. Tell me what happened before you were reborn, and when in the future did you come back from? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Before, he was still in shock. But now his brain was confused and blank. He was so shocked that he froze and looked at Xu Hao in disbelief. How did Xu Hao know about his rebirth? He never said it before. He spoke the truth after drinking, and he didn't drink. Realizing his own loss of composure, Lu Ming quickly recovered and pretended to be calm. I don't know what you are talking about. I absolutely cannot admit it. I admitted it. With Xu Hao's means, will he slice him up for research? Xu Hao chuckled. Don't pretend. Since I can ask you, I must be sure. Do you think your rebirth is a secret? There is no secret in front of me. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and said. What do you want to do? Xu Hao crossed his arms. I'm just curious about what happened before you were reborn. Lu Ming was silent. He was filled with fear and anxiety. He didn't know how much Xu Hao knew. He didn't know what Xu Hao would do next. Xu Hao continued. It doesn't matter if you don't say it. I have plenty of ways to make you speak. You'd better think it through. Lu Ming gritted his teeth. I won't tell you, you devil. Then let's wait and see. Xu Hao did not expect Lu Ming to speak immediately. He came here today to harvest the last luck of the protagonist. The goal has been achieved. You can use hypnosis to make Lu Ming speak. But firstly, there is not enough time. Secondly, it takes some time to deepen hypnosis and disturb his mind. First torture him in the mental hospital for a while. You can find a time to harvest him later. Looking at Xu Hao's back, Lu Ming was in a state of anxiety. He must find a way to escape from here. If he still has luck, there is still a possibility of escaping, but now. At the entrance of the mental hospital, Lu's father, mother and Lu Hongluan were waiting for Xu Hao. Lu's father paced back and forth, looking at the hospital gate from time to time. Lu's mother twisted her hands tightly. Lu Hongluan stood quietly aside, staring at the door. There were thousands of thoughts in her mind. Not long after, finally, Xu Hao's figure came out. The three of them hurried over. Father Lu asked anxiously, Mr. Xu, how is Xiao Ming? Xu Hao looked calm and nodded. Don't worry, I have told Lu Ming some experiences, I hope he can get better soon. I have also talked to the hospital and asked them to take care of Lu Ming. This is the truth. However, how to take care of Lu Ming is another matter. A glimmer of hope flashed in Mother Lu's eyes. Thank you so much, Mr. Xu, you are such a good person. Ding, good person card. Lu Hongluan looked at Xu Hao and was touched. She thought Xu Hao took special care of Lu Ming because of her. Whispered to herself, Xu Hao, thank you. After leaving the mental hospital, everyone went their separate ways. Lu's father and mother went home exhausted. What happened to Lu Ming? They didn't sleep much for a day. Now they can't hold on any longer, they have to go back and rest. Lu Hongluan was going back to school. Xu Hao said he would take her. Hong Qiangwei was driving. Xu Hao and Lu Hongluan were sitting in the spacious back seat. Lu Hongluan was held by Xu Hao. She nestled in his warm arms. She smiled. She said softly, Brother Wu, you are so good to me, I really don't know how to repay you. Xu Hao smiled. You have a chance to repay me now. Lu Hongluan looked up in surprise. She was just polite. She didn't expect Xu Hao to really ask her to repay him. She couldn't help but asked in confusion. What do you want me to do? Xu Hao smiled mysteriously. You will know later. Quote. The car arrived at the school quickly. Xu Hao accompanied Lu Hongluan into the principal's office. As soon as they entered the office, Xu Hao's hands began to get knotty. Lu Hongluan immediately understood Xu Hao's intention to repay her. She blushed and rolled her eyes. She scolded. This is a school. Not only a school, it's also her principal's office. Such a holy place, how can? Lu Hongluan was flustered and looked at the smelly garden. Brother Hao, can we go home? It's really not okay here. Xu Hao said firmly. No. Put Lu Hongluan on the desk. Lu Hongluan was anxious and embarrassed. No, people often come to see me. If I'm discovered, Xu Hao said confidently. Don't worry, I'm here. Lu Hongluan was almost going crazy. But she couldn't resist Xu Hao's dominance. Ding Lu Hongluan couldn't help being embarrassed. Emotional value plus 888. In a conference room, the senior executives of the Zhao family and the Shen family sat together. Everyone's face was full of worry. The air seemed to be frozen. The heavy atmosphere made people breathless. The reason was that Lu Yiren followed Xu Hao's request. He locked Zhao Juge in a small dark room and tortured him for a whole night. It's not appropriate to say that he was tortured. With his level of strength, it is almost impossible to deal with him with conventional means. Although he can't do anything to him. But it's disgusting. He is the Grand Palace Master of Wuji Palace in the Dark World. He is about to be called a generation of emperor. He was locked in a small dark room. It's unreasonable. But he didn't dare to resist. Unless he wants to be an enemy of the entire JoJo. He can only endure it. He felt very upset. Fortunately, his men stopped him the next morning. Not long after, something happened again. There were police officers watching him all the time, and once he did something, they would come out to cause trouble for him. This was someone arranged by Zhao Wentao. He found that Zhao Juge seemed to be afraid of provoking the police, so he thought of causing trouble for him. Zhao Juge was completely enraged. The efforts against the Zhao and Shen families were intensified. This caused the Zhao family, which had eased somewhat due to the alliance with the Shen family, to become precarious again. Both the Zhao and Shen families were not doing well. Unexpectedly, Zhao Juge had not yet exerted his full strength. What should we do now? Everyone looked at each other, and no one had a good idea. Someone suggested, why don't we try to negotiate with Zhao Juge? Negotiation? How can they negotiate with us if they are fighting to the death? Someone immediately retorted. The meeting room fell into silence again. Everyone was racking their brains to think of a solution. In an inconspicuous position, Zhao Wentao's eyes flickered. He keenly sensed that this was an opportunity. So he stood up, cleared his throat and said, "Everyone, the situation is critical now. We and Wuji Group have no room to maneuver. With Zhao Juge's determination, if it goes on like this, one side will definitely fall. The side that wants to fall is not us, we must find allies." Everyone looked at each other, their faces full of confusion. A Zhao family leader frowned and said, "Find allies. We know we need to find allies, but in this situation, who should we find? Who would be willing to wade into this muddy water?" Another Shen family executive also said worriedly, "Yes, in this situation, no one wants to get involved, it's too difficult." Zhao Wentao said in a deep voice, "I happen to know a suitable ally." "Who?" Zhao Wentao's mouth corners slightly raised. "Say a name." "Qin family." Everyone's pupils shrank suddenly. The Qin family is also a top family. And its strength is even stronger than theirs. If we can get his help, we can indeed solve the crisis at hand. An elder of the Zhao family shook his head. Why would the Qin family help us at this time? They are not fools. The current situation can be seen by any smart person. Zhao Wentao said calmly, "We can use the eldest son of the Qin family's feelings for Shen Luoyan to facilitate their marriage, so that the Qin family can help us." The first step was of course to let the two of them get in touch and get familiar with each other. She was willing to sacrifice herself for her sister's marriage. Yes, the Qin family will definitely not help us. When she learned that Shen Luoyan was going to be married again, everyone looked at him in confusion, waiting for him to explain further. Showing the evidence that the eldest son of the Qin family pursued Shen Luoyan. Finally he said the main purpose is the best choice. The goal was achieved. Don't rush to deny it. A person in charge of the Shen family nodded. Although the Qin family doesn't seem to be easy to act, we can find a breakthrough point. The snipe and the clam fight, and the fisherman benefits. I have received accurate information that Qin Wuhui, the eldest son of the Qin family, has been pursuing Shen Luoyan, the second daughter of the Shen family. We may be able to make a fuss about it. She would definitely not be able to sit still. Everyone sees that the eldest son of the Qin family has been pursuing Shen Luoyan for 3 years, and he is infatuated with her. Zhao Wentao raised a barely perceptible smile at the corner of his mouth. Then he took out a stack of information. Zhao Wentao continued. Others also shook their heads to express their pessimism. The second step was to put pressure on her. The plan was to send his fiancée Shen Chenu to Xu Hao's bed. The second step of the plan began. As the only heir, the boy of the Qin family is deeply loved by Mr. Qin. If we can facilitate this marriage, Mr. Qin might help for his grandson. At that time, in order to get her sister out of the marriage, she had to ask Xu Hao for help. Everyone looked through the information carefully and couldn't help showing surprise. With the infatuation he showed, if we match the two of them and ask the Qin family for help, maybe it will really work. Yes, the Qin family has only one boy and one girl in this generation. Let Shen Chenu realize Xu Hao's powerful energy. In the photo, the eldest son of the Qin family had a deep affectionate look in his eyes, and his infatuation with Shen Luoyan could be seen in various occasions. Seeing that everyone was interested, an elder of the Zhao family said with emotion, "Shen Chenu protected her sister so much." Chapter 389, The Secretary's Dirty Talk. Force the fiancé to commit a crime. Sisters. From the beginning to the end, Zhao Wentao was thinking about solving the crisis brought by Zhao Juge by making friends with Xu Hao. Alliance with other forces. It can only reduce the intensity of suppression. Zhao Juge obviously came prepared, and it must be difficult to deal with. Only Xu Hao can solve it completely. At the meeting, everyone had no other suggestions. They all agreed with Zhao Wentao's proposal to marry the Qin family. Because they had to sacrifice the daughter of the Shen family. The Shen family said they wanted more benefits. The Zhao family also agreed. After the meeting, they left. The next day, Shen Chenu angrily found Zhao Wentao. She learned that the family wanted her sister to marry the Qin family. She was furious at the time. She just didn't want her sister to be involved in the storm, and wanted her sister to be worry-free, and the group married on her behalf. Unexpectedly, she still couldn't escape. After knowing that it was Zhao Wentao who proposed it, she was filled with anger. Come over and question immediately. She asked with rage burning in her eyes. Why did you propose such a marriage? Looking at the angry Shen Chenu, Zhao Wentao sighed helplessly and explained. Chenu, I don't want this either, but Zhao Juge is suppressing me too harshly. If our two families don't find a strong ally, we can only wait for the family to go bankrupt. The eldest son of the Qin family is interested in your sister, and he is deeply loved by Mr. Qin. This is the best choice at present. Shen Chenu bit her lip. Anger was gradually replaced by helplessness. In front of the interests of the family, personal happiness seemed so insignificant. But she couldn't accept sacrificing her sister's happiness. Why? Sacrifice my sister's happiness for the family? Shen Chenu's voice trembled. I made such a choice, and it was also a helpless move. Zhao Wentao spread his hands. Shen Chenu's face kept changing. Anger, helplessness, and pain intertwined. She stared at Zhao Wentao hatefully. You are the one who proposed the marriage. Go and convince the top leaders of the two families to withdraw this plan. Zhao Wentao smiled bitterly and shook his head. Chenu, please don't embarrass me. I can't do anything about it. Once the top leaders make a decision, it's not so easy to change it. Shen Chenu was silent for a moment. She knew what Zhao Wentao said was true. But she just couldn't accept this result. Zhao Wentao looked at Shen Chenu, who was lost in thought. He said at the right time, Chenu, you don't want your sister to marry, but there are ways. What way? Shen Chenu asked quickly. A glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes. The problem is that Zhao Juge suppresses our two families. As long as you find a better ally than the Qin family, then whatever you say will be true. Shen Chenu's eyes dimmed. The top leaders of the two families had no way. Where could she find a stronger force than the Qin family? She fell into deep distress. Suddenly, a figure appeared in her mind. Xu Hao. Shen Chenu's spirits lifted. It was as if she saw a ray of light in the darkness. Noticing the change in Shen Chenu's expression, Zhao Wentao's mouth curled up. His hint was successful. Presumably, Shen Chenu would go to Xu Hao next. Good. But with Shen Chenu's character, she won't give in easily. He must speed up the progress of the marriage. What do you think, can we find Xu Jiyu to form an alliance? Shen Chenu asked Zhao Wentao anxiously. Zhao Wentao pretended to be surprised and widened his eyes. Then he said sadly, with Uncle Xu's power, it's easy to solve Zhao Juge's crisis. But Uncle Xu is so busy, how can he help us? Shen Chenu's eyes dimmed. Yes, Xu Hao can solve the crisis. But why can he help me? Although the two have met twice and had a good chat. But it involves the struggle between three top forces. How can he do it for her? Out of love for her sister, Shen Chenu is unwilling to give up easily. No matter what, she has to try. What if she succeeds? Shen Chenu's eyes became firm. She did it as soon as she thought of it, and she set off for Xu Group. In front of the magnificent building of Xu Group, a little nervousness surged in Shen Chenu's heart. She took a deep breath. Walked into the building. Come to the front desk, Shenyu asked politely. Hello, is Mr. Xu in the company tilde? The front desk replied with a smile. Sorry, ma'am, the president is not in the company. Shen Chenu was anxious and said hurriedly. Can you help me ask? In order to make the front desk pay attention, she revealed her identity as the daughter of the Shen family. The receptionist heard that it was the daughter of the Shen family, and dared not neglect it. She quickly informed the secretary Ji Feishui. I heard that the other party was a beautiful woman. Ji Feishui thought to herself that maybe they would become sisters in the future. She knew Xu Hao's temper. After thinking about it, she still called Xu Hao. President, a daughter of the Shen family came to see you, what do you think? Ji Feishui was sulking and deliberately said so. Xu Hao was about to go to the company. Then she said, I just happened to come to the company, let her wait. Humph, the president likes new things and dislikes old things. Ji Feishui said coquettishly. Xu Hao laughed. I do like new things, but I also like old things. The secretary of the president started to talk dirty. The receptionist came to the living room and told Shen Chanu. Miss Shen, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time. President Xu will be coming to the company soon. Please wait. Shen Chanu was shocked. She couldn't help but think, could Xu Hao come to the company because of her? This thought came to her. She saw the hope of persuading Xu Hao to help. This wait lasted for more than half an hour. The receptionist came to the reception room again. Miss Shen, our president wants to see you. Shen Chanu took a deep breath. She followed him to the president's office. Just now, because she was busy. She didn't have time to visit Xu Group. Now that she was going to see Xu Hao, Shen Chanu felt relaxed. She couldn't help but be attracted by the surrounding environment. The luxurious decoration and spacious space all showed the strong strength of Xu Group. It was so spectacular. It was worthy of being the headquarters of Xu Group with a market value of nearly 1 trillion. Shen Chanu walked into the president's office. Seeing Xu Hao sitting in front of the coffee table, getting tea, washing tea, brewing, the movements were smooth, and it was done in one go. It was like appreciating an art. Shen Chanu watched quietly and couldn't bear to disturb. Xu Hao made tea and then he noticed her. He greeted her. Chanu is here, just in time, come and have a cup of tea. Shen Chanu walked over and took the tea that Xu Hao had poured. She said gratefully, thank you, Mr. Xu. She took a sip and her eyes lit up. It was so delicious. Xu Hao smiled slightly. How come Chanu has time to come to see me today? Shen Chanu put down the teacup, her expression became serious. She bit her lip. Mr. Xu, I came to you today because I want to ask you for help with something. Xu Hao raised his eyebrows, motioning her to continue. Shen Chanu took a deep breath. She told Xu Hao about the crisis facing the family and the marriage proposal for her sister. After that, she looked at Xu Hao nervously, waiting for his response. Xu Hao was silent for a moment and sighed. I also know something about this business struggle. The Zhao family kicked Zhao Juju out of the family, and now they come back to take revenge. This is a family affair, and it is not easy for me to intervene. Besides, I have taken action once. I wonder if you know about the Zhou family. I was warned by the higher-ups that time that I was not allowed to interfere with the market order, otherwise the consequences would be serious. Shen Chanu was stunned. Of course she knew about the Zhou family. It is also the top family in Magic City. Because they helped to provoke the Xu family's company, they were suppressed and bankrupted by the Xu family. It seems that this is just the surface she knows. Secretly, Xu Hao has been interviewed by the higher-ups. That's right. The Xu family is so powerful. If they are determined to monopolize, what does it have to do with other companies? It is definitely not allowed by the higher-ups. Shen Chanu believed it. In her opinion, Chen had no reason to lie to her. Mr. Xu, I understand your difficulties, and I am very grateful that you listened to me finish these things. Shen Chanu said with a heavy heart. Looking at Shen Chanu's lost expression, his heart moved slightly. Said, Chanu, although I can't interfere with the fight between the two forces, I can protect you from harm. If you encounter any trouble, you can find me. Shen Chanu forced a smile. Faced with Xu Hao's kindness, she was still grateful. Mr. Xu, thank you for your kindness, I will remember it. After that, they chatted for a while. Shen Chanu said goodbye. Looking at her leaving back, Chen Cho smiled. How can you ask him for help without paying a price? It's hard for him to say this. He still maintains his gentle image. Let Zhao Wentao do the bad guys. At the same time, Zhao Wentao is working hard to promote the marriage between the Shen family and the Qin family. Eager to force Shen Chanu to submit. That day, the Shen family came to the Qin family. The head of the Qin family, Qin Wuhui's father, sat in the main seat in the living room with a calm expression. Of course he knew the Shen family's plan. The Shen family and the Zhao family formed an alliance to resist Zhao Juge. It is no longer a secret in the circle. Looking for his Qin family to form a marriage alliance. It is nothing more than trying to drag his Qin family into the water. However, both alliances are still at a disadvantage. Who is willing to help? He has never thought about participating in it. He even thought that when they both lose, he would take action and reap the benefits. Who could have thought that? The Shen family actually came to the door and wanted to form a marriage alliance with his Qin family. Qin's father sneered in his heart. He decisively refused at the beginning. Master Shen, this marriage should not be rushed. My Qin family does not want to be involved in your fight with Zhao Juge. Master Shen hurriedly said, Brother Qin, listen to me. Now that our two families are married, it can not only help us resist Zhao Juge's suppression, but it is also an opportunity for your Qin family. Qin's father shook his head slightly. Opportunity? I don't see any opportunities, I only see risks. In fact, he had another idea in his mind. Remembered not long ago, Father Qin expressed disdain when talking about the news that the Shen family wanted to form an alliance. When his son heard it, he rushed in. Dad, you must agree to this marriage. I will not marry anyone but Shen Luoyan. Qin Wuhui's face was full of anxiety. He even rolled on the ground. Father Qin looked at his son's appearance and his face turned blue with anger. He said with regret, You rebellious son, how can you be so shameless? Qin Wuhui said loudly, Dad, if you don't agree, I'll go find Grandpa. Qin's father was helpless. The younger generation of the Qin family had only one son and one daughter with him. Qin Yu was also the future heir, and was deeply loved by the old man. He had no choice but to agree. Although he had decided to agree in his heart, Qin's father did not show it. At this time, he had to gain more benefits. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Master Shen, this marriage is not impossible to discuss, but your Shen family must show enough sincerity. Shen Yuanshan, the master of the Shen family, gritted his teeth and said, Brother Qin, you said that as long as our Shen family can do it, we will definitely satisfy it. Qin's father said slowly, First of all, some of your Shen family's business projects must cooperate with my Qin family and give us a larger share of the benefits. Shen's heart tightened. But for the sake of marriage, he could only nod and agree, Okay, I agree. Qin Zhengshang continued. Secondly, my Qin family will inevitably pay a huge price in this fight, and your Shen family must give us some compensation. The head of the Shen family looked a little ugly, but still said, Brother Qin, don't worry, we won't treat the Qin family unfairly. After a difficult negotiation, Father Qin finally pretended to be reluctant and agreed. Okay. Since the head of the Shen family is so sincere, then I will agree to this marriage. But I have to say it in advance, when fighting against Zhao Juge, I must go all out. The head of the Shen family breathed a sigh of relief. Shen Luoyan frowned and said impatiently. Then she was brought to the Qin family in a daze. The whole person was still in a daze. Luoyan, what do you want to eat? I'll have someone prepare it for you. What do you like? Bags. Jewelry. As long as you tell me, I will buy it for you. I don't want anything, just stay away from me. Qin Wuhui scratched his head, a little at a loss. Luoyan, don't be angry, I just want to be good to you, I can't afford your kindness. Shen Luoyan said mercilessly. Qin Wuhui was not discouraged. Luoyan, I know I may have done something wrong in the past, but I will change, just give me a chance. Seeing Qin Wuhui's persistent look, Shen Luoyan became even more annoyed. Whether you change or not, what does it have to do with me? I just don't want to marry you. Qin Wuhui showed a trace of disappointment on his face. But soon he returned to smiling, It doesn't matter, I will keep working hard until you accept me. As if he did not hear Shen Luoyan's refusal. Luoyan, don't say that. It would be great if our two families could get married. Qin Wuhui was like an annoying fly, circling around her all day, seriously interfering with her life. That's it. Qin Wuhui said quickly. In the future, we can go to many fun places together and eat all kinds of delicious food. The mood was even worse. I don't care. This made her very annoyed, trying to describe a beautiful future. Luoyan, don't you like flowers? I have people collect all kinds of rare flowers for you from all over the world. The marriage reached a preliminary agreement. Shen Luoyan, the second daughter of the Shen family. Qin Wuhui said, gesturing. I don't need it. When she learned that the object of the marriage was Qin Wuhui, King Zhao, whom she hated so much. In Shen Luoyan's impression, "Are you done yet? How many times have I said that I will not marry you?" Naturally, they also brought the object of the marriage. Shen Luoyan's mind was in a mess at the moment. Shen Luoyan turned away. Today, her family suddenly told her that they were going to marry the Qin family. Qin Wuhui looked indifferent. "Brother Qin, don't worry, our Shen family will definitely advance and retreat together with the Qin family." The Shen family came to the Qin family to discuss the marriage. At this time, in the Qin family's reception room, Qin Wuhui was smiling and being attentive to Shen Luoyan. Continued. Like a piece of dog's skin plaster, she couldn't get rid of it no matter how she shook it. Chapter 390, the last step of the plan, the heroine comes to ask for sex. Dad loves you. Qin family mansion. After an in-depth conversation between the head of the Shen family and Qin's father. Finally, they reached an agreement and walked out together. The head of the Shen family was full of smiles. He waved to the Shen family members who came with him. "Let's go." Shen Luoyan puffed up her cheeks and sulked. Father Qin smiled. He politely sent the head of the Shen family and his group to the door. "Take care, head of the Shen family. We'll meet again later." The head of the Shen family also responded with a smile. "Brother Qin is polite. See you another day." The two of them exchanged pleasantries. Qin Wuhui kept staring at Shen Luoyan. His eyes were full of attachment and obsession. The head of the Shen family saw this scene and said in his heart. Until the Shen family gradually walked away. Qin Wuhui was still staring at the direction where Shen Luoyan left. Father Qin saw his son's appearance. He cursed him with regret. "You useless thing." Qin Wuhui came back to his senses. He grabbed Father Qin's sleeve and asked anxiously. "Dad, how is the marriage between our family and the Shen family going?" "I must marry Shen Luoyan." Father Qin sighed helplessly. "Forget it, I agree." Qin Wuhui jumped up with joy when he heard it. The joy on his face was hard to suppress. Looking at his son like this, Father Qin was angry again. Just a woman, so obsessed. How can he shoulder the responsibility of the family in the future? But after thinking about it, I am not old yet, and I can still protect my son for a while. Thinking of this, Qin's father did not come. He patted Qin Wuhui's shoulder. You have to be more mature in the future. Your father still hopes that you can support this family." Qin Wuhui nodded repeatedly. He vowed. "Don't worry, Dad, I will never let you down." Shen Luoyan returned to the Shen family in a depressed mood. At this time, Shen Chanu was sitting in the yard reading a book. Hearing footsteps, he raised his head. He saw his sister's obviously wrong expression at a glance. Shen Chanu hurriedly put down the book. He walked quickly to Shen Luoyan and asked with concern. "Yunur, what's wrong with you? Why do you look unhappy?" Shen Luoyan's eyes suddenly turned red when she saw her sister. Pouting, with a wrong face, the Shi family wanted her to marry the Qin family. And what happened when she just arrived at the Qin family? She told everything. "Sister, how could they do this? They actually asked me to marry that annoying guy from the Qin family. I don't want to get married." Shen Luoyan complained to her sister. Shen Chanu was in a complicated mood. She felt sorry for her sister. She was also angry and helpless about the family's behavior. Wait, the two families just agreed to a marriage, how come they agreed to a marriage so quickly? Seeing her sister's uncomfortable look, Shen Chanu felt a pain in her heart and felt uncomfortable. She reached out her hand. She gently patted her sister's back. She comforted her softly. "Yunur, don't be afraid, there will be a way, really." "Sister." Shen Luoyan raised her head and blinked. Tears welled up in her eyes. Shen Chanu nodded heavily. In fact, she felt bitter. The only way she could think of was for the Shen and Zhao families to stop cooperating with the Qin family. Instead, they would cooperate with the Xu family. But Xu Hao was warned by the higher-ups not to interfere in this matter. This was very uncomfortable. Shen Luoyan held her sister's hand tightly, as if she had grabbed the last straw. "Sister, I knew you would help me." Shen Chanu sighed softly. At night, the moon was high and the stars were twinkling. A group of people from the Zhao family came to visit the Shen family. Among them was Zhao Wentao. Their arrival made the Shen family busy. The head of the Shen family personally came out to receive them. Everyone came to the living room, and after the greetings, they sat down as guests and hosts. They started to eat. Zhao Wentao had been paying attention to Shen Chanu. Seeing that she was absent-minded, he understood. Shen Chanu must have gone to find Xu Hao. And was rejected. After dinner, the head of the Zhao family talked with the head of the Shen family. He inquired about the news of the marriage with the Qin family. Head of the Shen family, I heard that you went to the Qin family today to discuss the marriage. I wonder how it went. The head of the Shen family said proudly. Haha, our family has reached an agreement. Our marriage with the Qin family is a strong alliance, so Zhao Juge won't be arrogant for long. That's great. The head of the Zhao family breathed a sigh of relief. Just when the two sides were talking happily, Zhao Wentao took the opportunity to find Shen Chanu. Chanu, you look so sad, did something happen? Zhao Wentao asked with pretended concern. Shen Chanu was upset and didn't bother to pay attention to him. Nothing. Zhao Wentao was not discouraged and continued. Chanu, did you go to Uncle Xu? Shen Chanu blurted out in surprise when she heard this. How did you know? Zhao Wentao smiled slightly. When you asked Uncle Xu, I guessed it. How is it? Is Uncle Xu willing to help? If Uncle Xu is willing to help, what's the point of marriage? Zhao Juge is not enough to fight. He looked excited and expectant. Shen Chanu shook her head. He said helplessly, Mr. Xu has been interviewed by the higher-ups and cannot interfere with the development of the industry, cannot help us. Zhao Wentao's heart moved slightly. It seems that Xu Hao did not directly say that there would be a price to pay for helping. Let him say it. Be the villain. He did not care about this. Zhao Wentao was prepared. He immediately acted surprised. How is it possible? With Uncle Xu's power, it would be easy to deal with Zhao Juge. Besides, if Zhao Juge is suppressed like this, it will affect the market and disrupt the order of the business community in the Magic City. The higher-ups hope that the two sides will be quiet. Shen Chanu frowned and looked at him. You don't believe what Mr. Xu said? No, I do. Zhao Wentao shook his head. Then he said with a flickering look in his eyes. The last time Uncle Xu taught the Zhou family a lesson, it must have really angered the higher-ups, and they asked Uncle Xu to talk. But the Xu group is here, comparable to many top families, and it is not easy to rob them head-on. Uncle Xu should be able to take action, but there is a price to pay, and the price is not low. Shen Chanu nodded slightly. What Zhao Wentao said makes sense. In other words, Xu Hao can be asked for help. But, if Xu Hao wants to help, he will have to pay a big price. How can he be willing to help her? What can she offer to ask Xu Hao to move? Zhao Wentao sighed. It would be great if one of our two families was Uncle Xu's woman. Shen Chanu seemed to have heard something incredible. She looked at him in shock. What nonsense are you talking about? Mr. Xu has a family and is upright. If you slander Mr. Xu again, I will not be polite to you. Sorry, I spoke too quickly. Zhao Wentao smiled awkwardly. Finally, he muttered in a low voice. But what I said is all true. Shen Chanu frowned. This Zhao Wentao is getting bolder and dares to say anything. Zhao Wentao's face changed. It seemed that he had made up his mind before he spoke. You know Lin Chuqing, the president of Lin Group. I once saw Uncle Xu and President Lin being close together. Look at Lin Chuqing, because she became Uncle Xu's woman. She developed from a small company with a market value of nearly 100 million to a large group with a market value of tens of billions. Let's talk about Uncle Xu's legitimate wife Su Wancho. Uncle Xu built a pharmaceutical company worth over 100 billion for her. And there is Uncle Xu's company secretary Ji Feishui. Because she became Uncle Xu's woman, she rose to the top and took charge of the nearly 100 billion Xu group. As far as I know, many decisions are made by that secretary. Shenyu, think about it, if it wasn't a woman he trusted, how could Uncle Xu hand over such a large group to her to manage? I have to say that Uncle Xu really loves his woman and is really good to his woman. If someone from our two families is favored by Uncle Xu, and she goes to whisper a few words, are you afraid that President Xu won't help? Zhao Wentao looked determined. If you slander President Xu again, I will tell President Xu. Shen Chanu's tone was not good. She said she didn't believe it. In fact, she had already agreed with Zhao Wentao's statement in her heart. She has been managing the family for several years. Of course, she is not that kind of naive. From Zhao Wentao's analysis, there is indeed a problem. Lin Chuqing's Lin Group has developed rapidly in the past year. although not as good as the Xu family. But it is also exaggerated. Now it seems that it is very likely related to Xu Hao. Xu Hao helped his wife develop a pharmaceutical company worth hundreds of billions from scratch, which is proof. And the secretary of the Xu group. What kind of secretary would let her make decisions and decide on hundreds of billions of transactions? Everything. All show that Xu Hao has a relationship with these two women. She doesn't have any opinion on Xu Hao having women. Successful people, how many women? Just like the elders of her Shen family. Who doesn't have a red flag flying at home and colorful flags flying outside? She just feels like an idol has collapsed. In her heart, Xu Hao is perfect. Amazing business talent, loyal to family, never had a scandal, and often focused on charity. Now it seems that Chen Hao is also immortal. It is precisely because he is immortal that he has weaknesses. Can it be targeted? Thinking that Xu Hao can do so much for his women, Shen Chunu's heart was filled with ripples. She couldn't help but imagine. If she became his woman, wouldn't he reject her? Swish. As soon as this thought came up, Shen Chunu was startled by herself. Her heart was full of shock and shame. How could she have such an idea? It was too shameful. She wanted to drive this idea out of her mind. But it was like taking root and couldn't be shaken off. Shen Chunu bit her lips tightly. Her heart was full of contradictions and struggles. Okay, I talked a lot today, just pretend I didn't say anything. Zhao Wentao had been paying attention to Shen Chunu's expression. She looked like she understood. If she didn't understand, he would continue to hint. So he quickly apologized. Let Shen Chunu tell Xu Hao. Shen Chunu was worried. She waved her hand and told Zhao Wentao to get out. She wanted to calm down. Zhao Wentao left tactfully. The plan has been completed by half. The rest depends on how long Shen Chunu will give in. In order to complete the plan as soon as possible, he still has to work hard. Try to get her sister engaged to the eldest son of the Qin family as soon as possible. Ding Shen Chunu is flustered, emotional value +741. Qin family 1. Qin Wuhui, the eldest son of the Qin family. When he thought about marrying the goddess Shen Luoyan, whom he had been pursuing for several years, the joy in his heart was hard to contain. He had to celebrate. He was alone in the room. He opened a bottle of treasured wine, one glass after another. He soon got drunk. Go to sleep. Qin Wuhui lay on the bed. His face was filled with a happy smile. He slowly fell asleep. The next day, Qin Wuhui woke up in a daze. There was a tingling pain in his head. Then, a strong smell of alcohol came to his nose. He frowned, confused. Didn't he get targeted by the unscrupulous boss and Hua Chu overworked him for a day and a night? Last night he only had a steamed bun and boiled water. How could he have time to drink? Qin Wuhui's pupils slowly regained focus. When he saw the scene in the room, he was stunned. The bedroom was extremely spacious, and the sun shone through the huge French windows, bringing warmth to the room. A dazzling crystal chandelier hung on the ceiling, like the twinkling stars in the night sky, emitting charming light. The huge bed was even more luxurious, and the soft mattress was like a cloud, making people not want to get up once they lay on it. The bedding on the bed was made of the finest silk, delicate and smooth, with an excellent touch. Where is this? Is it heaven? I died suddenly, Qin Wuhui said to himself. Damn, his friends had advised him a long time ago. Such tiredness will lead to sudden death sooner or later. This has come true. Not right. I'm dead, how can I still feel pain? Feeling the pain in his head, Qin Wuhui fell into deep thought. Boom. At this moment, a huge memory came. It almost burst him. When he came back to his senses, his face was cloudy. Because he found that he was not dead. No, to be precise, he was dead, but not completely dead. He traveled through time. And from the memory of his original body. He also learned his identity. The eldest son of the Qin family, the only heir to this top family, with hundreds of billions of assets. Awesome. Awesome. In the previous life, he worked like a cow or a horse, and in this life, he traveled through time and stood at the top. Will he still have beautiful cars and beautiful women in the future? Live a life of a rich second generation with a lot of money that others envy. But he couldn't be happy. Because this is not an ordinary world, but a novel world. To be precise, it is a novel he has read. The Abandoned Young Master of the Urban Extreme. It would be fine if he traveled through time to a novel world. But he traveled through time and became a villain, a super bootlicker. He kneels down to boot the younger sister of the heroine, Shen Luoyan. The protagonist Zhao Juge was framed by his adopted son Zhao Wentao. It should be said that he was expelled from the family under the behind-the-scenes calculation of the Shen family. He returned strongly more than 10 years later and avenged his hatred. He made those who harmed him regret it. Under the suppression of Zhao Juge, the Shen family and the Zhao family could not deal with the marriage. Then the two families thought of his Qin family. When he said he wanted to marry the goddess Shen Luoyan, the original body was overjoyed and rolled around to ask for marriage, recalling the original body's memory. Because he was too happy. After getting drunk, he never woke up again. That led to his crossing over. It was also tragic. What's more tragic is, because he married the heroine, the result can be imagined. Being targeted by the protagonist, his family was broken up. It's over. Suddenly, Qin Wuhui was a little strange. Isn't this timeline a bit early? Why are they getting married now? Shouldn't they have to go through a few more plots? Forget it. It shouldn't be a problem. Now is not the time to think about these things. The Qin family seems to have reached a marriage agreement with the Shen family. That is to say, it is destined to be found by the protagonist. What should I do? Suddenly, Qin Wuhui thought of something. Where is the necessary golden finger for time travel? Tongzi. System. System dad. No response. Qin Wuhui panicked. It's impossible, it shouldn't be. He traveled through time and became a villain. How can he live without the system? Chapter 391. Teach your daughter to ride a horse. Life has its ups and downs. The youngest daughter goes first. Go. Outdoors. Several low-key yet luxurious cars. We're driving steadily on the avenue. In the car, Xu Wei held Xu Hao's arm intimately. With a happy smile on her face. I know you are the best, Dad. I love you. Xu Hao sat in the middle, holding his daughter Xiao Wanzhe in his arms. Xiao Wanzhe blinked her bright eyes and looked out the window curiously. Su Wancho sat on the other side of Xu Hao. In the other cars, there were several sisters of the Xu family. Xu Wei accidentally heard about the beautiful scenery of Yunhai Holiday Villa. She couldn't wait to pull Xu Hao and the sisters to play together. When she proposed this idea, several sisters said she was making trouble. Dad has so much work. How can he have time to play with you? And they also have their own jobs. Xu Wei felt wronged. I just want everyone to go out and have some fun together. We haven't been on vacation together for a long time. Finally, Xu Wei went to Xu Hao with grievance. Xu Hao looked at her pitiful appearance and felt a sense of relief. He waved his hand and made the decision. Okay, our whole family will go on vacation. After a few hours of driving, 3 cars slowly drove into Yunhai Villa. The villa is surrounded by green trees and flowers. In the distance, the mountains are undulating and surrounded by clouds and mist, like a painting. The family got out of the car, attracted by the beautiful scenery in front of them. Wow, it's so beautiful here. Yes, it's just like a fairyland on earth. Then, the family came to the booked villa. The villa is located by the lake, with a quiet environment and no one to disturb them. The decoration of the villa is luxurious and elegant. Every detail shows quality and taste. The family walked into the villa. The bright hall made everyone's eyes light up. Everyone chose a room. After putting the luggage in place, I couldn't wait to walk out of the villa, stroll around. End visit. The environment around the villa is picturesque, with green trees and lush flowers and plants. The mountains in the distance are looming under the cover of clouds. The women discussed while enjoying the beautiful scenery. It's so beautiful here, Xu Xiqing sighed. It's really beautiful. Why didn't I find it before? Xu Qingshe nodded in agreement. Xu Wei said proudly. I said it's okay here, right? Those people didn't agree to come here at the beginning. After visiting the surrounding environment, Xu Hongzhuang, Xu Qingshan and other daughters suggested cooking. I want to cook a table of delicious food by myself. Xu Wei, Xu Xiqing and Xu Feiyan continued to explore the surroundings. I am curious about everything here. For a while, the girls came back and said excitedly to Wei. This place is great, there is a seahorse farm. Dad, let's go horseback riding later. It turned out that they discovered a horse farm where they could ride horses. Xu Hao touched her head. It sounds good. Let's go again in the afternoon. It's time to eat. Half an hour later, Xu Hongzhuang, Xu Qingshan and other girls prepared a large table of sumptuous dishes. These were all carefully prepared by them. These were the dishes that Xu Hao and Xu Wanqiu liked to eat. The family sat around the dining table. While tasting the food, they discussed how to play in the afternoon. The dishes are great, you have worked hard. Xu Hao praised. Xu Wanqiu also smiled and nodded. It is really delicious, thank you. The girls said it was a small matter. The smiles on their faces could not be concealed. After eating, after resting for a while, the family went to the horse farm in the back mountain. The air here is fresh and the grass is green. In the distance, a group of horses are grazing leisurely on the grass. Because before coming, Xu Hao booked this place, no one came to disturb. You can have fun. The maid brought a white horse. Its hair was as white as snow, very beautiful. Xu Huai said all along that she wanted to ride a horse. But she didn't dare to do it this time. Xu Hao joked. Aren't you going to ride a horse? Let's see your performance. Xu Huai was scared. She said stubbornly. I'd better wait for a while. Respect the old and love the young. Sisters go first. Several sisters shook their heads in fear. I dare not ride it. I'm afraid of falling down. Xu Feiyan is still skilled and brave. As a strong person of Huajin, can't she subdue the four? She jumped on the horse lightly. The horse began to not cooperate, shaking its head constantly and stomping its hooves on the ground. Xu Feiyan frowned, and three forces burst out. The white horse instantly became obedient. Carrying Xu Feiyan forward, Xu Feiyan shouted, and the white horse started to run. Xu Feiyan was heroic on horseback. The sisters were envious. The maid brought another horse. The sisters all looked at Xu Huai. Xu Huai said awkwardly, this horse is not good looking, I won't ride it. This immediately attracted the contemptuous eyes of the sisters. Xu Shiqing pouted. You are just being stubborn, you obviously don't dare to ride it. Xu Hongzhuang also said with a smile. Huai, don't make excuses. The atmosphere became awkward. The sisters were fighting and quarreling. Finally, they went to Xu Feiyan for advice. The speaker was unintentional, but the listener was intentional. Xu Hao raised his eyebrows. It seems that he has a horse. It's the red rabbit among horses. In fact, he has a beast-taming skill. He can tame these horses and let his daughters ride them. Guaranteed safety. But what is the purpose of his agreeing to come on vacation? Harvest emotional value. Of course, it is impossible to let his daughters do as they wish. Xu Hao looked at Xu Wanqiu. Wanqiu, do you want to go up and try? Xu Wanqiu smiled and shook his head. Brother Wu, go and play with them for a while, I'll take care of Xiao Wanzhi and Xiao Huli. The little phoenix in her arms rolled her eyes. She looked very surprised and wanted to play too. Xu Hao thought of something. Walked to the side, to a corner where no one was paying attention. Took out the red hair card and crushed it. Instantly, a tall, handsome, majestic and domineering brown horse appeared beside him. It had a strong body, comparable to two ordinary horses, and its brown hair was like silk, shining in the sun. It raised its head, its eyes were bright, revealing its determination. It stood quietly. Like a majestic king, it was domineering. It was the red hare, known as the red hare among horses. The red hare was particularly close to Xu Hao. It gently rubbed Xu Hao's body with its head. Xu Hao touched its head, climbed on the horse. Drive the horse towards Xu Wanqiu. Xu Hao rode the red hare slowly. He was tall and straight, like a triumphant general, handsome and extraordinary. The sun shone on him. It seemed to cover him with a layer of golden light. Xu Wanqiu stood quietly aside, looking at the little Wanzhi in her arms. When Xu Hao appeared on horseback, she couldn't help but stare. The little Wanzhi saw her father riding a horse. She clapped her hands excitedly and shouted, Dad, I want to ride a horse too. Xu Hao came closer and stretched out his hand with a smile. Xu Wanqiu came back to her senses, her cheeks flushed slightly. Reached out his hand. Xu Hao stretched out his hand and pulled her onto the horse. Xu Wanqiu sat in front of Xu Hao. Nestled in Xu Hao's arms, her heart was immediately filled with happiness. Solid chest. It made her feel extremely at ease. Xu Hao drove the red hare forward. With the arrival of the red hare, Xu Feiyan's horse on the side did not dare to move. As if they were suppressed by nature. When the daughters saw the red hare, their eyes lit up. They gathered around. Xu Shiqing said with envy. Dad, this horse is so big and handsome. Yes, it's really majestic and domineering. Xu Huai's eyes lit up even more. He couldn't wait. Dad, I want to ride your 4 horses too. Xu Hao shook his head. No, I'll take your mother Su for a walk first, and then teach you. The horse walked a distance away. Su Wancho gently pushed Xu Hao. Brother Wu, this is not good, the children are waiting. Let them wait, we haven't relaxed like this for a long time. Xu Hao took Su Wancho to stroll on the grass. He squeezed the horse's belly lightly, and the red hare galloped out at a very fast speed. The wind whistled in his ears. Su Wancho snuggled up to Xu Hao tightly. He said nervously, Brother Hao, follow me. Don't worry, I'm here. The girls stood there. They stared at the direction where Xu Hao and Su Wancho left without blinking. They were eager to see it. They were looking forward to experiencing the feeling of riding on that tall horse. Time passed by. Finally, they saw Xu Hao coming back on horseback. Xu Hao got off the horse first. Then he took Su Wancho, Xiao Wanzhi, and the little fox down. Then, he looked at the girls. He asked, who will go first? Now, the girls were in trouble. The back of the red hare was higher than them. It was a bit daunting. Just as they were about to step forward, the red hare snorted. He turned his head and looked at them. The look in his eyes was very fierce. It seemed to say that they were not worthy of riding on it. The girls were frightened by this sudden move. They stepped back unconsciously. Seeing this, Xu Hao slapped the horse on the back. Be quiet. The horse immediately became obedient. Like a child who had done something wrong. The girls were amazed. Dad's horse riding skills are amazing. I'll do it. Xu Feiyan was eager to try. Xu Huai stopped her dissatisfiedly. You've ridden it before, but we haven't yet. Xu Feiyan smiled sinisterly. If you can do it, go ahead. Xu Huai was so angry that he said loudly. I'll go ahead if I want to. Then he walked forward cautiously. Until he came close. The horse didn't move. Xu Huai breathed a sigh of relief. Then she was in trouble. The horse was too high, and she couldn't get on it at all. Xu Hao stepped forward and carried her up to sit. After Xu Huai got on the horse, she was tense. She was cautious, afraid of falling. Xu Feiyan laughed. If you are scared, just get off. Who said I was scared? Xu Huai retorted unconvincedly. Then you go. Xu Huai was really scared. But she didn't want to be laughed at by her sister. She rolled her eyes, thinking of Xu Hao taking Su Wancho on horseback. Xu Huai looked at Xu Hao eagerly. She said coquettishly, Dad, can you take me for a ride? I want to get familiar with it first. This attracted a burst of contempt from the sisters. Xu Feiyan pouted and said, Huai, don't go too far. Xu Shiqing also echoed, That's right, don't always pester Dad. Xu Hao pretended to smile helplessly. Looking at his little daughter lovingly, he said reluctantly, Okay. Then he climbed on the horse. He took Xu Huai and walked slowly forward. The red hare took steady steps at first. Xu Huai looked around excitedly, feeling the breeze on her face. As the speed increased, the wind whistled in her ears. Xu Huai shouted excitedly, Wow, so fast, so exciting. However, gradually, her voice gradually became smaller. The reason was that she felt something unusual. She has always been quirky and often surfed the internet. She has never eaten pork. Haven't you seen a pig run? Of course she knows what that is. Xu Huai can understand this. Riding a horse is like life, with ups and downs. This is inevitable. Understanding is understanding, but this is too embarrassing. Her face turned red in an instant, and her mind was in a mess. I don't know what to do. Ding Xu Huai is confused, emotional value plus 789. Finally, after a round of walking, Xu Huai was very excited. She waved her hands and said excitedly, Wow, great, so cool. She was actually pretending to hide her inner embarrassment. Xu Feiyan looked at her suspiciously. Why are you so excited? Is it really that fun? Xu Huai nodded repeatedly. Of course it's fun. You don't know, the feeling of running against the wind is simply indescribable. She said, while secretly observing the expressions of the sisters. For fear that they would notice something unusual. Xu Hao looked at the other daughters and asked with a smile. Who will be next? The daughters looked at each other and shook their heads to say forget it. They showed a look of fear on their faces. Xu Huai said hurriedly, Let Dad take you around first, it feels the same, very comfortable. The daughters were a little scared when they thought of riding in Xu Hao's arms. They just walked out of the shadow of last time. The thought of such close contact with Xu Hao made her feel a little nervous. Xu Huai was thinking, it is better to share happiness with others than to enjoy it alone. She cannot be the only one embarrassed. If everyone is embarrassed together, she will not be embarrassed. So, her eyes rolled. She suddenly reached out and pushed her sister Xu Xiqing over. Oh, don't be so polite, sister, you go first. Xu Huai smiled slyly. Xu Hao said helplessly at the right time. Then I will take you around. Then she reached out to Xu Xiqing. Xu Hao's hand was stretched out, and Xu Xiqing couldn't refuse. After hesitating for a while, she still reached out. Then, she felt dizzy. The next moment, she got on the horse. Sitting on the horse, she could clearly feel Xu Hao's chest. The solid touch. Her heartbeat accelerated instantly. Sit tight, Xu Hao said. Then he drove the red hair slowly forward. With the pace of the horse, Xu Xiqing's mood gradually calmed down. But, not long after, she also felt the fun of her sister Xu Huai. She was filled with mixed feelings. She even forgot to appreciate the beautiful scenery around her. Ding Xu Xiqing was flustered, emotional value +852. After riding a circle back, Xu Huai saw Xu Xiqing's somewhat confused eyes, with a smile in her eyes, and deliberately asked, "How do you feel, sister? Does riding a horse feel great?" Xu Xiqing was still in a daze, and said in a panic after hearing the words. "Ah, well, it's great." Xu Huai smiled. He started to push the fourth sister Xu Qingshe to get on the horse again. "Sister Qingshe, it's your turn." Xu Qingshe waved her hand quickly. "I'll forget it." "Oh, fourth sister, just try it, riding a horse is fun." Xu Huai was relentless. After much persuasion from Xu Huai, Xu Qingshe finally got on the horse reluctantly. This was the beginning of an alternative horseback riding journey with Xu Hao. Chapter 392, Daughter's Dirty Hands. Must squeeze Xu Hao dry. Playing with fire. Except Xu Feiyan, Xu Huai encouraged each sister to get on the horse and experience it. Even Xu Qingshan did not escape her clutches. She pushed it to Xu Hao. The result did not disappoint her. When the girls got off the horse, they were a little unsteady. Obviously they noticed Xu Hao's might. When it was Xu Feiyan's turn, Xu Hao got off the horse and let her subdue the red hair by herself. This was not difficult for Xu Feiyan, a strong man of Huajin. Although the red hair was unruly, it had to surrender under the intimidation of Xu Feiyan's breath. Xu Hao took in the expressions of the girls. After harvesting a wave, of course he had to ease the relationship. So Xu Hao used the beast control skill to control the horse. They didn't need to learn to ride a horse, but they could also experience the fun of riding a horse. It didn't take long for them to recover from their shyness. Night fell, it was time for dinner. Xu Huai proposed to hold a bonfire party. This attracted the approval of all the sisters. They worked together to build a simple bonfire. They collected enough firewood and piled it into a cone shape. The bonfire was lit and immediately illuminated the surroundings. Su Wancho sat aside holding Xiao Wanzhi. Looking at the busy figures of her daughters, she felt very happy. Once upon a time, this family was broken. Now it has more and more of a homely feel. The little fox huddled aside. Lang Bingji was already in a mess. Xu Hao knew all the secrets and couldn't escape. Or wait to completely control the changes in her body. Pray that Xu Hao would keep his word and let her go back. The sisters divided the work. Xu Qingshan prepared food for the evening. Take out various ingredients and cook them skillfully. First wash and cut the fresh vegetables. Then take out the marinated meat and make barbecue. Then, she put the meat on the bonfire and roasted it. Turn the meat from time to ensure that it is heated evenly. After a while, the air was filled with an alluring aroma, making people salivate. Xu Hongzhuang was setting up the venue. Spread a blanket on the ground. Let everyone sit comfortably on the ground. The other sisters were not idle either. Everything was ready. The bonfire party officially kicked off. Xu Hao and Su Wancho sat by the bonfire. Looking at the busy figures of their daughters, they all felt very comfortable. Xu Huai stood up first. Served as the host of this bonfire party. Dear family, today we are rarely together to hold this bonfire party. Now, let's welcome the music performance brought to us by the third sister with warm applause. Pa pa pa. Everyone also applauded in coordination. Xu Hongzhuang is a global queen. Even if they are a family, it is rare to hear her sing. Xu Hongzhuang walked to the center with a smile on her face. She held a guitar in her hand. Plucking the strings gently, a melodious melody came out. This song is for everyone. I hope we can always be as happy as we are now. The song was gentle and moving. Everyone listened quietly, showing an intoxicated expression, immersed in it. The song performance ended. Xu Huai spoke again. Next, please invite our poetry and painting to bring you a dance. She said but did not go down. She smiled at Xu Shiqing who came up. As the music slowly started, they danced, like two butterflies flying. Their movements were smooth and their coordination was perfect. As expected of twins, their coordination is amazing. The dance ended. Xu Huai panted slightly. Her cheeks were flushed with excitement. Next, please welcome the fifth sister to bring us a wonderful performance. What kind of performance did Xu Feiyan know? But in this situation, rejection would be too disappointing. So she decided to perform an acrobatics. The performance began. Her body was light and flexible, and she did somersaults, rotations, etc. with ease. Every move was clean and neat. The women watched with great interest. If those warriors knew she, a strong person of Huajin, performed acrobatics, I wonder what they would think. Xu Feiyan's performance ended. Xu Huai looked at Xu Qingshan and Xu Qingshe expectantly. Next, please invite the second sister and the fourth sister to perform for everyone. Xu Qingshan and Xu Qingshe said they didn't want to perform. But they couldn't resist the enthusiasm of the sisters. Xu Qingshan sang a song helplessly. Xu Qingshe was also infected by everyone's enthusiasm. She picked up a sword. Then I will perform a sword dance. Xu Qingshe danced with a sword. The sword seemed to have life in her hand. Sometimes it was light and agile, and sometimes it was strong and powerful. Everyone applauded. The sisters all performed. All the girls looked at Xu Hao and Su Wancho at the same time. Feeling the enthusiasm of their daughters, Su Wancho couldn't help singing a song. Finally, everyone's eyes turned to Xu Hao. Dad, we have all performed, now it's your turn. Xu Hao asked with a smile. What do you want to see? As soon as this was said, various voices rang out immediately. Sing, Dad must sing well. Playing the piano is also good, Dad's piano skills are great, I haven't heard it for a long time. I think we should do a set of boxing, I want to see how good Dad is. At this time, Xu Huai stood up and said. Dad can sing and play the piano, it's not new at all. Dad, show something shocking. The sisters all nodded in agreement. They all knew that Xu Hao was versatile. Singing and playing the piano were no problem. So they hoped to see a different performance. After thinking for a moment, Xu Hao smiled. He had an idea. He pointed to the lake next to him. The girls looked curiously. Then, a miracle happened. The lake began to churn. It was like the legendary dragon sucking water. The water splashed and made a gurgling sound. Gradually, the lake water rose, swirled and twisted in the air. Finally, it formed the shape of a dragon, a mighty and domineering water dragon. The girls were stunned. Their eyes were wide open. Their mouths were wide open, making people want to stuff something in. How did he do this? It's amazing. Oh my God, Dad can actually control the water flow, is this magic? They knew Xu Hao was powerful. But they didn't expect him to be so powerful. However, this is not over yet. Xu Hao pointed at the bonfire again. A cluster of bonfires instantly rose into the air, the flames danced, and turned into a dragon. The fire dragon bared its fangs and claws. It even roared. The water dragon and the fire dragon confronted each other. It was as if the two opponents were provoking each other. The water dragon swung its body and splashed water. The fire dragon danced with its claws, extinguishing flames. They stared at each other. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Suddenly, the water dragon took the lead in attacking. It opened its mouth wide and spurted out a powerful stream of water, rushing towards the fire dragon. The fire dragon was not to be outdone. It spit out a ball of blazing flames, water streams. Water and fire collided. Steam filled the air for a while. The two dragons fought fiercely in the air. They sometimes circled, sometimes dived, and sometimes collided with each other. The power of water and fire intertwined to form a spectacular picture. The women watched intently. They were completely attracted by this amazing scene. They were sure it was not an illusion. It was a miracle that really happened before our eyes. It's so spectacular, Dad is so amazing. This is beyond our imagination. How many magical powers does Dad have? The battle lasted for a while. Until both dragons were wounded. They disappeared after both were injured. The girls were amazed. They all looked at Xu Hao with admiration. Xu Qingshan was shocked beyond words. She stared at Xu Hao blankly. Even though she had expected Xu Hao's mystery, she was still shocked. A feeling of admiration also rose in her heart. Ding Xu Qingshan's heart trembled. Emotional value plus 753. Cool. Another wave of harvest. Xu Huayi stared blankly at the two dragons that disappeared. It took a while to come back to her senses. Her face was full of excitement, her eyes sparkling. She rushed forward in one step. She hugged Xu Hao tightly and gave him a wooden horse on the face. Dad, you are so amazing. This is simply a miracle. How did you do it? Teach me too. Xu Huayi looked at Xu Hao expectantly. Her eyes were full of desire. Hearing this, the other sister's eyes moved slightly. They also wanted to have the ability of Xu Hao. Xu Hao chuckled, I can't teach you this for the time being. Xu Huayi showed a disappointed look on her face. She pouted her lips. She said unwillingly, why? Dad, I really want to learn this. Xu Hao patted Xu Huayi's head. He explained patiently, no reason, you can't learn it for the time being. Okay. After listening to Xu Hao's words, Xu Huayi was a little disappointed. But she quickly cheered up, Dad, don't you have many powerful abilities hidden? Show us again. The sisters next to him also echoed, yes, Dad, show us another one. Dad, you must have many magical abilities that you haven't shown yet. Seeing his daughter's expectant faces, Xu Hao turned his eyes. A small flower bud appeared in his sight. Xu Hao immediately reached out his hand. He picked the flower bud off. With a thought, he activated the ability to control wood. In the shocked eyes of the girls, the flower bud began to change. The petals seemed to be unfolded by an invisible hand, growing and blooming little by little. When the flower was the most beautiful, Xu Hao stopped urging it. Then he handed the flower to Xu Huayi. Xu Huayi took it in surprise. He was stunned. How did you do this? It was still a flower bud just now. Xu Xiqing couldn't help her curiosity and snatched the flower away. Let me see. She observed the flower carefully. Then passed it to other sisters. All the girls were deeply shocked. They compared them. It was confirmed that this was the flower bud just now. It's amazing. Dad can shorten the time for flowers to bloom. It's incredible. After seeing Xu Hao's trick, Xu Huayi's eyes lit up. Keep pestering Xu Hao. Dad, show us your other abilities, okay. The other daughters also looked at Xu Hao curiously. Xu Hao saw that today's harvest was enough. Stop at the right time. Can't expose all at once. Stay a little mysterious. So he said, okay, it's getting late, it's time to rest. Su Wancho looked at the time and agreed. Yes, everyone should rest, we will continue to play tomorrow. Xu Huayi pouted her lips high, expressing dissatisfaction. But she also knew that she couldn't do anything to Xu Hao. She could only secretly think about finding a chance to ask him later. She had to squeeze her father dry. The girls began to clean up the bonfire party venue. Then they returned to the villa together. Xu Hao naturally lived in the same room with Su Wancho. Su Wancho knew that Xu Hao would have S*X with women every night. In addition, she was shocked by the ability Xu Hao showed today. She changed into a sexy uniform. She put on a seductive look. When Xu Hao came out of the shower, he saw Su Wancho's seductive look at a glance. Wancho, you are playing. Xu Hao certainly couldn't stand it. He stepped forward and hugged her in his arms. Beautiful music sounded instantly. Because this villa didn't have good sound insulation at home, the sisters blushed immediately. They couldn't help but think of the afternoon horseback riding. The feeling of the ups and downs of life. They quickly covered their ears, trying to force themselves to be quiet. Who knew the sound was getting louder and louder? It turned out that Xu Hao brought Su Wancho to the balcony. It was destined to be a sleepless night. The next day, the family went to the lake to fish. Xu Hao lay comfortably on the chair, basking in the sun with his eyes closed. There was a fishing rod in front of him. The daughters around him also found their own positions, staring at the fishing rod intently, hoping that the fish would be hooked. However, their fishing skills were not very good. After working for a long time, Ye caught a few small fish. As time went by, the sun gradually became more scorching. Xu Hao said secretly, "It's time to end this fishing activity. However, before the end, he has to do something." Xu Hao opened his eyes and his eyes slowly turned. He soon found that Xu Qingxian was far away from Xu Feiyan. As a strong person of Huajin, Xu Feiyan would definitely react quickly if someone got into trouble. Therefore, he had to choose a target that was farther away. Xu Qingxian was very suitable. Then, Xu Hao quietly activated his perspective ability. He saw through the lake and found a big fish. Then he used telekinesis to control the fish to bite Xu Qingxian's hook. At this time, Xu Qingxian was absent-mindedly looking at the fishing rod. The fishing rod suddenly pulled. It's bitten. In fact, it's not just the strength of the fish. Seeing this scene, the women stood up in shock. He landed just not far from where Xu Qingxian fell into the water. However, someone was one step faster than them. Xu Qingxian felt very strenuous. After finding out that it was Xu Hao who caught her, Xu Qingxian was so embarrassed that she almost smoked. Unexpectedly, someone came to rescue her. Then he jumped a long way. Xu Qingxian reacted and hurriedly grabbed the fishing rod. The sisters around were stunned. To harvest emotional value, she felt a pain in front of her. There is also Xu Hao secretly using telekinesis to assist. In fact, with Xu Hao's ability to control water, they were envious. Xu Hao has been observing Xu Qingxian's reaction. When he saw Xu Qingxian's loss of consciousness, he suddenly moved. Seeing the strength of the bending of the fishing rod, Xu Hao turned over and stood up from the recliner. It was Xu Hao, of course. The other party seemed to have realized that he had grabbed the wrong person, and immediately changed his position and passed her waist. The strength of this fish is really too great. Immediately afterwards, Xu Qingxian felt her body lighten and rushed towards the water. In fact, Xu Qingxian can swim and was not panicked after falling into the water. Otherwise, with Xu Qingxian taking the marrow cleansing pill and improving her strength physique, it would not be difficult to pull up the fish. Xu Qingxian exclaimed, "This is a big catch." It turned out that Xu Hao stepped on the water and flew to the shore with the help of force. As we all know, when you are eager to save people, it is inevitable to grab something you shouldn't grab. The whole person was pulled into the water by the huge force, making a plop sound. Again, he could pull Xu Qingxian out with a thought. As warriors, Xu Feiyan and Xu Qingxie immediately prepared to go down to rescue people. Fortunately, she was soaked so it couldn't be seen. But with Xu Hao's interference, the situation is different. Xu Hao picked up Xu Qingxian without hesitation. As we all know, when you are eager to save people, it is inevitable to grab something you shouldn't grab. In fact, Xu Qingxian can swim and she was not panicked after falling into the water. Unexpectedly, someone came to save her. The other party immediately grabbed her waist. Immediately afterwards, Xu Qingxian felt her body lighten and went to the water. It turned out that Xu Hao stepped on the water and flew to the shore with the help of force. In fact, with Xu Hao's ability to control water, he could pull Xu Qingxian out with a thought. Again, the same words. To harvest emotional value. After finding out that it was Xu Hao who saved her, Xu Qingxian's head was almost smoking with shame. Fortunately, others couldn't see it at this time. Chapter 393, 5 claw marks in front of the body. Games with daughters. Erotic. At this moment, Xu Qingxian was like a lotus emerging from the water. Wet hair stuck to her face, adding a bit of charm. The cool skirt was close to her body. It showed her curvy figure. After Xu Hao rescued her to the shore, he let go of her waist and asked with concern, "Qingxian, are you okay?" Xu Qingxian was still a little confused. She came back to her senses after hearing the question and replied in a panic, "I didn't expect that it was Xu Hao who saved her." Recalling the feeling of being grabbed in the water, she realized the seriousness of the matter. She was so embarrassed. It was so embarrassing. Xu Qingxian was flustered, emotional value plus 852. The sisters also reacted at this time. They surrounded her and asked about her well-being. "Second sister, are you okay? You scared us to death." Xu Shiqing looked anxious. His eyes were full of worry. "Yes, second sister, are you injured?" Xu Huai asked anxiously. He looked Xu Qingxian up and down to check if she was injured. "Second sister, you scared us." 1. Xu Hongzhuang held Xu Qingxian's hand. Xu Qingxian blushed and whispered, "I'm fine." I made everyone worried. Xu Qingshe looked at the lake curiously. Second sister, how big is the fish you caught? It directly pulled you into the water. Where is the fishing rod? Xu Qingshan was helpless when she heard it. It's really rare to be pulled into the water by a fish. Xu Hao frowned slightly, said in a cold voice. Dare to hurt Qingshan, I will get it out. Then, he had an idea. The girls saw the fishing rod fly from the water in the distance, breaking through the lake surface and flying into Xu Hao's hand. Xu Hao pulled it gently. A big fish drew a parabola and fell to the side. Looked closely. Wow, this guy is a 367. It's really big. It must be about 50 to 60 kilograms. Xu Hao's operation once again amazed the daughters, and their eyes sparkled. Dad is so awesome. Xu Xiqing, Xu Huai and other sisters had sparkling eyes and full of admiration. Xu Qingshan felt warm in her heart. She thought Xu Hao was avenging her. She was moved. Xu Hao waved his hand. We'll have grilled fish for lunch. Okay. The girls cheered. Xu Huai waved his fist. That's right, we want to avenge our second sister. The sisters began to deal with the big fish. Xu Hao and Xu Qingshan's clothes were wet by the water, and they had to go back to change clothes. After Xu Qingshan returned to the room, she went straight into the bathroom. She took off her clothes. She looked at herself in the mirror. A palm print was very clear. It was left by Xu Hao when he saved her in the water. A strange feeling surged in her heart. Her thoughts drifted back to the moment she was rescued in the water. A blush appeared on her face. This bath took a little too long. The figure of Xu Hao kept appearing in her mind. At noon, the sun was even hotter. Except for the big fish caught by Xu Qingshan. Xu Hao got a sheep from somewhere. Prepared to roast a whole lamb. He skillfully matched the seasonings and evenly applied the various seasonings on the lamb. The roasted whole lamb exuded an attractive aroma. The family sat around the dining table, drooling. Xu Hongzhuang couldn't wait to pick up a piece of lamb and take a bite. Her eyes lit up immediately. Wow, Dad, it's so delicious. Xu Qingshe also nodded in praise. It's simply a delicacy on earth, Dad's cooking skills are great. The other sisters also praised Xu Hao's cooking skills. Seeing that his daughters were eating happily, Xu Hao was also relieved. If it's delicious, eat more. Xu Xiqing saw this warm scene. Her heart was very warm. She picked up a piece of fish and took a light bite. The delicious taste of the fish spreads in your mouth. Xu Xiqing said with a smile. This fish is also delicious. Just as the family was enjoying the delicious food, an unusual breath approached quietly. Perhaps it was because the aroma of barbecue was too tempting. A white tiger appeared not far away. It exuded the fierce breath of the king of beasts. Xu Feiyan was the first to discover the white tiger. She was so shocked that her eyes widened. Xu Feiyan lowered her voice and exclaimed. Look, what is that? Looking in the direction of her gaze, the sisters were horrified. How could there be a tiger? Xu Xiqing covered her mouth, fearing that she would make a sound and attract the tiger to attack. This is too scary. Xu Hongzhuang's face turned slightly pale. Xu Huai hid behind Xu Hao in fear. The voice trembled. Dad, there is a tiger. Xu Feiyan took a deep breath and said calmly. Don't be afraid, my dad and I are not afraid of it. This is the confidence of a Hua Jin master. Let alone a tiger. Even if an elephant comes, he is not afraid. The girls looked at Xu Hao. Xu Hao nodded. Don't be afraid. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But the fear in their hearts was still there. Why did this tiger appear here? Xu Qingshe asked in confusion. It must be that the meat that Dad cooked was too fragrant, and it came here after smelling the smell. Xu Huai guessed. It's not a big deal to be stared at by a tiger like this. Xu Feiyan wanted to chase it away. Xu Hao stopped her. Everyone looked at Xu Hao in confusion. Dad, why don't you let me chase it away? Xu Feiyan asked in confusion. Xu Hao smiled. Looking directly at the white tiger, he said. No need to chase it away, I have a better way. The girls looked at each other. They didn't know what Xu Hao was up to. They just stared at the white tiger. They activated his hypnotic and beast-controlling abilities. It wasn't long before the alertness in the white tiger's eyes disappeared. Xu Hao waved at it. The white tiger actually walked over slowly. The girls were a little scared and stepped back. Dad, it's coming, let's go, it's too dangerous. Xu Xiqing said worriedly. Yes, tigers are very fierce, what if it suddenly attacks? Xu Huai held the corner of Xu Hao's clothes tightly. Xu Hao comforted them. Don't worry, it won't attack us. The girls were skeptical. They stared at the white tiger nervously. Then they saw the white tiger walk in front of Xu Hao. It kept wagging its tail, and looked very well behaved. The girls were stunned. They couldn't believe what they saw. How did you do that? Xu Hongzhuang's eyes widened. Aren't tigers very fierce? And this one looked like a wild tiger. It was tamed by Xu Hao. Dad, you are so amazing. Xu Huai sighed sincerely. You can make a tiger so docile. This is a miracle, Xu Qingye said with emotion. Dad, how did you do it? Hearing the system prompt sound in his ear, Xu Hao made up a lie. This is a special ability that can communicate with animals and let them let down their guard. The girls were shocked when they heard this. Communicating with animals. It was incredible. At this moment, they admired Xu Hao even more. Xu Hao tore off a piece of mutton. He threw it gently and it fell in front of the white tiger. The white tiger's amber eyes lit up instantly. He immediately moved forward. He sniffed first, then opened his mouth wide, revealing his sharp teeth. Then he chewed with relish. He saw that the white tiger was eating with great concentration. It really didn't show any signs of hurting anyone. The girls finally felt relieved. Their eyes were no longer filled with fear. Instead, they were filled with curiosity. They looked at this majestic big guy. Xu Huai was lively and curious about new things. At this time, he gradually became bolder. He said to Xu Hao eagerly, Dad, can I touch it? Xu Hao smiled and replied, Of course. At this moment, Xu saw that the white tiger was a little dirty. He stopped Xu Huai. Wait a minute. Then, he said to the white tiger, Go take a bath in the lake. The girls were all surprised. Xu Shiqing couldn't help asking, Can tigers understand human language? The girls were also puzzled. However, something surprising happened. The white tiger seemed to really understand. It reluctantly looked at the barbecue, turned around, and walked towards the lake. Every step was very steady. With a kingly demeanor. Soon, the white tiger came to the lake. It jumped into the lake without hesitation. The lake water splashed high. Then, the white tiger rolled in the lake for a few rounds. It looked like it was taking a bath. It sometimes slapped the water with its claws. Sometimes it shook its head and splashed water. The women were stunned. They opened their mouths wide and stared. Xu Feiyan exclaimed, Isn't this too human? Especially the little fox Lang Bingji. She was so shocked that her eyes almost popped out. If she hadn't witnessed it with her own eyes, she would definitely think that someone else turned into a tiger. After all, she had set a precedent. It's not unacceptable for a person to turn into a tiger. How else to explain it? How can an animal have this intelligence? Suppressing the shock in her heart, Lang Bingji's eyes were different. Xu Hao became more and more mysterious in her eyes. From yesterday's control of water and fire to today's taming of tigers. Her resistance to Xu Hao is getting weaker and weaker. An idea came to her mind. It's not bad to follow Xu Hao. Not long after, the white tiger came out of the lake. It shook its body vigorously. It shook off the water droplets on its body. Its white fur shone brightly in the sun. It was more beautiful in its majesty. The white tiger came in front of everyone again. Seeing that the white tiger was clean, Xu Hao said to Xu Huai, You can touch it. She was both excited and nervous. She slowly reached out. The white tiger stood quietly without any reaction. Finally, Xu Huai's hand finally fell on the white tiger. It felt furry and very tactile. The white tiger stood unmoved. The women saw that Xu Huai had successfully touched the white tiger. They all became interested. They stepped forward and carefully reached out their hands. They gently stroked the white tiger. Xiao Wanzhi and Su Wancho's arms saw everyone touching the tiger. She also twisted her body excitedly. She said she wanted to play too. Su Wancho was still a little worried. Xiao Wanzhi, you can't do it. It's too dangerous. Xiao Wanzhi pouted and looked unhappy. Xu Hao said, Dad will take you to play. Then he picked up Xiao Wanzhi. He sat on the back of the white tiger. Feeling the weight on his back, the white tiger paused slightly. Xu Hao asked him to move forward. The white tiger took obedient steps. He walked forward with Xu Hao and Xiao Wanzhi. The girls were stunned. Is there such a thing? We ride horses, you ride the tiger directly. After a while, seeing Xu Hao bring Xiao Wanzhi back, Xu Huai looked at Xu Hao eagerly and said, Dad, I want to sit too, can I? Xu Hao smiled. Of course, don't worry, it won't hurt anyone. Xu Huai believed Xu Hao. She tiptoed forward. Finally, she sat steadily on the back of the white tiger. She said excitedly to her sisters. Sister, come on, take a picture for me, it's so cool. The girls took out their mobile phones and checked in with each other. Record this unforgettable moment. The family spent several days of happy time in the holiday villa. Happy times are always short. Everyone has their own things to do. It's impossible to play carefree all the time. Xu Huai, who proposed to come to the holiday villa, didn't say much after playing for a few days. Dad, Mom, and sisters all have jobs. Even she and her sister Xu Xiqing don't want to go back to school. The last night, everyone gathered in the villa. Since this is the last night, let's have fun and put a perfect end to this vacation. Xu Feiyan suggested. Okay. Everyone responded. They decided to have a party in the villa. Xu Hao took out the fruit wine drawn from the system. Time passed slowly. Everyone started playing various games. Laughter and joy echoed in the villa. After playing for a while, Xu Hao suddenly came up with an idea. Why not harvest another wave? So, after playing Truth or Dare and other games, Xu Hao secretly hypnotized his little daughter Xu Huai. Xu Huai blinked and suddenly said excitedly, let's play rock paper scissors. What game is this? Xu Xiqing asked puzzledly. Xu Huai began to introduce the gameplay. The rules are very simple. Those who have the same gestures should hug each other, and those who have different gestures should drink. Those who don't hug each other after 3 seconds should also drink. It was getting late. Su Wancho took Xiao Wanzhi to bed. Only Xu Hao and his daughters were left at the scene. Xu Hao pretended to want to rest. But Xu Huai pulled him away. Dad, let's play for a while longer. It's so boring if you leave. Okay. 1.2. Faced with his daughter's coquetry. What else can Xu Hao say? Then don't blame him for the big harvest. Okay, let's play together for a while. The rock-paper-scissors game began. This time, Xu Huai, Xu Hongzhuang, Xu Qingshan, and Xu Xiqing all played rock. Xu Feiyan and Xu Qingshe played paper. People with the same gestures quickly hugged each other. Only Xu Yi played scissors. Dad, you lost, drink quickly. Xu Huai urged. Xu Hao picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Come again, come again. Xu Huai was having a lot of fun. This time, Xu Huai, Xu Hao, Xu Xiqing, and Xu Qingshan were cloth. Xu Feiyan and Xu Hongzhuang were scissors. Xu Qingshe was the stone. Hurry up and find a partner to hug. Xu Huai threw himself into Xu Hao's arms. Xu Xiqing was not to be outdone and hugged Xu Chou. Xu Qingshan stood there at a loss, hesitating whether to hug Xu Hao. Unfortunately, the 3 seconds were over quickly. Xu Qingshan didn't hug Xu Hao. And Xu Qingshe was the stone. The two raised their glasses to drink. Xu Huai looked at Xu Qingshan in confusion. Second sister, why are you standing there? Are you embarrassed to hug me? What does it have to do with Dad? Xu Qingshan blushed and whispered. I just didn't react. The game continues. In order to harvest as much as possible. When in contact, Xu Hao activated the god's hand. Stir up the feeling in the heart. The result is. Ding Xu Hongzhuang is confused, emotional value plus 654. Ding Xu Qingshe is thinking wildly, emotional value plus 753. The reminder sound in his mind kept ringing, and Xu Hao won again. Chapter 394, The secretary took the initiative. The heroine got pregnant, forced to give birth to a child. The next morning, the sun shone through the thin clouds and shone on the earth. Xu Hao and his family stood in the yard, preparing to embark on the journey home. The girls said goodbye to the tigress and the mare. These few days of getting along, they brought a lot of joy to everyone. Xu Huai's eyes were red. She looked at Xu Hao reluctantly, and her voice was soft and sticky. Dad, can you take Xiaobai and Zhao Hong back? They are so well behaved. Xu Xiqing frowned immediately. She scolded her sister. Huai, don't make trouble. Zhao Hong is okay, but Xiaobai is okay. That's a tiger, and it's not allowed. Xu Hongzhuang also frowned. Yes, if you keep a tiger at home, it will be a disaster if someone sees it. It would be bad if it scares others or hurts others, causing unnecessary trouble. Xu Huai was a little unwilling, and pouted her lips to retort. But they are so obedient, they will definitely not run around. And the house is so spacious, they can stay here and won't cause any trouble. Seeing his daughter's face full of expectation, Xu Hao looked at the white tiger and the red rabbit again. He couldn't help but think. Both the white tiger and the red rabbit are extraordinary. With his beast-controlling skills, he can guarantee their obedience. There is no need to say more about the red rabbit. He summoned it, and he is its master. It's just that the white tiger needs to be a little more careful. But it's not a big problem. Thinking of this, Xu Hao smiled. Okay, then take them back. Xu Huai cheered when she heard it. Great, Dad is the best. The excitement on her face was beyond words. She immediately threw herself into Xu Hao's arms, and the wooden horse bit her. However, the girls were a little worried. Xu Hao waved his hand to reassure them. Don't worry, I have a way to keep them out of trouble. Besides, they can protect your safety. Su Wancho was still a little worried. Brother Hao, is it really okay? After all, tigers are not ordinary pets. What if something happens? Xu Hao held her hand. Wancho, believe me, I will take good care of them and will not let them bring danger to everyone. Xu Qingxie also said. But what if someone finds out? Will it cause unnecessary trouble? Xu Hao said confidently. Don't worry, I will keep it a secret, and I will deal with it even if it is discovered. Finally, the matter was settled. With Xu Hao's comfort, the worries of the women disappeared. The matter of pulling the white tiger and the red rabbit back home. Xu Hao handed it over to his men to deal with. He returned home with his daughters. All the way, Xu Huai was immersed in the joy of bringing the white tiger and the red rabbit home. When they returned home, the white tiger and the red rabbit were also pulled back soon. Curiously looking at the new environment, Xu Hao used his beast-controlling skills again, making them more docile and obedient. Several sisters also recognized the joining of the two new members. After noon, Xu Hao went to Xu Group. The documents accumulated over the past few days needed his signature. President's office. After finishing the work at hand, Xu Hao leaned back in the comfortable office chair. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Come in. The door slowly opened, and Secretary Ji Feishui walked in. She was wearing a decent professional suit, with long hair draped over her shoulders, and she was becoming more and more charming. The voice was gentle and pleasant. Xu Hao looked over and asked with a smile. Feishui. What's the matter? Ji Feishui hesitated and said. Mr. Xu, these documents need your review. As she said that, she handed over the documents in her hand. Xu Hao took the documents. He did not look at them immediately, but looked at Ji Feishui. The two people's eyes met. The atmosphere suddenly changed. You've been busy these days, haven't you? Ji Feishui shook her head, a little embarrassed. It's okay. Compared to handling company affairs, I miss you more. There are not many people in the company who have a good relationship with her. Sha Qingge and Li Yunshu have both taken leave and haven't come back yet. I rely on Xu Hao. During the days when Xu Hao was away, she felt very lonely. She numbed herself with a lot of work every day. This is a sign of complete fall. Xu Hao's heart moved slightly, and he stood up and came to Feishui. He hugged her in his arms. I miss you too. Ji Feishui did not resist. She also hugged Xu Hao tightly. Feeling his warmth, the two slowly approached. After a while of lingering, Ji Feishui sorted out her clothes. She walked to work with a look of anger and joy. At this moment, a mobile phone ring broke the sage time. Pick up the phone and see, Xu Hao raised his eyebrows. It turned out to be Yang's mother calling. This tool man has been used up long ago. What's the point of contacting him? The phone was connected. The voice of Yang's mother came from the other end of the phone, mixed with respect and joy. Mr. Xu. What's the matter? Xu Hao said calmly. He didn't have time to be polite to Yang's mother. Mr. Xu, Wei Wei seems to be pregnant. The voice was a little nervous. Afraid that his words would anger this big shot. Zhang Wei, her daughter. It all started in the morning. After driving Xiao Long away, the cooking task fell on the nanny. Sometimes Yang's mother would make some herself. This morning, Yang's mother was in a good mood. She carefully prepared breakfast, including fried dough sticks, scallion pancakes and steamed buns. Seeing her daughter get up, she quickly called her over for breakfast. Zhang Wei came over. Seeing the greasy food on the table, her face turned pale instantly. An irresistible feeling of nausea came over her. She covered her chest and retched on the spot. Then she quickly ran to the bathroom. This was a big blow to Yang's mother. She thought it was the food she cooked that made her daughter feel sick. Then she thought it was wrong. She had made breakfast many times, but she had never seen her daughter like this. Could she be sick? Yang's mother quickly put down the tableware and walked quickly to the bathroom door. She asked anxiously, "Wei Wei, what's wrong with you?" Zhang Wei frowned, trying to suppress the feeling of nausea. She said weakly, "Nothing." Yang's mother continued to ask, "Tell mom if you feel uncomfortable, don't hide it from mom." Zhang Wei said helplessly, "I really don't feel uncomfortable." Yang's mother was skeptical. Seeing her daughter's pale face, she became more worried. "Okay, let's go eat something. I made the scallion pancakes you like." She thought about letting her daughter eat something. Maybe she would feel better. However, when Zhang Wei thought of those greasy foods, she started to feel uncomfortable again. Facing her mother's concerned eyes, Zhang Wei took a breath and said, "You guys eat, I won't eat, it's too greasy." Yang's mother paused suddenly. A thought flashed through her mind. She was nauseated by greasy food, but she didn't feel uncomfortable. This reminded her of morning sickness. Could her daughter be pregnant? A wave of ecstasy surged in her heart. Her heartbeat began to speed up, and she felt like it was going to jump out of her throat. Her daughter is pregnant. Whose child is it? It must be Xu Hao. Who is Xu Hao? He is the CEO of the Trillion Group. His daughter is pregnant with his child, but it is a dragon seed. Xu Hao has no son yet, but if he is pregnant with a boy, he will be the prince. He will inherit the entire group in the future. For a moment, Yang's mother's eyes lit up when she looked at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei felt uncomfortable being looked at. "Mom, why are you looking at me like this?" Yang's mother tightly grasped Zhang Wei's hand. Her voice was trembling with excitement. "Wei Wei, are you pregnant?" "Ah." Zhang Wei was stunned. Pregnant. Impossible. She lost her confidence after saying this. She didn't react before. Now think about it. In her current state, what else could she be if not pregnant? Zhang Wei was in a mess. Various thoughts intertwined in her mind. She didn't know how to face this situation. If she was really pregnant, what should she do? Would Xu Hao admit the child? Where would their relationship go? Yang's mother was very excited. It was as if she saw the future of the Zhang family's prosperity. "Wei Wei, you wait at home, I'll go buy a pregnancy test stick," she said and hurried out. Zhang Wei was left dazed. She raised her hand and touched her belly, feeling confused. Not long after, Yang's mother came back. She held the pregnancy test stick in her hand. Her face was full of anxiety and expectation. Yang's mother urged her to hand the pregnancy test stick to Zhang Wei. "Wei Wei, go and try it." Zhang Wei took the pregnancy test stick. It was like holding a hot potato. Slowly walked into the bathroom and closed the door. Time passed by. Zhang Wei looked at the pregnancy test stick in her hand. The result displayed on it. It was a sign of pregnancy. She was stunned. Yang's mother was waiting anxiously outside. She shouted a few times, but got no response. So she simply opened the door. Seeing the pregnancy test stick, Yang's mother almost jumped up with excitement. "Great, Wei Wei, you are pregnant with Mr. Xu's child. Our Zhang family is going to be rich." Yang's mother quickly told Yang's father the good news. Yang's father was reading in the study. When he heard the news, he was stunned at first. After reacting, he felt mixed emotions. "My daughter is pregnant with Mr. Xu's child, but I don't know if Mr. Xu will recognize it. After all, Mr. Xu has a happy family." Father Yang's words were like pouring a bucket of cold water on Mother Yang's head. Mother Zhang also began to worry. In front of Xu Hao's status and power, they were insignificant. Finally, the torment lasted until the afternoon. Mother Zhang decided to call Xu Hao. To test Xu Hao's attitude. Heard from Mother Zhang that Zhang Wei was pregnant, Xu Hao was a little surprised. He got the medicine that would definitely make him pregnant from the system. He was planning to try Zhang Wei again one day. It's good that she's pregnant now. It saves him from being a villain again. Xu Hao's tone was gentle. "This is good news. Take good care of Zhang Wei. I'll go over in the evening." Mother Zhang immediately felt relieved. From what Xu Hao meant, it was decided to have this child. Mother Zhang said excitedly, "Don't worry, Mr. Xu, I will definitely take good care of Wei Wei. You come over in the evening and we will be ready." Hang up the phone. Yang's mother couldn't wait to tell Yang's father and Zhang Wei the good news. Yang's father was also very happy to hear this. However, Zhang Wei was confused. She didn't know what to do. When she learned that Xu Hao decided to have this child, she felt a little happy. But it was soon replaced by entanglement. After all, she was forced by Xu Hao in the beginning. Her relationship with Xu Hao is very complicated. But she felt very reluctant to abort the child. Yang's mother was extremely happy about her daughter's pregnancy. Thinking that Xu Hao would come over in the evening, she looked at her daughter's belly and suddenly felt a little worried. What if the examination was wrong? Wouldn't that deceive Xu Hao? The consequences would definitely be serious. So, to be on the safe side, Yang's mother decided to take her daughter to the hospital for a definitive examination. Wei Wei, let's go to the hospital for another examination, so that we can feel more at ease. Zhang Wei hesitated for a moment and did not refuse. She also had a glimmer of hope. The hope was false. If she was not pregnant, she would not have to be so entangled. In the hospital, Zhang Wei waited nervously for the test results. Yang's mother comforted her. Wei Wei, don't be nervous. If you are really pregnant, this is a good thing. Mr. Xu is so capable and has such a high status. He will definitely give you and the child a good future. Zhang Wei pursed her lips and said nothing. Finally, the test results came out. The doctor smiled and said to Zhang Wei and Yang's mother. Yang's mother breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Wei stared at the examination report blankly, with mixed feelings in her heart. After returning home, Yang's mother saw that her daughter was absent-minded. Comforted, Wei Wei, just give birth to the child. This is your flesh and blood, and it is also the hope of our Zhang family. Since Mr. Xu has decided to have this child, he will definitely be responsible for you. Don't think too much. Zhang Wei sighed. Mom, I'm a little scared. What are you afraid of? Yang's mother frowned, thinking quickly, and said. Wei Wei, don't you want a child, abort a little life? Zhang Wei shook her head. Yang's mother's tone became more urgent. Then it's okay, Wang Zhao. If you don't want to abort the child, just give birth to the child with peace of mind. Zhang Wei said worriedly. I'm afraid Xu Hao is just in a momentary mood, and he won't care about us after the child is born. Mother Zhang quickly spoke for Xu Hao. No, Mr. Xu is not that kind of person. He is capable and responsible, and he will definitely take good care of you. Besides, you have no way out now. Since Mr. Xu has decided to have this child, can you resist? Zhang Wei was silent. Yes, with Xu Hao's domineering personality, she really couldn't refuse. Night fell. Xu Hao came to Yang's house. Father and Mother Zhang had been waiting at the door for a long time. As soon as they saw Xu Hao, they immediately greeted him enthusiastically. Father Zhang said with a smile on his face. Mr. Xu, you are here, we are all looking forward to seeing you. Mother Zhang also echoed on the side. Yes, Mr. Xu, please come in. Xu Hao smiled and nodded. He walked into the house. The table was filled with delicious food, and the aroma was fragrant. Yang's father and mother kept greeting him. Zhang Wei sat aside, avoiding his eyes and not daring to look at Xu Chou. Xu Hao noticed her strangeness. He walked to Zhang Wei. Xiao Wei, don't be afraid, I came here to have a good talk with you. Zhang Wei raised her head. She looked at Xu Hao with uneasiness in her eyes. Xu Hao's eyes showed a tenderness she had never seen before. Give birth to the child. I will be responsible, don't worry, I will definitely give you and the child a happy future. As he said, Xu Hao took out the prepared pregnancy-preserving medicine. Looking at the pregnancy-preserving medicine in his hand, Xu Hao really cared about it. Zhang Wei felt a warm current in her heart. This man was not as bad as she imagined. After dinner, everyone sat in the living room and chatted. Yang's father and mother kept trying to please Xu Hao. It was getting late. Yang's mother looked at the time and said, Mr. Xu, it's too late. Why don't you stay? Xu Hao looked at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei suddenly became nervous, fearing that Xu Hao would mess up. Chapter 395, The Voice of the Villain. Naked threats. Sisters appear. It's time to go to bed. Xu Hao walked into Zhang Wei's bedroom openly. Zhang Wei walked in front nervously. He was pounding, not knowing what would happen next. Xu Hao sat down on the bed, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Looking at Zhang Wei not far away, he waved. Xiao Wei, Come here, let's talk. Jiang Wei was uneasy. The steps were as heavy as lead. Thinking of what she had to face. She gritted her teeth and moved. Step by step, approaching Xu Hao. Looking at her cautious look. Xu Hao found it interesting. Pretending to be deep. Xiao Wei, I know it's always my fault. I shouldn't force you. But I really like you, and I can't help myself, what the hell? Jiang Wei was stunned. Then her anger was ignited. She laughed in anger, do you like me? What you call like is to force me to do those things. Shameless. Too shameless. Is this something a person can say? Because I like you, so I force you. This is not love, there is only possession. Xu Hao showed a bitter smile. His eyes were sincere. Xiao Wei, I know I was wrong, but no matter what, the child is innocent, I hope you can give birth to the child. Jiang Wei's heart tightened, and she said angrily, what if I abort the child? Xu Hao's eyes gradually changed. He showed a dangerous smile. Originally, I only cared about you, but now there is another one, the child in your belly. If you abort the child, abort my flesh and blood, then there is no need for the Zhang family to exist. Threat. This is a naked threat. Jiang Wei was trembling with anger. She glared at Xu Hao and gritted her teeth. Xu Hao, don't go too far, don't force me to call the police. Xu Hao said slowly. Call the police. You can call the police at any time, if it's useful. Jiang Wei's breathing stagnated. She then remembered Xu Hao's identity. If calling the police was useful, she wouldn't be pregnant with the child. She took in her expression. Xu Hao felt that it was time. Then he stood up and walked to Jiang Wei. He hugged her in his arms. He stroked her hair and said softly. Xiao Wei, don't be angry. I was just too anxious just now, so I said that. I was also worried about the child. Give birth to the child, I swear, I will take good care of you and the child. I will spend my whole life to make up for my mistakes. He slapped her. Of course he had to give her a sweet date. After that, Xu Hao took out a crystal clear pill. It exuded a strong medicinal fragrance. This is the marrow cleansing pill, which is good for you and the child. Take it. Jiang Wei's mood gradually stabilized. Looking at the pill, she hesitated. Why? Are you afraid that I will hurt you? Xu Hao smiled. Looking at Xu Hao's eyes, it was not like that. Jiang Wei hesitated for a moment, but still reached out to take the marrow cleansing pill. Put the pill in her mouth. It melted in her mouth, and a cool feeling instantly spread throughout her body. Half an hour later, Jiang Wei came out of the bathroom. She had cleansed her marrow and removed her hair, and her whole body was light, as if she had been reborn. Feeling the changes in her body, she was incredible. This is 2J. It can not only change the physique, but also repair trauma scars and improve the spirit. It is extremely expensive without thinking. She has never even heard of this kind of medicine. If it is auctioned, it may be worth hundreds of billions. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a priceless treasure. And Xu Hao gave it to her so easily. For a moment, the look she gave Xu Hao gradually changed. Because Jiang Wei was pregnant, she couldn't do strenuous exercise in the early stage. So Xu didn't do anything. He just hugged her and slept all night. His restraint also won Jiang Wei's favor. Decided secretly. Since there is no way to resist. Then give birth to the child. At the same time, with the efforts of Zhao Wentao. The engagement date of Shen Luoyan, the second lady of the Shen family, and the eldest son of the Qin family is about to be set. Qin Wuhui, the eldest son of the Qin family, has long passed away. Now in this body is another soul. He knows the direction of the plot very well, but doesn't want to have anything to do with the heroine. Once he gets entangled with the heroine, he will be killed by the protagonist. Whoever wants to marry can go. Anyway, he is determined not to marry. On the second day after crossing into this world, Qin Wuhui found Qin's father and told him his thoughts. He didn't want to marry the Shen family. Qin's father frowned after hearing this. This son is deeply in love with the girl of the Shen family and is obsessed with her. In order to marry her. That was throwing a tantrum and begging all kinds of things. Why don't you want to marry now? After thinking about it, he felt that his son listened to his words. Qin's father felt very relieved. However, he has reached an agreement with the Shen family. This is not just to satisfy his son's wish. He also saw huge benefits from it. The three top families united, enough to deal with Zhao Juge. If they deal with Zhao Juge, it means that the three families will divide the benefits, and he will take the lion's share. And Qin Wuhui is his son after all. Since he likes the girl from the Shen family, then let him have his wish. Father Qin patted Qin Wuhui on the shoulder and said with relief, Wuhui, I am really relieved that you can wake up this time. I will definitely fulfill your wish and let Shen Luoyan's family give it to you. Qin Wuhui wanted to cry but had no tears. He really didn't want to have anything to do with the heroine. Once this marriage is completed, it will bring a catastrophe to the Qin family. Qin Wuhui also knew the reason. He used to be desperate for Shen Luoyan. Now he suddenly changed his attitude, which was really strange. Don't worry, I will handle everything. This marriage will benefit our Qin family without any harm. Seeing his son's worried expression, he thought he was afraid of damaging the interests of the family. Father Qin bowed. Qin Wuhui sighed helplessly. The Shen family probably gave this cheap father some benefits. He didn't want the marriage, but he refused. It's hard to change his father's decision now. It's not that he can't convince him, that's because he said Zhao Juge is awesome. He hasn't shown his full strength yet. Marrying the Shen family will lead to the destruction of the family. But who would believe him? Just accept the marriage. The key is that there is no golden finger. How can he fight the protagonist? He secretly calculated. He must get rid of this marriage before the engagement ceremony finally on this day. The important figures of the Shen family and the Qin family gathered together again. In the gorgeous reception room, the atmosphere was solemn. This gathering was to discuss the engagement date between Shen Luoyan, the second lady of the Shen family, and Qin Wuhui, the eldest son of the Qin family. Qin Wuhui sat aside bored, thinking about his own plan. Destroy this marriage. At this time, Shen Chanu and Shen Luoyan, the sisters of the Shen family, slowly walked into the reception room. In an instant, it seemed as if a ray of light was pouring in. The beauty of the two women was amazing. Shen Chanu was wearing a light blue long dress, her long hair was like a waterfall, and her temperament was elegant and noble. Shen Luoyan was wearing a pink dress. She was cute and charming. Qin Wuhui sighed. As expected of the heroine, even the most picky judges would give her more than 15 points. Closing square bracket. Tisk tisk, they are sisters, and they have an attack speed bonus. What's going on? Who is talking? At the same time, Shen Chanu and Shen Luoyan also heard the voice. Because it was quiet now, no one was talking. They were surprised and suspicious. Shen Chanu frowned slightly and said softly to her sister. Sister, did you hear any sound? Shen Luoyan nodded. Sister, I heard it too, but I don't know who was talking. Qin Wuhui continued to talk in his heart. She is beautiful, but I am not lucky enough to enjoy her. We must not let the two families form a marriage. The two women instantly knew the source of the voice. Their eyes were fixed on Qin Wuhui. Qin Wuhui's inner voice sounded again. Why are they looking at me? Am I too handsome? Should I say it or not? After traveling through time, I am still very satisfied with this face. The two sisters looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. Shen Chanu whispered, Sister. I am sure that Qin Wuhui did not open his mouth. What's going on? We can hear his voice. Is it his inner voice? Shen Luoyan also said with a puzzled face, Sister, I want to say it too. It seems that others don't know, but we can hear it. There is such a thing. -.4. Chapter 396, The Heroine Who Dares to Sacrifice. Stimulates the sisters. Gradually falls. Knowing that it was indeed Qin Wuhui's voice. After only her sisters could hear it. Shen Luoyan couldn't help but feel ashamed and angry. This guy didn't even want the two families to reach a marriage. Could it be that he disliked her? Shen Chanu was happy for her sister. This Qin Wuhui wants to cancel the marriage. Isn't it just what her sister wants? But a moment later, she couldn't be happy anymore. Just because they heard Qin Wuhui's voice again. The Shen family and the Zhao family are both finished, and the Shen family wants to drag my Qin family into the water. Absolutely not. Swish. Shen Chanu and Shen Luoyan's faces changed drastically. Looking at each other, they could see the shock in each other's eyes. What the hell? Their Shen family is going to be finished. Are you kidding? The Shen family is a top family worth hundreds of billions. It has stood in the Magic City for many years. How could it be finished just like that? Or with the Zhao family? Thinking of the alliance between the two families now. Together to deal with Zhao Juge. Is that Zhao Juge really that powerful? The inner voice replied to them again. Zhao Juge is the protagonist, what can we use to fight him? Unless there is a system plug-in, my Qin family must be self-sufficient and must not have any relationship with the protagonist or the heroine. The two sisters of the Shen family were in doubt. They didn't understand what the protagonist meant. But from Qin Wuhui's inner voice, they heard that Zhao Juge was very powerful. How did I travel to a novel I read? And I traveled to this villain, and I don't have a golden finger, it's too sad. I won't say this, at least the timeline should be advanced a little, before the Shen family proposed a marriage. Closing square bracket. I am definitely not like the original owner, who clings to Shen Luoyan all the time, don't blame me. Closing square bracket. The dog licked until he had nothing in the end, and celebrated drinking when he thought about marrying Shen Luoyan, and drank himself to death. Closing square bracket. Otherwise I wouldn't have traveled through time. Now that I'm related to the heroine, I wonder if that Zhao Juge will hate me, right? The marriage was initiated by the Shen family. I will also refuse the marriage, but I can't say for sure. I don't know if there is a protagonist-villain halo, the kind of setting that will definitely become an enemy. If there is, it's all over too. Damn God, I would rather not have this 100 billion fortune. Can you let me travel back? This world is too dangerous. Ah. After listening to Qin Wuhui's inner monologue, Shen Luoyan's heart shrank, and she screamed subconsciously. This voice, in this quiet occasion, seemed particularly abrupt. Everyone looked at Shen Luoyan in unison. Shen Luoyan realized her own gaffe. She quickly shut up and shook her head, indicating that she was fine. At this time, she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Everyone retracted their gazes. Shen Luoyan couldn't calm down for a long time. Qin Wuhui's voice was still echoing in her mind. It caused a huge uproar. Are you sick? What's the name of this little girl? I was scared. Closing square bracket. No, it's about to start. I must not let this marriage go on. However, at this time, neither Shen Luoyan nor Shen Chunwu thought about the voice in their minds. They were still immersed in Qin Wuhui's previous voice. Unbelievable. The real Qin Wuhui is dead. The current Qin Wuhui is said to be a guy who traveled through time. No wonder Shen Luoyan felt strange. With Qin Wuhui's obsession with her. This time when he saw her, he didn't even come over to ask about her well-being. In other words, Qin Wuhui's body is still the same body. His soul has changed. There is such a magical thing. He can actually occupy someone else's body. But think about it, they can hear other people's voices. It's not unacceptable. What they can't accept is, if it's according to what Qin Wuhui said, he traveled to the world of novels. Then what are they? Shen Luoyan is the heroine in the novel. The protagonist is that Zhao Juge. The two sisters are confused. Should I say it or not, these two heroines are really beautiful, sisters, the protagonists really know how to enjoy. Closing square bracket. But it's a pity that he is just a eunuch, and he didn't have a wedding night with the heroine until the end of the book. If I were the protagonist, I would have taken it down long ago. Alas, it's a pity that I don't have a golden finger, the heroine and I are destined to be incompatible. Closing square bracket. Swish. Shen Chunwu's face changed. What? She is also the heroine. Doesn't that mean that all the sisters have to follow that Zhao Juge? When she thought of that scene, she shuddered. Shen Luoyan also thought of this. She was annoyed. Impossible. Want the sisters to share a husband. Why do these sisters keep changing their expressions? I felt something was wrong when I saw them just now. Closing square bracket. Speaking of which, this pair of sisters is also miserable. Zhao Juge and her Shen family were destroyed, but they still followed her. The protagonist halo is too strong. Closing square bracket. What? Shen Chunwu and Shen Luoyan were shocked. They also thought of this. Since Zhao Juge destroyed both the Zhao family and the Shen family, how could they still follow Zhao Juge? Although the two girls were dissatisfied with the marriage arranged by the family. But they are also members of the family. Enjoyed the benefits brought by the family. Also want to protect the interests of the family. It is impossible to follow a guy who destroyed their family. Or sisters together. When they thought that their Shen family was going to be destroyed. The two sisters felt very heavy. That was their family. They didn't want to be destroyed like this. Tisk tisk, I'm afraid the Shen family didn't expect that they had been secretly dealing with the Zhao family more than 10 years ago and arranged Zhao Wentao into the Shen family as a pawn. He designed to drive the legitimate son Zhao Juj out of the house. In more than 10 years, he will be uprooted by Zhao Juj. On the surface, he is on good terms with the Zhao family, but secretly he is preparing to take action against the Zhao family. The methods of these big families are really dirty. Now Zhao Juj has not found out about the Shen family, so he can still be free for a while. It will be difficult to live after the investigation is clear. The Shen sisters covered their mouths in disbelief. Hasn't their Shen family always been on good terms with the Zhao family? How could they secretly deal with the Zhao family? Is that Zhao Wentao from the Shen family? If it is true, it is definitely big news. At the same time, it also closed the loop. It explains why Zhao Juj wants to destroy the Shen family. He calculated so much against him when he was a child. Now that he has the ability, can he not retaliate? Shen Luoyan didn't think much. I think it's a magical thing to be able to hear the other person's voice. This thing can't be false. Sister Shen Chenu thought more. Could this voice be fake? Deliberately let them hear it. This matter is too beyond imagination. But it also reminds her of another thing. Originally, Zhao Juj was only targeting the Zhao family. Why did her Shen family form an alliance with the Zhao family? At this time, forming an alliance will do more harm than good. But the Shen family did it. It seems to be covering up something. Deal with Zhao Juj together. To prevent Zhao Juj from destroying the Zhao family, and to make time to settle accounts with the Shen family. The two sisters were worried. In the luxuriously decorated hall, the head of the Shen family and Qin's father were sitting together. They were chatting in a harmonious atmosphere. The marriage between the two families has been decided long ago. Now is the time to discuss the engagement of Shen Luoyan and Qin Wuhui. The head of the Shen family took a sip of tea and said with a smile. Brother Qin, the marriage between our two families is a match made in heaven. We should discuss the auspicious date for the engagement. Father Qin nodded in agreement. Yes, Brother Shen, we are a strong alliance. So the two families began to discuss. However, at this moment, a voice broke the harmonious atmosphere. That I have something to say. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. It was one of the marriage candidates who stood out. The eldest son of the Qin family, Qin Wuhui. The head of the Shen family had a kind smile on his face. What good ideas do you have, nephew? Just say it. Father Qin also looked at his son curiously. Qin Wuhui took a deep breath. He said, forget about this marriage. What? The head of the Shen family and Father Qin were shocked. The head of the Shen family was puzzled. Isn't the eldest son of the Qin family obsessed with Luoyan? Why did he quit when it was time to discuss the engagement? Then, his face darkened. He said in a serious tone. My dear nephew, the marriage between the two families has been discussed long ago. Now the Qin family suddenly regrets it. Do you think my Shen family is easy to bully? He frowned and looked at Qin Wuhui. He needs an explanation. Qin's father also frowned. He was confused. What was this son doing? Didn't he say it? Let him handle it, and he will guarantee that his son will get the beauty. Did his son really change his nature? He doesn't like Shen Luoyan anymore. Qin's father thought of the alliance of the three families again. Things that have been discussed. It's a taboo to regret now. The big families are particularly interested in these. If you cooperate with someone and the partner regrets it halfway, who will cooperate with him in the future? So, Qin's father said sternly. Wuhui, don't make trouble. Qin Wuhui gritted his teeth and said. Dad, I'm still young and need to focus on my career. It's too early to get married now. The head of the Shen family heard this and his expression eased a little. My dear nephew, it's a good thing to be ambitious. Career is important, but family is equally important. As long as you find that balance, you won't be affected. On the contrary, it will be good for your career development. Father Qin also said. That's right, Wuhui, your uncle Shen is right. Qin Wuhui had a headache. He had to continue to find excuses and had to refuse this marriage. Dad, Uncle Shen, I've just started managing the family business now. As a member of the Qin family, I must devote myself to work and have no time to take care of marriage. Besides, I think I'm not mature enough now and can't take on the responsibility of the family. The head of the Shen family patiently persuaded. My dear nephew, these are not a problem. As long as you marry Loyan, my Shen family will also support you, and you can continue to develop your career after marriage. Is it going to end yet? Qin Wuhui said again. Uncle Shen, to be honest, I am preparing a major project recently. This project is crucial to the future of the family. If I distract myself from preparing for the engagement now, I am afraid it will affect the progress of the project. However, no matter what he said, the head of the Shen family always found a reason to resolve his evasion. Gradually, the head of the Shen family also heard that Qin Wuhui was evading. He said with an unhappy look, "My dear nephew, why do you keep evading the marriage with my Shen family? Do you think that I, the daughter of the Shen family, am not worthy of you? This is a bit heavy." Father Qin knew that he was angry, and he comforted him quickly. "Brother Shen, calm down. This child is ignorant. I will definitely teach him a lesson when I go back." Then he turned around and scolded his son. "Wuhui, why are you so ignorant? The marriage has been decided, how can you let your temper do it?" In order to protect himself and stay away from the heroine, Qin Wuhui still said it with a stiff upper lip. "Dad, Uncle Shen, I think the marriage between the two families is a family arrangement, but it still depends on your willingness. I have pursued Loyan for 3 years, but Loyan has never accepted me. I think I haven't done well enough. Two people who don't like each other will not be happy even if they are together. I think we should ask Loyan what she thinks. If Loyan agrees to this marriage, I will definitely not say anything." After saying this, Qin Wuhui smiled in his heart. Given Shen Loyan's dislike for him, as long as they ask, the answer will definitely be no. Then his Shen family has no reason to ask him for marriage. Little did he know, his voice had been heard by the sisters of the Shen family. Sure enough, after hearing what Qin Wuhui said, the face of the head of the Shen family changed. As the head of the family, he certainly knew Shen Loyan's attitude. Shen Loyan's words of refusing marriage were heard by him. He wanted him to take back his decision and not marry the Qin family. But he suppressed it. Father Qin also looked at the head of the Shen family suspiciously. If the daughter of the Shen family was unwilling to marry, if he refused the marriage, then no one would say anything. In fact, when the two families marry, as the head of the family, he doesn't have to consider the thoughts of the family children at all. Enjoy the benefits of the family. Isn't it right to make sacrifices when necessary? Father Qin didn't know what his son was doing. Since his son didn't want to marry, then he would give in to his son. He didn't want to get involved in this muddy water from the beginning. It's safer to sit back and reap the benefits. Unexpectedly, Shen Loyan stood up at this time. He said with a resolute tone, "I agree to this marriage." Qin Wuhui widened his eyes, as if he had seen the most incredible thing. His voice trembled slightly. "How could you agree?" Shen Loyan's eyes flickered slightly, and she said calmly, "I obey the family's arrangement. I didn't agree to you before, but we can try to get along in the future." However, her heart was far from so calm. She didn't want to marry Qin Wuhui, who disgusted her. Especially after listening to Qin Wuhui's voice. She was even more vigilant about this monster, who came from nowhere. She was for the family. This Qin Wuhui obviously knew a lot of things. Maybe it could prevent the Shen family from being destroyed. The head of the Shen family smiled when he heard this. Happy. He smiled and looked at Qin Wuhui. "My dear nephew, my Loyan is willing. You have nothing to say, right?" Qin Wuhui really had nothing to say at this moment. It was originally planned well. Unexpectedly, there was a problem with the heroine. This shouldn't be. Given Shen Loyan's attitude towards the original owner, how could she agree to get married? Qin Wuhui was puzzled. On the side, Shen Chenu opened her mouth. It seemed that she wanted to say something. In the end, she said nothing. She knew what her sister was thinking. But she felt sorry for her sister and didn't want her sister to sacrifice her happiness for the family. "No, I must try my best to stop it." Shen Chenu made up her mind secretly. Her mind raced, trying to think of a feasible solution. Slowly, a figure appeared in her mind. Xu Hao. Chapter 397, Stir-Fried Little Fans. Big stars taught by IOUs. Master and apprentice together. Everything is planned. Qin Wuhui never expected Shen Loyan would appear. She actually jumped out and said she was willing to marry him. What went wrong? But he was speechless. Time was too short, Qin Wuhui could not think of other ways. The engagement time of the two went down like this. Back home, Shen Chenu hurriedly grabbed her sister, frowning, and asked, "Loyan, why did you agree to marry the Qin family?" Although she roughly understood the reason why her sister made this decision, but she still wanted to hear her sister say it herself. Shen Loyan's eyes revealed a trace of helplessness. "Sister, what else can I do? According to that guy's analysis, the Shen family will definitely be destroyed in the future. That Qin Wuhui knows a lot of things, maybe he has a way to deal with Zhao Juge. It's okay if you don't know. Now I know, I can't just watch the Shen family fall." Shen Chenu felt even more depressed after hearing her sister's words. She held her sister's hand tightly. "You don't have to sacrifice your happiness, we can still think of other ways." Shen Loyan shook her head. A bitter smile appeared on her face. Shen Chenu had said before that she would find a way, but there was no result until now. She was not a fool. The Zhao family and the Shen family could not deal with Zhao Juge together. Who else would be willing to help? Shen Loyan tried to squeeze out a smile. "Sister, actually the Qin Wuhui is not bad. He is the future heir of the Qin family, and I am not at a disadvantage." Although she said this with a smile, Shen Chenu could see the helplessness and bitterness in her sister's eyes. She pursed her lips and made a secret decision in her heart. She must protect her sister no matter what. Only Xu Hao can solve the current predicament of the Shen family. How can Xu Hao pay the price to help? Suddenly, she remembered what Zhao Wentao had said. Xu Hao was very good to his woman. That bold idea came to her mind again. Become Xu Hao's woman. For a while, she was not ready. After all, she was going to find Xu Hao and throw herself into his arms. And, it's not certain whether Hao likes her or not. When she thought about offering herself to him, Shen Chenu felt extremely ashamed. She was in extreme entanglement. 813 was confused and didn't know what to do. In the Xu family's study room, Xu Hao was listening to Hong Qiangwei's report about the news that the Shen and Qin families had confirmed the date of the engagement. After listening to the report, Xu Hao narrowed his eyes slightly and rubbed his chin with his fingers. After a moment, he asked with interest, "You said that the eldest son of the Qin family wanted to stop the marriage between the two families." Hong Qiangwei nodded and replied, "According to the intelligence, Qin Wuhui, the eldest son of the Qin family, is strongly opposed to this marriage." Xu Hao asked again, "Didn't you say before that the eldest son of the Qin family was obsessed with the second daughter of the Shen family?" That's right, I don't know why he changed so much." Hong Qiangwei showed a trace of hesitation on her face. He also wondered if our intelligence collection was wrong. "I hope the master won't blame me." Xu Hao smiled and said, "I think I know what's going on. A top young master from a wealthy family, but still a bootlicker. He looks like the villain that is stepped on by the protagonist. If nothing unexpected happens, he will become the protagonist's stepping stone. Now the stepping stone has begun to resist. Others don't know, how could he not know? Such a big change in attitude. Either he traveled through time or he was reborn." Xu Hao stood up and walked to the window, looking at the flowers blooming in the garden outside the window. "I don't know if he has a golden finger, and how powerful it is. But in his opinion, he should be dissatisfied. If the golden finger is awesome, why stop the marriage between the two families? He wants to stop it, but he is afraid. Would the awesome golden finger be afraid of the protagonist? It is also possible that Qin Wuhui traveled through time or was reborn, and could not exert the power of the golden finger. So he showed weakness first to stabilize the situation. But if he showed weakness, Xu Hao would not be afraid." After a moment of silence, Xu Hao turned around and looked at Hong Qiangwei. He gave an order. "Spread the news of the alliance between the Zhao family, the Shen family, and the Qin family. No matter what golden fingers the new villain has, let the protagonist deal with him first. I will just watch the snipe and the clam fight and reap the benefits." Hong Qiangwei took the order and left. Xu Hao took a sip of tea. "Zhao Wentao, the little villain, is quite efficient. I believe it won't be long. Shen Chenu will take the initiative to come to the door. However, he can't wait that long. It's been a long time since I took down the new heroine. Let's start with Zhao Linger." Thinking of this, Xu Hao picked up the phone. Dial Zhao Linger's number. At this time, Zhao Linger was in a cafe. She was in a good mood today. Wearing a light and elegant dress, with long hair draped over her shoulders, she looked like a fairy descending to the earth. Opposite her sat a young man. It was Zhao Juge. After Zhao Juge knew that Xu Hao had bad intentions towards his sister. He was always worried. If it was in the dark world, he could kill Xu Hao without hesitation. But this is JoJo. He can only follow the rules of JoJo. Zhao Juge originally wanted to deal with the Zhao family first, and then take action against Xu Hao. But he didn't expect that a stubborn Shen family would appear to oppose him. So the matter of dealing with Xu Hao was delayed. At this moment, Zhao Juge looked at his sister and said sincerely, "Ling you must not be fooled by Xu Hao. He is not a good man at all. There are many women around him. Look, this is the evidence." Speaking of this, Zhao Juge took out a stack of photos and placed them on the table. Then he continued, "And he is cruel and ruthless. Those acts of charity are also disguises." Zhao Ling frowned and said angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. Uncle Xu is so good to me. How could he be that kind of person? You must be slandering him. These photos are also forged by you, right?" Zhao Juge continued helplessly. "Ling why don't you believe me? I am your brother. How can I harm you? Xu Hao is really dangerous." Zhao Ling's tone was firm. "I believe Uncle Xu. He is a good man. He is sincere in his kindness to me." Zhao Juge was very depressed. He didn't know what to do. "Let my sister see Xu Hao's true face. He has taken out the photo, but my sister doesn't believe it." Just when the atmosphere was deadlocked. Ding-lingaling ding-lingaling ding-lingaling. A phone rang. Zhao Ling picked up the phone and saw that it was Xu Hao calling, and a hint of surprise appeared on her face. She quickly answered the phone. As soon as the call was connected, she called sweetly. Xu Hao on the other end of the phone smiled. "Linger, what are you doing?" Hearing Xu Hao's voice, Zhao Linger paused and then said, "Uncle Xu, I'm drinking coffee." She was a little nervous. She knew that Zhao Juge and Uncle Xu had a conflict. So she didn't dare to say that she and Zhao Juge had a coffee together. Zhao Linger originally agreed to meet Zhao Juge in order to ease the conflict between the two. But unexpectedly, Zhao Juge slandered Uncle Xu. This made her very angry. She secretly decided that she would never see Zhao Juge again. After a few pleasantries, Xu Hao got to the point. "Ling there will be a concert of Bai Ryu the day after tomorrow. Do you want to attend?" The last time they chatted, Zhao Ling said that she admired Xu Hongzhuang very much. She also talked about the stars of Xu Hongzhuang's company. She liked the ancient costume beauty Bai Ryu the most. Zhao Ling's eyes lit up immediately when she heard it. She said excitedly, "Uncle Xu, is it true?" The reason why she was so happy today. It was because she learned that the day after tomorrow, Bai Ryu would come to the Magic City to hold a concert. "I didn't expect that Uncle Xu also knew about it," she asked with expectation. "Uncle Xu, will you also attend?" Xu Hao said with a smile. "Let's go and have a look. If you are free, you can go together." Zhao Ling replied quickly. "If I am free, of course I am free. Even if I am not free, I will make time." Thinking that I can meet Uncle Xu again, she was overjoyed. After they chatted for a few more sentences, Zhao Ling hung up the phone reluctantly. Xu Hao smiled. Done. He began to think how to win this little fan that night. Speaking of Bai Ryu's concert in Shanghai, Xu Hao actually didn't get Bai Ryu's notice. He learned about it through the bodyguard arranged by Bai Ryu. It seems that she still needs to be disciplined. It has been a while since the last time they had S**X. After learning that the two senior sisters also had a relationship with him, Bai Ryu fled to the imperial capital, joined Xu Hongzhuang's Hongzhuang Media. This time she came to Shanghai to sing. Not only did she not tell him, but she didn't even tell her senior sisters and master. Hey, can she escape? The coffee shop was filled with fragrance. The sun shone through the glass window and sprinkled on the wooden tables and chairs, forming a spot of light. Zhao Linger sat by the window, immersed in the conversation with Xu Hao. Zhao Juge sat opposite, his face gloomy. The moment Zhao Linger picked up the phone, he recognized the voice of Xu Hao. Seeing his sister's expression of a little fangirl when facing Xu Hao, Zhao Juge's face was very ugly. When he heard Zhao Linger said that she was going to attend a concert with Xu Hao, Zhao Juge's face changed even more. He couldn't help but think of the last time his sister was with Xu Hao. That time, his sister lost her first kiss. He couldn't imagine what would happen this time. Zhao Linger hung up the phone happily. Zhao Juge couldn't help it anymore. He said in a serious tone. Linger, you can't go to that concert, Xu Hao has bad intentions. Hearing him say bad things about Xu Hao again, Zhao Linger immediately got angry. Don't say it anymore, Uncle Xu is very good to me, he is not the kind of person you said. Zhao Juge said hurriedly. Linger, I'm doing this for your own good. Think about it, what did he do to you last time? This time it might be even worse. Hearing this, Zhao Linger couldn't help blushing. Recalling the accident that happened in the box last time, the warm embrace and the numb feeling made her blush and her heart beat fast. Seeing his sister's expression, Zhao Juge's face darkened. Why are you still thinking about it? Interrupted, Linger. Zhao Linger came back to her senses and said impatiently, how many times have I told you that Uncle Xu didn't bully me, it was just a small accident. A small accident. Or was it intentional? His strength has reached this level. It's too easy to create some accidents. Zhao Juge continued to persuade earnestly, Linger, you can't be so willful, Xu Hao is really dangerous. Zhao Linger has lost his patience. Too lazy to talk nonsense with Zhao Juge. Simply stood up and prepared to leave. I have promised Uncle Xu that I will go to the concert, don't come to me in the future. Zhao Juge was left helpless. Watching his sister's back as she left, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Then he thought of Xu Hao, and was filled with anger again. He clenched his fists fiercely. Xu Hao, if you dare to hurt Linger, I will never let you go. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The Magic City Sports Center is very lively today. People are pouring in from all directions, with heavy traffic and endless noise. On the huge electronic screen, the big stars under Hongzhuang Media are played in a loop. The promotional video of The Ancient Beauty by Ryu. She has a beautiful face and exquisite ancient costume. Every frown and smile makes people intoxicated. Great, my idol Ryu is finally going to hold a concert here. Of course, I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Her ancient costume is so beautiful. I don't know what songs she will sing today. I'm so excited. People are talking about many people, their faces were filled with excitement and expectation. Around the sports center, there were stalls selling various peripheral products. And fans rushed to buy posters, t-shirts, keychains with by Ryu's head portrait. Some young girls gathered together and excitedly discussed by Ryu's wonderful moments. As night fell, the lights of the sports center lit up one after another like bright stars. The audience entered the venue one after another with excitement. After finding their seats, they still looked around impatiently, looking forward to the goddess in their hearts to appear soon. On the stage, the colorful lights flickered, the music gradually sounded, and the atmosphere on the scene was instantly ignited. People waved fluorescent sticks and cheered. Xu Hao also met Zhao Linger. Chapter 398, The Untold Secret of Female Stars. Sisters share the same husband. The concert is about to begin. Xu Hao and Zhao Linger agreed to meet at the door. Because she wanted to see Xu Hao, Zhao Linger arrived at the agreed place early. She stood quietly at the door. The beautiful face and extraordinary temperament quickly attracted the attention of the people around. Wow, such a beautiful lady, like a fairy descending to the earth. What if she insists on being my girlfriend? Should I agree or not? You can urinate on the ground and watch. In the crowd, a figure looked at Zhao Linger. The look was full of regret. It was Zhao Juge or who else. He was really worried about his sister coming to see Xu Hao. So he followed along. As for the surrounding discussions, Zhao Linger didn't take it to heart at all. She was born beautiful, beautiful since childhood, and had long been accustomed to being admired by everyone. At this moment, she only had Xu Hao in her heart. Looking forward to Xu Hao's arrival, so I chose a front row corner seat. Even so, with Xu Hao and Zhao Linger's looks and temperament, it's still hard not to attract other people's attention. But Xu Hao has a way. He activates the ability of outlaw. Wrap himself and Zhao Linger in it. In this way, it is difficult for others to notice them. This is a new use of outlaw, developed by Xu Hao. With its characteristics that make people ignore it. When walking with a woman in the future, you don't have to worry about being secretly photographed and attracting a lot of attention, resulting in a bad experience. There was a lot of noise outside the sports center. The crowd was bustling, and everyone was looking forward to the concert. In the expectation of everyone, the host walked onto the stage, greeted the audience with a smile. Dear guests, good evening. Welcome to this concert hosted by Hongzhuang Media, we. With the host's opening, the concert officially kicked off. The lights slowly dimmed. The whole venue was instantly enveloped in a mysterious atmosphere. Then a piece of guzheng sounded slowly. The ethereal and beautiful melody quietly entered everyone's ears. Before everyone saw the performer, they were already immersed in this wonderful music. Xu Hao's mouth curled up slightly. Isn't this what he taught by Ryu before? She can play it so skillfully. It seems that she has worked hard. Beside her, Zhao Linger closed her eyes slightly, looking very happy. The song was finished. Everyone seemed to wake up from a dream. Then there was a warm applause and cheers. Pop! As everyone was looking forward to it, a beam of light hit the center of the stage. Bai Ryu appeared in everyone's sight. She was wearing a white ancient costume dress. The skirt was like a cloud, gently floating. Her long hair was fluttering, as smooth as silk. She wore an exquisite golden hairpin on her head. Under the light, it was shining with charming light. A faint smile on the corner of her mouth. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Everyone was fascinated by her. Zhao Juge was also stunned. Such a face and temperament. She was no worse than her sister and Shen Chenu, and even had a better temperament. She also had a star halo. Bai Ryu stood in the center of the stage. She said to the microphone, "Hello everyone, thank you very much for taking time out of your busy schedule to attend my concert." Her voice was clear and melodious, like a yellow oriole out of a valley. While speaking, she looked around. She didn't see those familiar people, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This time the company wanted her to attend the concert in Shanghai. The reason why she didn't even notify a few sisters was because she was afraid of embarrassment. After all, the master and apprentice, sisters and brothers, share the same husband. Of course, she was more afraid of seeing Xu Hao. Fortunately, they didn't come. They must have been busy with work and didn't see the promotion. That's good. After the song, she left quietly. I left quietly, just like my bed. I didn't take away a cloud. What Bai Ryu didn't know was, she was afraid of Xu Hao, sitting not far from her. Bai Ryu calmed down and began to sing. Classical songs, and opera tunes, sung with feeling. The ethereal and pleasant singing echoed throughout the sports center. Countless audiences were immersed in it, waving the light sticks in their hands, cheering for her. Some audiences shouted loudly, "Bai Ryu, you are great. We will always support you." More than an hour passed quietly. Bai Ryu's performance ended. Next, other artists of Hongzhuang Media took the stage to perform one by one. They all received guidance from Xu Hongzhuang. The performance was equally wonderful. Watching Bai Ryu leave the stage, Xu Hao smiled slightly. He turned his head and said to Zhao Linger next to him, "I'm going to the bathroom." However, after he left, he did not go to the bathroom. Instead, he went straight to the backstage of the concert. Xu Hao used the ability of outlaw, easily walked into the backstage. No one noticed. This did not include Zhao Juge. Zhao Juge is at the peak of Gangjin, with strong mental power. He is not greatly affected by the outlaw. Seeing Xu Hao walking towards the backstage, he was suspicious. What is he doing backstage? After thinking about it, he decided to follow him to find out. The result: as soon as Zhao Juge arrived at the backstage door, he was stopped by the security guard. The security guard's tone was quite polite. "Stop, this is the singer's rest area, you are not allowed to enter." Zhao Juge frowned. He pointed at Xu Hao who had not walked far away. Then how did he get in? He looked in the direction of Zhao Juge's finger. The security guard did not notice Xu Hao. He turned back to look at Zhao Juge, his eyes had become unfriendly. "I didn't see anyone go in." Zhao Juge breathed. "You didn't see such a big person." The security guard looked again carefully. Still did not see Xu Hao. The security guard became impatient and thought he was here to cause trouble, and his tone became cold. "Leave quickly, don't stay here." Zhao Juge was very angry. Isn't this a different treatment? But Xu Hao quickly found Bai Ryu in the backstage. He came close to her. Bai Ryu did not notice Xu Hao. This is the heaven-defying thing about outlaw. If you want to use this ability to harm a person, It is really hard to guard against. When there were only two people, Chen Hao closed the door. The ability of outlaw was lifted. Bai Ryu noticed Xu Hao immediately. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Xu Hao, why are you here? Xu Hao sat leisurely on a chair. He looked at her with a smile. Why? You don't seem to welcome me. Bai Ryu rolled her eyes. She removed the seemingly. But she didn't dare to say it. Her eyes dodged. What are you doing here? Xu Hao said. I haven't seen you for a long time, don't I miss you? Bai Ryu didn't believe it at all. How do you think I will believe it? You have so many lovers. Her tone was sour. Xu Hao raised his eyebrows and said. Can people trust each other more? You came to the Magic City, but you didn't go to see your master and several sisters. They would be sad if they knew. Bai Ryu bit her lip. She said angrily. Whether I go back or not is none of your business. Xu Hao looked playful. Really? Your master is pregnant, and you don't even go back to see her. What? Bai Ryu was shocked. Master is pregnant. Thinking of her fairy-like master Luo Qingxian, Bai Ryu couldn't help but think of her with a big belly. She couldn't help but shudder. The picture was so beautiful. She still asked with some disbelief. Are you telling the truth? Xu Hao spread his hands. Why would I lie to you? That's right. Xu Hao didn't need to lie to her with such a lie that would be exposed at a touch. Then the master is indeed pregnant. Bai Ryu was numb. When Bai Ryu came to her senses, she found that Xu Hao had come close to her without her knowing when. She trembled. She said nervously, what are you going to do? Do it. Xu Hao smiled. He uttered a word and moved closer. Bai Ryu's eyes widened, her eyelids full of cuteness. This scene happened to be seen by Zhao Juge, who came over. His pupils shrank suddenly. Is this big star also related to Xu Hao? Zhao Juge had investigated Xu Hao in detail. Among the women who knew Xu Hao, there were Feng Zixuan from Shenong Hall and Master Luo Qingxian, and the policewoman Lu Yiren. This Bai Ryu was their senior sister. I thought that among their master and apprentice, only Bai Ryu would be innocent. I didn't expect it. She also had this kind of relationship with Xu. Master Luo Qingxian, eldest apprentice Feng Zixuan, second apprentice Lu Yiren, third apprentice Bai Ryu, fourth apprentice Xu Qingxie. If Xu Qingxie was not Xu Hao's daughter, I'm afraid that the entire sect will be wiped out by Hao. Zhao Juge was furious. Such a good cabbage was taken away by a pig again. He felt heartbroken just thinking about it. What's so good about Xu Hao? An old man over 50 years old. It's far from him. At this moment, there was a click. The window was closed by Xu Hao. Nothing could be seen. Zhao Juge just remembered what he was doing here. His face flushed, his eyes widened, and his teeth clenched. Is this how Xu Hao deceived his sister? Invited his sister to the concert and left her outside. He came here to make out with the big star. Damn it. Ding. Zhao Juge was furious, emotional value plus 999. Ding. Bai Ryu was confused, emotional value plus 888. Ding. Xu Hao just flirted with her briefly. He felt the touch of the big star. He didn't do more. There wasn't enough time. And today's main course was Jiao 5.0 Ling. This was just a dessert. After walking out of Bai Ryu's room, Xu Hao glanced around. He didn't see Zhao Juge. Out of his usual caution, he activated the perspective. He found Zhao Juge hiding in the corner. He was preparing for a sneak attack. However, even if he didn't find out, Zhao Juge couldn't hurt him. Do you think teleportation is a joke? Not to mention the killer weapon, space strangulation. Xu Hao's eyes flashed. He immediately came up with an idea. He walked forward calmly. When he was about to pass the corner, he suddenly stopped. At this moment, a fist attacked with a sonic boom. Zhao Juge was ruthless. He knew Xu Hao's strength. If he was too gentle, he couldn't hurt the other party at all. How to teach Xu Hao a lesson? Even if he can't kill Xu Hao, he must let Xu Hao know the consequences of plotting against his sister. At the corner, Zhao Juge restrained his breath to the extreme, just to prevent Xu Hao from finding out. He listened carefully, and the footsteps were getting closer and closer. When the time came, he decisively threw a punch. But he didn't hit anything. A breeze blew in the face. Zhao Juge secretly said that it was not good. Then he felt his body go weak. Is this poisoned? At this time, Xu Hao walked out of the corner slowly, with a playful smile on his face. As a villain, it is reasonable to carry poison with you, right? I have been back to accompany my parents recently, so I haven't updated much. Sorry 399 I'm very angry, I want your sister to write about my anger. Using strong medicine on the heroine. Chapter 399. Very angry, let your sister write anger. Use strong medicine for the heroine. Seeing Xu Hao appear, Zhao Juge couldn't believe it. After reacting, he was furious. Zhao Juge couldn't figure it out. How did Xu Hao find him? You know, his hiding method has been honed for many years. Even his master once commented that this hiding method can hide from ordinary emperors. He carefully selected this hidden location, confident that no one would find him. But Xu Hao noticed it in advance, and backhanded him, shamefully poisoning him. And there is. Xu Hao is the boss of a large group. Shouldn't such a person be busy with business struggles and wealth accumulation? Why would he carry poison with him? And it's highly toxic. He didn't have any defense. He was poisoned inexplicably. How did he poison me? Zhao Juge was full of questions. He racked his brains and recalled the whole process of his plan. Until now, he met Xu Hao. Every detail. Still couldn't find any signs of poisoning. In fact, Xu Hao used the portable space. Took out the poison from the space and spread it around. The poison he gave Zhao Juge was not an ordinary poison. He used his god-level medical skills to prepare it. In this novel world, you may encounter opponents stronger than yourself at any time, especially those protagonists with many means. This poison, it is prepared to prevent them. Although Zhao Juge's real strength is not as good as his. But if he really starts fighting, it is inevitable that there will be a commotion. Poisoning is the best choice. This poison is extremely toxic. With Zhao Juge's current ability, he will definitely not be able to heal himself. It depends on whether the old man in his body has any way. If the old man is also helpless, then Zhao Juge is afraid that there is only one way to die. If there is no way, then die. It's just one less leak. You can change to another leak. Isn't this the new villain? Looking at the angry Zhao Juge, Xu Hao chuckled. You want to sneak attack me, isn't it mean? Zhao Juge was speechless by this sentence. The rage was burning, and he wanted to gather strength to attack Xu Hao. But his body was completely powerless. At this time, an old man's anxious voice sounded in his heart. Little pigeon, this poison is not simple, go quickly. Zhao Juge sneak attacked Xu Hao. Xu Hao will definitely not let him go. With his current state of being poisoned, there is no power to resist at all. Unexpectedly, Xu Hao did not intend to attack him. In the meantime, Xu Hao's mouth curled up a playful smile. You play slowly, I'm going to play with your sister. I was thinking of teasing you a few more times, but your attack angered me, and now I'm very angry. Let your sister write me angry, Zhao Juge said angrily after hearing this. You dare Xu Hao, if you dare to touch my sister, I will never let you go. Xu Hao acted like a rampant villain. Hey with your current state. You should take care of yourself first. After saying that, he turned and left. Looking at Xu Hao's receding back, Zhao Juge wanted to clench his fist, but he couldn't because he was too weak. His eyes seemed to be spewing fire. The hatred and anger in his heart surged, continuously attacking his reason. Ding Zhao Juge is furious, emotion value plus 1000. Ding Zhao Juge is furious, emotion value plus 1000. In the lively hall, the lights are bright and the music is exciting. The performance on the stage is wonderful. The audience cheered and applauded. Zhao Linger sat quietly in the audience. She wore a mask on her face. It covered most of her delicate face. Occasionally her eyes moved away from the stage and looked at the entrance. She was waiting for Xu Hao return. Zhao Linger had a hint of concerns. At the entrance, Zhao Linger's eyes brightened. However, Xu Hao likes to pour ink on the white paper. Hao's eyes also changed. Xu Hao exuded a strong hormone smell. Like a magnet, he firmly attracted her eyes. Her body could not help but lean towards Xu Hao. The two were already very close. Now they were even closer together. For convenience, she took Xu Hao's arm. How could this happen? Zhao Linger asked herself in her heart. She admired Xu Hao very much. But she had never felt so strongly. This had already exceeded the feelings for an idol. Could it be that she had fallen in love with Uncle Xu without realizing it? Zhao Linger's cheeks flushed. She felt shy. She comforted herself. No, no, this is admiration. Uncle Xu is so powerful, and he is so kind, and he takes good care of me. However, Zhao Linger herself did not believe this reason. After all, she was clinging to Uncle Xu. No, I was sitting with Uncle Xu because I felt cold, it must be like this. Zhao Linger kept giving herself psychological hints. Thoughts were flying in her mind. She tried to find a reasonable explanation, to cover up her true feelings. But the more she thought about it, the feeling became stronger. Zhao Juge moved his feet with difficulty. He walked out from the backstage. Only a short while had passed. He seemed to have experienced extremely cruel torture. At this moment, he was completely wet with sweat, his face was as pale as paper, and there was no blood. It seemed that he might fall down at any time. This was all because Xu Hao's poison was too strong. Zhao Juge secretly groaned. Just then, he heard the old man's anxious voice in his heart. Little pigeon, leave here quickly and find a quiet place to detoxify, otherwise you're done. Damn, where did that guy find the poison? I haven't even seen it before. His tone was full of shock and anxiety. Zhao Juge also knew that the situation was urgent. He covered his chest and twisted his feet with difficulty. He walked out step by step. Every step he took seemed to use up all his strength. After walking a few steps, Zhao Juge couldn't let go of his sister Zhao Linger. His eyes involuntarily looked towards the location where Xu Hao and Zhao Linger were. This glance made his eyes bulge. A strong sense of shock and anger surged. He saw that his sister Zhao Linger was clinging to Xu Hao. Her eyes were moist and her face was slightly red, which was very abnormal at first glance. Xu Hao must have used some despicable means. Zhao Juge gritted his teeth. If things continue like this, my sister will definitely not escape Xu Hao's clutches. Zhao Juge was so angry that he was shaking all over. He wanted to go and save his sister. But the master in his heart was urging him, little pigeon, don't worry about your sister, leave quickly, save your life first. Xu Hao is still here. What if he suddenly gets upset and decides to kill him? He doesn't have to do it himself. His personal female bodyguard is enough to make Zhao Juge die without a burial place. No. Master, I can't leave Linger alone. Zhao Juge said firmly, you can't even save yourself now, how can you save your sister? Go quickly, don't do anything stupid. The old man said anxiously. Zhao Juge was stunned. He was very confused. He wanted to save his sister quickly. But he knew that he was poisoned. His life might be in danger at any time. His concern for his sister made him decide to take a risk. No. Master, Linger is my only relative, I can't watch her fall into danger. The old man shouted in shock, are you crazy? Zhao Juge had completely calmed down. I'm not crazy, master, wait a moment, I'll go and remind Linger. At this time, in his mind, the old man's exasperated voice sounded, what's the point of you reminding? You are no match for Xu Hao now, do you think you can stop it? If Xu Hao is unhappy, he can kill you at any time. Zhao Juge gritted his teeth and said hatefully, how do you know if you don't try? His sister used to be very good to him. Others laughed at him and looked down on him. That was when he was most helpless. Only his sister was willing to give him food. Now his sister is on the verge of danger. He can't bear to see his sister get hurt. Zhao Juge grinned and said, besides, Xu Hao can't kill me, doesn't he have the master? He knew that the master had an ability. He could possess him. He had experienced fighting in the dark world before. When he encountered desperate situations, it was the master who saved him with this trick. That was the power of the emperor. It was also because he was powerful now. No one threatened him. The master never used this trick. But the power is needless to say. Xu Hao is only in the middle stage of Gangjin. What can he use to resist? I have been prepared for this situation. Poisoning is useless. Hearing Zhao Juge's words, the old man fell silent. Zhao Juge waited nervously for the master's response. He was uneasy. He also knew that this trip was dangerous. He must get the support of the old man. After a long time, the old man smiled with relief. He is worthy of being the person he has chosen, with affection and righteousness. If Zhao Juge does what he says, no matter what, his sister leaves here. Although it is reasonable, his life is important after all. He will not say anything. But Zhao Juge's selfless character is very admirable. Zhao Juge hurriedly said with surprise. Master, do you agree? The old man responded. Well, I agree, if Xu Hao dares to take action, I can help solve it. Getting the master's promise. Zhao Juge was relieved. Walked towards the location of Xu Hao and Zhao Linger. Although his steps were heavy, his eyes were extremely firm. Why not just let the master possess him? Zhao Juge knew very well. Master's possession has a price, which will consume the soul rapidly. Over time, it may even make this person disappear completely from this world. So, unless it is absolutely necessary, the old man will not show up easily. Chapter 400, Relationship Deteriorates. Secrets in the Suite. The taste of the protagonist's sister. Xu Hao certainly noticed Zhao Juge coming. His eyes moved slightly, and he had the intention to tease her. Xu Hao turned his head to look at Zhao Linger, who was next to him. He asked softly, "Linger, what do you think of the performance on stage?" Zhao Linger was stunned by this sudden question. At this time, she was still thinking about her relationship with Xu Hao. Her mind was not on the stage at all. She replied hurriedly, "Ah, it's pretty good." Looking at her flustered look, Xu Hao's eyes flashed with a smile. He pinched her cheeks. He said with a smile, "Then let me test you, what did you perform on the show?" How could Zhao Linger answer? After hesitating for a long time, he couldn't say anything. Xu Hao said deliberately, "I think you came here specifically to see Bai Ryu. Her performance is over, and you don't want to watch it anymore, so why don't we go? I'm a little hungry, let's go out for a midnight snack." Xu Hao found out that she was not in the right state. Zhao Linger was shocked. After hearing what Xu Hao said, she breathed a sigh of relief. She thought it was a good thing that Xu Hao didn't notice her real thoughts. So, she hurriedly followed Xu Hao's words. "Ahaha, yes, I like Sister Ryu. Uncle Xu, are you hungry? Let's go out now." Xu Hao chuckled. Everything was under his control. Just as Zhao Juge walked slowly towards them. When they were less than 10 meters away, Xu Hao took Zhao Linger away. Seeing Xu Hao and his sister gradually going away, Zhao Juge's heart seemed to be grabbed by an invisible big hand, and he was extremely anxious. He tried his best to catch up, stop Xu Hao from attacking his sister. However, he was seriously poisoned and extremely weak at this time. He couldn't muster any strength at all. Even speaking became very difficult. He could only worry in his heart. Why didn't Xu Hao leave earlier or later, but now? It must be intentional. Zhao Juge gritted his teeth. He really couldn't bear it. He called out to his master in his heart. "Master, please possess me and help me stop Xu Hao." The old man's voice sounded in his mind. "HMPH kid, don't expect me to take action now. I admire your character, let you remind your sister yourself. I will only take action when you are really in a life and death crisis, and I will never take the initiative to save people. You should know that there are so many people at the scene now, it is not suitable to take action at all. And once I take action, it is easy to attract the attention of those who are interested, which will bring you more trouble. Besides, I need to spend time looking for your antidote now. How can I have the energy to take care of these trivial matters? You can't wait any longer, go out immediately and find a way to detoxify. If you don't detoxify, you will die." The old man's refusal made Zhao Juge despair. Once the master decides, it is difficult to change. Now the old man doesn't take action. He has no choice. Watching Xu Hao take his sister away, he can only vent his impotent rage. Ding Zhao Linger was flustered, emotional value plus 777. Ding Zhao Juge's mentality exploded, emotional value plus 1001. Xu Hao took Zhao Linger out of the concert hall. The night breeze blew, bringing a hint of coolness. Zhao Linger was a little uneasy. Ever since she thought of the deterioration of her relationship with Uncle Xu, she felt a ripple in her heart. Xu Hao was calm, took Zhao Linger to a quiet restaurant. The environment here is quiet and the lighting is soft, creating a romantic atmosphere. After the two sat down, the waiter enthusiastically handed over the menu. Xu Hao looked at Zhao Linger and said, "Linger, order whatever you want, don't be polite." Zhao Linger said politely, "Uncle Xu, you order, I'm fine." Xu Hao simply ordered some things. Waiting for the dishes to be served, Xu Hao began to deliberately create ambiguity. "Linger, you like Bai Ryu, how was her performance today?" Zhao Linger said with admiration. "Sister Ryu's performance was great. In fact, if you were to perform on stage, you would definitely be outstanding." Zhao Linger's cheeks flushed. She said quickly, Uncle Xu, stop joking. I don't have that ability. Seeing her shy look, Xu Hao laughed secretly. He continued, you should be more confident. You are not worse than anyone else. Zhao Linger's heartbeat began to accelerate. She didn't know how to respond to Xu Hao's words. She could only lower her head, fiddling with the corners of her clothes. At this time, the waiter served the dishes. Delicious dishes were placed on the table. Xu Hao picked up the chopsticks. He picked up a piece of meat and put it in Zhao Linger's bowl. Linger, try this, it tastes very good. Eat more meat to replenish yourself. You will have strength later. Zhao Linger raised her head. A warm current surged in her heart. She took a bite of the dish gently and said, if it tastes good, eat more. Uncle Xu, you eat too. After saying that, she also put some food in Xu Hao's bowl. In the following time, the two kept chatting. Zhao Linger gradually relaxed and was not so shy. A midnight snack was over. Xu Hao took out a tissue and wiped his mouth and said, I feel a little full, I have to go for a walk to digest the food. Linger, what about you? If you go back, I will ask someone to delay you. Zhao Linger shook her head and said, I'm not in a hurry, I'll take a walk with Uncle Xu. Xu Hao sighed. Linger is really gentle and sensible. Whoever marries Linger will be blessed for 8 lifetimes. When Zhao Linger heard this, her pretty face immediately turned red. She lowered her head shyly. Uncle Xu, you are too kind, I'm not that good. Linger, look at you, you are kind and considerate, and so obedient. Although Zhao Linger was shy, her eyes sparkled. So I am so good in Uncle Xu's eyes. Is that why Uncle Xu treats me so well? She bit her lip. She asked expectantly, Uncle Xu, why are you so good to me? Xu Hao was stunned, then smiled. Because Linger deserves it. You are so cute, gentle, and kind that people can't help but want to treat you well. Zhao Linger's heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. She didn't know what to say. Linger, do you have someone you like? Xu Hao asked, deliberately. There was a hint of expectation in his eyes. Zhao Linger immediately thought of Xu Hao, and her face turned even redder. She said hesitantly, I don't know either. They chatted while walking. The relationship became closer and closer. Time passed quietly. Unconsciously, it was 10 o'clock in the evening. Xu Hao's eyes flickered slightly. It's almost time. Xu Hao quietly used his telekinesis. An invisible force blocked Zhao Linger's foot. Zhao Linger felt as if she was tripped by something. Unprepared. The whole person lost balance. The body leaned forward involuntarily. This time, Xu Hao did not rush to help like he did with other heroines. That was to win the heroine's favor. This time he wanted to completely take Zhao Linger down. Zhao Linger fell to the ground. A piercing pain came from the knee. Zhao Linger looked down and saw that her knee was injured. The bruise was particularly dazzling on her fair skin. The pain came like a tide. Her eyes immediately turned red. Tears rolled in her eyes. It could roll down at any time. Xu Hao saw this. He pretended to realize it, and took 2 steps at a time and walked forward. His face was full of self-blame. His tone was full of guilt. Linger, are you okay? It's all my fault. I didn't take good care of you. It must be very painful, right? Zhao Linger bit her lip tightly, trying to hold back the pain. Don't blame Uncle Xu. I was careless. Xu Hao shook his head, his tone sincere. No Linger, I called you out. I have to take responsibility for not taking good care of you. I have a healing plaster at home, which is very effective. I'll have someone send it over right away. Seeing Xu Hao's self-blame, Zhao Linger was touched. She could feel Xu Hao's sincerity and that he really cared about her. A warm current surged in her heart. At this time, Xu Hao spoke again. However, we have to find a place to clean your wound first. Otherwise, it will be bad if the wound is infected. He looked around. Finally, his eyes fell on the hotel not far away. Xu Hao turned to Zhao Linger and said, Linger, look, there's a hotel over there. We can go there to clean the wound. When Zhao Linger heard that they were going to the hotel, her heart skipped a beat. Girls are naturally more sensitive to places like hotels and inns. What's more, it's still night. They're alone. If it were any other time, even if Xu Hao was her idol and treated her very well, she would never agree to go to the hotel. But now, Xu Hao looked very concerned about her well-being. She couldn't say no at all. She was in a dilemma. On the one hand, she was wary of the hotel. On the other hand, she trusted Xu Hao. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Ling'er nodded gently and said. Xu Hao smiled. Zhao Ling'er was his fan. Even if he followed the normal strategy, it wouldn't take a few times to make her fall in love. But he didn't want to wait any longer. So he used some tricks. Then, Xu Hao supported Zhao Ling'er and walked towards the hotel together. Being supported by Xu Hao, Zhao Ling'er felt a warm breath coming to her face. That feeling made her feel very safe. She wished she could stay in Xu Hao's arms forever. However, when she noticed this thought, her face immediately turned red. Oh, what am I thinking about? It's so shameful. Zhao Ling'er secretly blamed herself. The two came to the hotel. Xu Hao booked a presidential suite. He helped Zhao Ling'er into the room. Xu Hao took some warm water. Ling'er, I'll clean your wound first. Zhao Ling'er was deeply moved. She said quickly, thank you, Uncle Xu. Xu Hao responded with a smile, you're welcome. It's my responsibility. I have to protect you. His tone was full of consideration. Zhao Ling'er felt even warmer in her heart. She couldn't help it. Zhao Ling'er remembered the bad things Zhao Juge had said about Uncle Xu. How could such a nice Uncle Xu be that kind of person? Fortunately, I didn't listen to him. He was even more angry with Zhao Juge. Xu Hao simply wiped Zhao Ling'er's knee. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Zhao Ling'er was startled and worried. She was afraid of meeting someone. Although she and Uncle Xu were innocent. But they were in the same hotel. If someone saw them alone, it would be hard to explain. Xu Hao saw her worry. Comforted. Ling'er, don't worry, it's okay. Then he came to the door and opened it. The one knocking on the door was one of Wushang's men. Cooperate with Xu Hao and put on a show in front of Zhao Ling'er. Zhao Ling'er took a box of things and closed the door. Xu Hao walked back, said to Zhao Ling'er, the medicine is here. Zhao Ling'er asked curiously, is this the kind of medicine that can cure abrasions and sprains? Xu Hao said with a smile. Let's get started. He asked Zhao Ling'er to sit on the bed. Then poured the water in it into his hands. Then covered Zhao Ling'er's injured knee. That's right. That was actually ordinary tap water. What really worked was Xu Hao's healing technique. It was not a medicine. The moment he touched Zhao Ling'er, Xu Hao activated his ability. When Xu Hao's hand touched the wound, Zhao Ling'er felt so painful. She almost screamed. Then, before she could react, she felt a warm current flowing through her leg joints. Not only did it not hurt, there was also a tingling feeling. It was very comfortable. Zhao Ling'er immediately thought of the medicine Xu Hao had applied, and was surprised. Is there really such a magical medicine? Gradually, she had no time to think about the magic of the medicine. Immersed in the numb feeling, it turned out that Xu Hao activated the power of the god's hand. Seeing Zhao Ling'er's intoxicated expression, Xu Hao had the idea of playing a prank, harvesting a wave of emotional value by the way. So, he increased the strength of the god's hand. After a moment, Zhao Ling'er's anger could not be suppressed, and finally erupted like a volcano. Xu Hao just stared at Zhao Ling'er. He looked shocked. After the feeling disappeared, Zhao Ling'er slowly came back to her senses. Her expression at this time was as dull as it could be. She found that Xu Hao was looking at her without blinking. She was a little confused at first, and then reacted. Thinking of her loss of composure just now. And she witnessed the whole process. Swish. Her face was flushed, and she lowered her head, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Oh my god, I made such a fool of myself in front of Uncle Xu. What will Uncle Xu think of me? Zhao Ling'er was thinking wildly. Xu Hao pretended to cough. Ling'er, how is the effect? Zhao Ling'er looked at Xu Hao with a red face. Her eyes were moist. She looked like she was about to cry. Then she quickly lowered her head. When she saw that the injury to her leg joints had weakened, she didn't feel much pain. She was pleasantly surprised. Thank you Uncle Xu, I'm fine now. As she said that, she wanted to retract her legs and leave quickly. But Xu Hao grabbed her and didn't let go. It's not completely healed yet. You don't feel any pain now, but if you don't heal it, you will leave scars. When she heard that scars would be left, Zhao Ling'er stopped moving instantly. Sure enough, girls are afraid of these things, which will affect their beauty. Xu Hao continued to use healing and divine hands. Zhao Ling'er fell into that feeling again. But because of Xu Hao's teasing just now, Zhao Linger was in a mess. She broke free from it. She felt that something would go wrong if she continued like this. But knowing is one thing. Wanting to resist is another. She still couldn't resist that feeling and immersed herself in it. Xu Hao began to be dissatisfied with the healing. All the way up, Zhao Linger didn't resist. Halfway through, Zhao Linger woke up for a moment. Seeing the scene in front of her, she was shocked. Zhao Linger wanted to speak. She was beaten to the punch by Xu Hao. Linger, you are so beautiful. Then Zhao Linger was blocked and couldn't speak. Chapter 401. The daughter of a wealthy family is willing to be a mistress. Routine. Shame. Lingering. This night was full of love and affection. She moved around in the presidential suite, leaving traces everywhere. The next day, the sun at noon, it poured into the room through the gap in the curtains. Zhao Linger woke up slowly. The moment she regained consciousness, her brows furrowed tightly. The scenes of last night. It was like a slideshow in her mind. She remembered that she went to Bai Ryu's concert with Uncle Xu last night. After Bai Ryu's performance, Xu Hao was hungry, so they went for a midnight snack. Afterwards, the two walked and chatted. However, an accident happened. She accidentally fell to the ground and injured her knee. Uncle Xu saw this and said with concern that he would treat her and took her to the hotel. After a while, someone brought medicine. Uncle Xu carefully cleaned her wound and applied the medicine. At first, Zhao Linger only felt a tingling sensation at the wound. But gradually, this feeling became more and more intense. She couldn't stand it. Under the impact of this strange feeling, she was actually in front of Uncle Xu. At that moment, her mind was blank. Only endless shame remained. When she came to her senses, she found that Uncle Xu was staring at her. She wished she could die on the spot. It was too embarrassing. Uncle Xu did not stop the treatment. He continued to apply medicine for her. The familiar feeling came again. Reason was gradually submerged and fell into confusion again. I remember that she regained a little clarity. But she found that she had just taken off the last layer of fig leaf. What happened afterwards made her blush. All the things that could not be said. Zhao Linger lay on the bed. Thinking about everything last night, her heartbeat accelerated and her breathing became rapid. Uncle Xu's figure kept appearing in her mind. She turned her head and saw Uncle Xu sleeping quietly next to her. A feeling of nervousness and relief surged into her heart at the same time. Her mood became extremely complicated. Zhao Linger examined her heart. She was not sad because she lost her virginity to Uncle Xu. On the contrary, she did not feel much. She was just a little uneasy. It was impossible for her and Uncle Xu to be together. Uncle Xu had a family and his daughter was 19 years older than her. His family was harmonious and happy. And as the eldest daughter of the Zhao family, she was widely watched. Once her affair with Uncle Xu was exposed, it would definitely attract criticism. Zhao Linger could not help but think. She was not a casual woman. Uncle Xu was the perfect man in the hearts of countless women. He had only 2 wives. He loved his wife and daughter very much. He was successful in his career and was also keen on charity. Uncle Xu was definitely not the kind of man who thought with his lower body. How did things develop to this point? She thought carefully about the scene last night. When she reached the cloud and came back to her senses, she found Uncle Xu looking at her without blinking. She remembered Uncle Xu's expression at that time. There seemed to be fire burning in his eyes. An idea suddenly came to her mind. Could it be that her performance aroused Uncle Xu's anger? Otherwise, how could she explain that Uncle Xu was such a good person? How could he have come to this point with her? Zhao Linger felt extremely guilty. She felt that it was because of herself that she destroyed Uncle Xu's family. Tears flowed uncontrollably. She didn't know how to face all this. Ding Zhao Linger was in a state of confusion, emotional value plus 789. Xu Hao slowly opened his eyes and pretended to have just woken up. Seeing Zhao Linger like this, he said with great distress, "Linger, don't cry, it's all my fault, it's all my fault." His face showed just the right amount of self-blame and regret. He had so many experiences. Xu Hao's acting skills are beyond words. Zhao Linger was startled when she heard Xu Hao's voice. She turned around and saw his expression. She was startled. She quickly comforted Xu Hao. "Uncle Xu, don't blame you, it's all my fault, I shouldn't be like that." As she spoke, her voice became lower and lower. She was too embarrassed to continue. Xu Hao took the opportunity to hug her in his arms. He said gently, "Ling how can I blame you? It's all because I couldn't control myself." Zhao Linger blushed. "Uncle Xu, I don't know what happened, but after a tug of war," Xu Hao said firmly. "Ling I did something wrong, I will take responsibility." Zhao Linger was startled and said quickly, "No, Uncle Xu, this matter cannot be known to others, otherwise it will have a bad impact on you." Xu Hao interrupted her and said, "Ling listen to me. Actually, I like you. What I said last night was all my true feelings. Ling you are innocent and kind, just like a sweet little cotton-padded jacket. It feels easy to get along with you. If it weren't because I like you, I wouldn't be out of control." The familiar feeling came again. This is the rhythm of wanting to keep Zhao Linger by his side. If he didn't say that, Zhao Linger wouldn't blame him. She would think that she seduced Xu Hao. The result is that after this time, Zhao Linger is ashamed and will never see Xu Hao again. This is not what Xu Hao wants to see. Sure enough, Zhao Linger was stunned when she heard Xu Hao say that he liked her. She began to think wildly in her heart. Uncle Xu likes me, is he comforting me? He is afraid that I will feel guilty and blame myself, but if he is serious, what should I do? Then, she slowly hugged Xu Ni with both hands. Said shyly, I like Uncle Xu too." Xu Hao smiled at the corner of his mouth, and then said deliberately, "I will be responsible." Zhao Linger came back to her senses. She didn't want to destroy Uncle Xu's family because of her interference. She hurriedly shook her head. "Really, Uncle Xu, I can't destroy your family," Xu Hao said domineeringly. "Since you have done something wrong, let's make the best of it. Ling I won't let go." Zhao Linger's heart trembled, as if it was struck by an electric current. Is this the feeling of being cared for? Seeing Xu Hao's promise, she was anxious. "Uncle Xu, no. I can't be so selfish. What about your wife and daughter? I can't make them sad." She really didn't want to destroy Uncle Xu's life. Thinking of Xu Hao's words, she wanted to be with her. She hesitated and said, "I also want to be with Uncle Xu, but I can't destroy Uncle Xu's family, I will be scolded." Xu Hao immediately stated his position. He acted very excited. "Whoever dares to gossip, I will make him look bad. Anyway, I won't let you, Ling leave." Zhao Linger felt warm in her heart. "It's not like that. What I mean is I can still get along with you. Like before, but I can't make it public." Xu Hao let go of Zhao Linger. He looked at her delicate face and reached out to touch it. He said distressedly, "Linger, this is so unfair to you." Zhao Linger blushed a little. She thought to herself, Uncle Xu has a wife and a daughter. She is secretly with Uncle Xu. Isn't it just a lover? Oh my god, how could it be like this? She is the daughter of the Zhao family after all. She is actually a lover. If people knew about this, they would be shocked. But, let her leave Uncle Xu. She couldn't do it. After all, Uncle Xu was so good to her. Zhao Linger shook her head and said, "It's okay, Uncle Xu. As long as I can be with you, I don't care about these, and as long as we don't let anyone find out." Xu Hao seemed to have no choice and sighed helplessly. The two hugged each other again. Xu Hao said, "Since you asked me to do this, I won't force you. I will compensate you." Zhao Linger was in a complicated mood. She just decided to be her lover. But if the other party is Uncle Xu, it seems okay. Ding. Zhao Linger is full of mixed feelings, emotional value +963. Slowly, Zhao Linger noticed Xu Hao's abnormality. Her heart tightened. She tilted her head slightly, looking at Xu Hao with doubts in her eyes, and looked at him uneasily. Xu Hao pretended to be embarrassed and said, "Linger, this can't be controlled." Zhao Linger's face instantly flushed. There was a tremor in her voice. "Uncle Xu, I can't do it." Xu Hao thought for a moment and whispered a few words in her ear. After hearing Xu Hao's words, Zhao Linger's face became redder and redder, spreading to her neck. He touched her head. Xu Hao sighed. She got back the favor of getting her water to wash her wound last night. Get up. The two went to have a meal together. The atmosphere in the restaurant was a little subtle. Zhao Linger would occasionally peek at Xu Hao. And Xu Hao took care of her attentively. The atmosphere was ambiguous and warm. Xu Hao accompanied Zhao Linger for another afternoon and evening. They strolled on the street together, admiring the afterglow of the sunset, sharing each other's thoughts. However, at night, Zhao Linger still hadn't recovered. Xu Hao was not going to do it. Now is the time for the relationship to heat up. You must communicate more. Not recovered, right? Xu Hao took out 2 pills. A marrow cleansing pill and a body fragrance pill. Zhao Linger immediately revived with full blood and became fragrant. There was a lingering feeling. The next day, Xu Hao sent Zhao Linger back to the Zhao family. Outside the Zhao family mansion, a car was quietly parked not far away. In the car, Zhao Juge stared with a pair of red eyes. He was staring at the door of the mansion. His eyes were fixed on everyone who entered the door. His face was as pale as paper, and he looked weak. It was heartbreaking. The night before yesterday, Zhao Juge was helpless when he saw Xu Hao leaving with his sister. That deep sense of helplessness. It made him extremely uncomfortable. Because of his delay, the element entered his body. The situation was extremely critical. In the end, even the master's possession was difficult. The poison Xu Hao had given was too cruel. If he hadn't found 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum by chance, he would have died long ago. If Xu Hao knew that Zhao Juge survived with 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum, he would definitely sigh at the power of the protagonist's halo. In this era, even 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum can be found. His luck is unmatched. The protagonist's halo is so strong that he can even solve the poison he prepared. It's awesome. Does it mean that he can't use poison against the protagonist? Of course not. That's because he only poisoned the protagonist and didn't do it himself. If he took action after poisoning, how would the protagonist survive? Zhao Juge barely survived by relying on the 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum. Although the poison has been dispelled, but the body is still very weak. It needs to recover slowly. At this time, he thought of his sister Zhao Linger and was worried. That night, Hao said he would meet Ji Fen. He also did something to his sister. Zhao Juge immediately asked someone to inquire about his sister. It was learned that Zhao Linger had not returned home for a day. I suddenly felt something bad. It must be Xu Hao who did something to his sister. Zhao Juge felt suffocated when he thought that Xu Hao might have drugged his sister and taken her to a hotel to get a room. He sent people to find out Xu Linger's whereabouts. But how could his men know where Xu Hao went? Naturally, they found nothing. So Zhao Juge asked people to continue to investigate. He came to the door of Zhao's mansion and waited. This wait lasted for a whole night and a whole morning. Time passed slowly. Zhao Juge became more and more anxious. Until the afternoon, he saw a familiar car coming. It was Xu Hao's car. The car slowly stopped at the door of Zhao's house. Zhao Juge was shocked. He was about to get out of the car and rush over. But he was stopped by the master. Little pigeon, don't be impulsive, you can't go over now. Your body is too weak. You are no match for Xu Hao, going up will only bring humiliation to yourself. After experiencing this poisoning incident, Zhao Juge also deeply realized that the world is dangerous. With his current strength, he is not fearless enough. He will still be poisoned, will still be plotted, and will still feel helpless. There is no way. He can only stay in the car with frustration, staring at Xu Hao's car angrily. Zhao Juge did not appear, but Xu Hao found him. A meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. After stopping the car, Zhao Linger got out. Just when he was about to close the car door, Xu Hao called her. Linger, just leave like this. Ah. Zhao Linger was stunned and looked at Xu Hao in confusion. Xu Hao raised his eyebrows and said, "Don't you want to express your feelings?" Zhao Linger understood instantly. This is a farewell ceremony. Her face immediately turned red and said shyly, "Uncle Xu, this is right in front of the house. It's not good to be seen by others." Xu Hao smiled slightly. "No one will see it. The protagonist is not a human." Zhao Linger looked around hurriedly. Seeing that no one was paying attention to this side, she mustered up the courage and wanted to open the car door and go in. Xu Hao stopped her again. Opened the window on the other side. Signed to her to come over here. Zhao Linger glared at Xu Hao. But she still closed the car door obediently and came to the other side. Looking at Xu Hao's handsome face, Zhao Linger still felt embarrassed. It was at the doorstep again, and in broad daylight. If someone saw it, it would be over. It felt like a different kind of chicken. Decided to kiss and leave. Looking around in panic, Zhao Linger gritted her teeth and moved over. Just when she was about to touch Xu Hao's cheek, Xu Hao suddenly turned his head. He made a slip of the tongue and turned it into mouth no. Zhao Linger's eyes widened, and she was panicked. She wanted to step back and leave. But the back of her head was held down, so she could only accept it helplessly. This scene was seen by Zhao Juge in the car not far away. His chest rose and fell violently. His breathing became rapid and disordered. He stared at the direction of Xu Hao and his sister. That look seemed to want to cut Xu Hao into pieces. His body trembled slightly. Endless anger and resentment intertwined, making him furious and furious. Although he was prepared in his heart. But he still held a little thought before he saw it with his own eyes. He felt that his sister was not with Xu Hao. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he felt like his heart was being torn. A deep sense of self-blame and regret surged in his heart. He felt that it was because of him. That made Xu Hao speed up his attack on his sister. He was the one who harmed his sister. Chapter 402, Human Emperor Banner. Eternal Damnation. Daughter's shock. Zhao Juge fell into endless regret. I shouldn't have acted impulsively without checking Xu Hao's background. Ding. Zhao Juge's mentality exploded, emotional value plus 1001. I heard the system prompt sound. A smile appeared in Xu Hao's eyes. Until Zhao Linger was almost unable to breathe. Xu Hao let her go. Zhao Linger gasped, her face flushed, and her eyes looked around. She was afraid of being seen. She felt relieved when she didn't see anyone. She looked at Xu Hao with a face full of resentment. Xu Hao said with a smile. Go back quickly, remember to find me if you have any problems. Zhao Linger's eyes were full of reluctance. Uncle Xu, go slowly on the road, and be sure to pay attention to safety. Xu Hao waved his hand. He signaled to Hong Qiangwei to drive. As the car drove away, Zhao Linger felt a sense of loss. Looking at the direction where the car went away, it turned out, unconsciously, she had gotten used to being with Xu Hao. On the way home, Xu Hao was immersed in the system. Lucky. Congratulations to the host, winning the reward character, the dead in the middle of the dead, by 10 inches no phase, adds 10 more powerful combat power. Very good, continue. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you won the prize character, Gangjin Peak Death Warrior X1. Gangjin Peak. They are on the same level as Zhao Juge. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you won the prize special item, Lingtao X2 boxes. It has the effect of improving strength and physique. In Xu Hao's sight, the 933 shadow of Lingtao appeared. Good guy, it's better than human brain. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you won the prize 75 points of free attributes. Not bad. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you won the prize item, Keeling Pill X3. It can open the spiritual intelligence of animals. How did you draw this thing? Xu Hao thought of the mare and tigress he brought back. He can use it for them. Although the two animals can be controlled by his beast control skills. But their IQ is not high. They will be more obedient after opening their spiritual intelligence. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have won a prize character, Danjin Peak Warriors X50. 50 Danjin Strongman. The foundation of Wu Shang has been improved again. The status in the dark world can be improved. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have won a prize 82 points of free attributes. Continue. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have won a prize item, Beast Spirit Pills X10. Can be used to improve the strength of spirit beasts. Why are they all for pets? Can we have something good? Xu Hao believes in the power of all. Only when you are strong can you be fearless. Training subordinates is just to serve him better. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have won the reward of strength infusion, improving a small realm. Whatever you think of, it will come true. Just want to improve your strength. It came now. I don't know if it is the effect of luck +1. The next moment, Xu Hao's breath continued to rise. Finally broke through to the late stage of Gangjin. Then it was time for the popular part. Exquisite lottery. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have won the special item of Zhongli 10, Human Emperor. Hearing the name of this reward, Xu Hao was excited. Human Emperor Banner, it sounds amazing. It often appears in fantasy novels. That is the magic weapon used by the big guys of the human race. I actually got this kind of thing. In this urban world, isn't he invincible? Swish. A banner appeared in his hand. However, the banner was covered with scarlet lines and surrounded by a faint black gas. It was filled with evil. Bogies. You call this the human emperor banner. Although he had never seen the human emperor banner. But it was at least a magic weapon used by the human race leader. It couldn't possibly look like an evil way, right? The system is just a program, without intelligence, and can't be asked. You can learn through information. Summoning souls. The human emperor banner can absorb the souls of living beings. The more souls absorbed, the stronger the power of the emperor banner. The premise is that the soul of this living being is strong enough to absorb it. At present, there are only people. Just want him to kill people. Are you sure this is used by the human emperor? Xu Hao found a brilliant point. You can choose to retain the consciousness of the soul. Isn't that equivalent to another kind of immortality? What if his woman or daughter dies unexpectedly, it can be included in it. When he has the strength, he can be resurrected. Of course, this possibility is very small. It is the one in the worst. After all, the protection he arranged is of the highest standard. This is a way out. Before he can achieve immortality, his lifespan must be very long. But his women and daughters may not live that long. You can also do it this way. Collect the soul and wait for the opportunity to revive. This is the worst plan. Maybe by then, he has taken his women and daughters. On a small island, living a shameless life. This human emperor banner is a good thing for his woman. For those who were killed by him and the enemy, it is completely the opposite. The real eternal life. The protagonist must have been killed, his ashes scattered, and his soul imprisoned. Counting the gains. 327 points of free attributes. How to distribute. Strength, 100 points each. Spirit 127 points. Many special abilities rely on mental strength to maintain. After adding points, a familiar warm current emerges. Xu Hao can feel the improvement in strength. Summon Attribute Panel. Character, Xu Hao. Identity, Controller of Xu Group. Charm, 95, Full Value 100. Strength, 6129, Late Stage of Gangjin. Constitution, 5436, Normal Person 10. Spirit, 5628, Ordinary People 10. Skills, Close Combat, Grandmaster Level, Painting, Grandmaster Level, Calligraphy, God Level, Piano, Grandmaster Level, Music, Master Level, T-Art, God Level, Firearms, Master Level, 18 Martial Arts, Grandmaster Level, Assassination, Grandmaster Level, Chess, Grandmaster Level, Tai Chi, God Level, Medical Skills, Grandmaster Level, Gambling Skills, Grandmaster Level, Carving, Master Level, Flying Knife, Grandmaster Level, Car Skills, God Level, Bajiquan, Grandmaster Level, Hacking, Grandmaster Level, Massage, God Level, Hypnosis, God Level, Rope Art, God Level, Various Musical Instruments, Grandmaster Level, Disguise, Grandmaster Level, Bartending, God Level, Fishing, Grandmaster Level, Bagwazong, God Level, Clothing Design Strategy, Grandmaster, Undressing Hand, God, Taming Beasts, Master, Mixing Cocktails, Grandmaster. Items, Human Emperor Banner, God Killing Dagger, Immortal. Binding Rope, Master Key, 1000 Miles of Marriage X1, Small Whip, Bad Luck Card X4, Protective Jade Pendant, Anti-Aging Pill X3. Special, Portable Space, 10 cubic meters, Teleport, Deceiving Too Much, Telekinesis, Perspective, Predicting Danger, Lightning Control, Double Cultivation of Taming Women, Invulnerable to All Poisons, God's Hand, Fire Control, Invisibility, Leading Souls into Dreams, Wood Control, Photographic Memory, Healing, Mind Control, Water Control, Space Strangling, Earth Control, Kingly Aura, Outlaw. Emotion Value, 5361. Free Attribute, 0. Shish. The car drove into the Xu family compound and stopped. Xu Hao walked to the backyard. He summoned the mare and the tigress. These two guys were very well behaved and stayed in the area he designated without causing any trouble. Xu Hao took out a spiritual enlightenment pill and a beast spirit pill for them to eat. The spiritual enlightenment pill emitted a faint light. It could open up the spiritual wisdom of the spirit beast. The beast spirit pill exuded a powerful aura. It could enhance the strength of the spirit beast. Eat this. Xu Hao stretched out his hand and said for a while. The mare and the tigress seemed to understand what he said. They opened their mouths obediently and swallowed the pill. The pill entered their stomachs and turned into countless warm currents, washing over their bodies. After a while, the eyes of the two beasts became smart. It was obvious that their intelligence had been opened. Then, the aura on their bodies began to rise. The tigress was originally majestic. At this moment, she was even more majestic and domineering, with a strong sense of oppression that made people shudder. The mare became more handsome. The hair shone in the sun. The mare was originally very fast as the wind. Now it must be even faster. Xu Hao is secret. I don't know if the little mother is now. Several sisters who went home and said laughed. As soon as they entered the house, they saw the spirit peach on the table. The big peach was bitten with a big head. Just then, Xu Hao came out of the study. The daughters surrounded him one by one. Dad, where did the peaches come from? Xu Huai asked curiously. I just wanted to see you eating so much, so I brought them back. Hee, Dad is the best. Xu Huai hugged Xu Hao's arm and acted like a spoiled child, rubbing against him constantly. At this time, Xu Yan came back from the backyard. With a look of shock on her face. She hurried to Xu Hao and asked. Dad, Xiao Bai and Zhao Hong have changed. Did you feed them something? Xu Hao smiled. Yes, they ate something. Xu Feiyan suddenly realized. The girls saw this and asked what happened. Xu Feiyan explained. Just now she went to the backyard to see the two new family members. I found that the tigress was more majestic. The little mare was also more handsome, with very smart eyes and could understand human words. What? The girls were shocked. Is it true? Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, go and see. Xu Qingshan also followed curiously. Her expression was somewhat suspicious. Although the red horse and the white tiger were very smart, they couldn't understand human language, right? What did Xu Hao feed them? If so, Xu Hao was too powerful. But think about the various abilities Xu Hao had. It seemed reasonable. The sisters came to the backyard together. They saw the more domineering red rabbit and white tiger. Xu Huai was skeptical that the two beasts could understand their words. So she began to give various orders. Xiao Bai, stand up. The white tiger knew the relationship between them and Xu Hao. He immediately stood up obediently, majestic. Zhao Hong, run a lap. Xu Huai said too. The mare again. The mare also ran a lap obediently. The girls were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Xu Huai was happy. She threw the peach in her hand to the white tiger. The white tiger immediately jumped up to catch it, and even bowed to Xu Huai. Everyone admired Xu Hao to the extreme. On the other side, Xu Hao was holding a little fox and stroking it. It was Leng Bingji, of course. Being played with by Xu Hao as a pet. Leng Bingji had gotten used to it. Curled up in Xu Hao's arms obediently. Xu Hao stroked the little fox. Suddenly thought of the beast spirit pill. The beast spirit pill can enhance the strength of spirit beasts. I wonder if it can enhance the little fox. Although she was transformed from a human. But now she is also a beast, right? As for the awakening spirit pill, forget it. The little fox is originally a human, and does not need awakening spirit. Do it when you think of it. Xu Hao took out a beast spirit pill. Said to the little fox. Open your mouth. Leng Bingji was immediately attracted to it. Smelling the fragrance of the pill, her eyes did not blink. She looked as if she was looking at a rare treasure. Even though she was a human. Unlike animals, everything was done instinctively. She had been trying to restrain herself. However, facing the temptation of this pill, she could not resist it at all. Almost without hesitation, Leng Bingji opened her mouth and ate it. As soon as she ate it, Leng Bingji regretted it. Cursed inwardly that she was too impulsive. What if Xu Hao gave her poison? But soon, a stream of heat flowed through her body, and she felt warm all over. After a while, her breath rose. She clearly felt that she had undergone a huge change. She tentatively jumped lightly. She rushed directly 10 meters away. Not only did her speed increase, but her strength also increased. Moreover, she could clearly feel it. The feeling of being able to switch back and forth between fox and human became stronger and stronger. Leng Bingji understood immediately. This was the effect of the pill Xu Hao had given her just now. She began to adapt to her current state. She moved around the room, coming and going without a trace. Xu Hao looked dizzy. He quickly reached out and grabbed her. Leng Bingji's body was stiff. Xu Hao was too fast. She didn't have time to react. It can be seen that Xu Hao's strength is unfathomable. Originally, because she became powerful, she was still thinking about finding a chance to escape. Xu Hao destroyed her fantasy with one move. It's better to follow Xu Hao honestly. Chapter 403, Catch them all in one net. My daughter is in the corner. Eating chicken. It's too chaotic. Xu Hao was stroking the little fox leisurely. Lang Bingji was so well behaved in his arms. Swish. Hong Qiangwei suddenly appeared beside him. She looked at the little fox in Xu Wu's arms and hesitated to speak. Xu Hao smiled faintly and said, "What's the matter? Just say it directly. This little fox has been controlled by him. It's okay to know some secrets. It can't be spread anyway." Hong Qiangwei nodded slightly. She said the eldest son of the Qin family that Xu Hao asked to pay attention to. Recently, he has spent a lot of money to recruit bodyguards. It must be a strong man above the level of Huajin. Oh, Xu Hao raised his eyebrows. Recruiting bodyguards. What does this mean? Is the golden finger of the villain protagonist so good? Otherwise, why would he hire a bodyguard? The requirements are so low. Forget it. I can't figure it out. Just arrange someone to monitor. Don't you need a bodyguard? I'll give you a strong bodyguard. So, Xu Hao said lightly. Then send someone over. If there is any movement, notify me. Immediately. Hong Qiangwei took the order and left. Lang Bingji in her arms was trembling. From Xu Hao's words, she could tell that he was plotting against the top family, the Qin family. She heard such a big secret. Would Xu Hao kill the fox to silence him? But Zhao Juge saw his sister and Xu Hao intimate with his own eyes. He wanted to question his sister. Why did she give herself to Xu Hao, that scumbag? But thinking of his sister's innocence, she must have been deceived by Xu Hao. It was he who didn't protect his sister well. 3. He couldn't muster the courage to question. He didn't even dare to appear in front of his sister. He went back in despair, and Zhao Juge turned regret into anger. He mobilized the power of Wuji Palace. Increased the suppression of the Zhao and Shen families. I want to deal with these two families as soon as possible so that I can take action against Xu Hao and avenge my sister. At this time, Li Yong, the general agent of the group to which Wuji Palace belongs in Zhou, hurried over with an embarrassed look on his face. Grand Palace Master, the situation is not good. The Shen family and the Qin family are married, and now the three families are united. The combined strength of them is not much different from the strength of our group in Zhou. Hearing this, Zhao Juge was furious. What? Three families united? They are all against me. Do you think I am made of clay? He waved his hand and said decisively. Mobilize funds from the group headquarters, and I will make the three families pay the price. Li Yong knew Zhao Juge's temper very well. Once a decision is made, no one can change it. He immediately said respectfully, "Yes, Grand Palace Master, I'll do it right away." Originally, the Zhao family, the Shen family, and the Qin family united to fight against Zhao Juge. I didn't expect Zhao Juge to make another effort. How much more did he hide? Only Qin Wuhui knew. As Qin Wuhui, who had read the entire novel, knew how terrifying Zhao Juge's power was. In the novel, Zhao Juge liked to show off and slap people in the face, and liked to solve problems alone. Because generally using power means crushing, there is no sense of accomplishment at all. But recently, Zhao Juge has frequently increased the pressure on the area. This made Qin Wuhui very puzzled. What is Zhao Juge doing? The plot doesn't match the novel. Facing Zhao Juge's fierce offensive. Although Qin Wuhui felt a lot of pressure. But he didn't give in. As the eldest son of the Qin family, the fate of the family is closely related to him. Once the Qin family collapses, he will have no place to stand. Fortunately, Qin Wuhui knows the plot of the whole novel. Seeing through the many opportunities and turning points, he put this knowledge into practice. United with the other two families to resist Zhao Juge's suppression. Don't say it, he really did it. Qin Wuhui also appeared in Zhao Juge's vision. He wanted to solve the three-family alliance so as to deal with Zhen Hao. At this time, Qin Wuhui appeared. Zhao Juge, how could Zhe not be angry? He began to suppress more fiercely. In fact, he was an enemy of Zhao Juge. Qin Wuhui had always felt guilty. He was afraid that Zhao Juge would not follow the moral code of martial arts and would directly use force to destroy him. He was just an ordinary person. He couldn't bear a slap from Zhao Juge. He spent a lot of money to hire a bodyguard. I didn't expect that he really found gold. A bodyguard in the middle stage of Gangjin. Although he was not Zhao Juge's opponent. But this is JoJo, no matter how powerful the protagonist is, he can't do whatever he wants. Qin Wuhui finally had a little confidence. A business war centered on the two of them began. They didn't know. They were just chess pieces on the chessboard. As a chess player, Xu Hao, at this time, he was enjoying being surrounded by beauties. Ever since he learned from Xu Hao that his master Luo Qingxian was pregnant. Bai Ryu couldn't calm down for a long time. The next day, she couldn't wait to come to the residence of her master Luo Qingxian. She hadn't seen this apprentice for a long time, and the moment she saw Bai Ryu, Luo Qingxian's face was filled with joy. Ryu, long time no see. Bai Ryu bowed respectfully, and her eyes were also very happy. Master, Ryu misses you too. Senior sister Feng Zixuan and junior sister Xu Qingshe came over. Xu Qingshe complained. Third senior sister, you came to the Magic City to hold a concert without telling us, it's too mean. Feng Zixuan also echoed. Yes, junior sister, you are not right. Bai Ryu smiled awkwardly, not knowing how to explain. Senior sister, junior sister, I made this decision at the last minute, and I didn't have time to inform you. I won't do it next time. Her eyes fell on Master Luo Qingxian. Looking at the fairy-like master, with a slightly bulging belly, she felt very complicated. Various thoughts kept emerging in her mind. Thinking that the master was pregnant with Xu Hao's child. Xu Hao was the father of the little sister. The master recognized the senior brother, that is, the uncle. And the relationship between the sisters and herself and Xu Hao was unclear. This was too messy. Today, because of Ryu's arrival, everyone decided to celebrate. Second senior sister Lu Yiren will also come. Also invited Uncle Xu Hao. When she heard that Xu Hao would come, Bai Ryu was nervous. She wanted to refuse, but she couldn't find a suitable reason. She could only let it go. The whole family of master and disciple gathered. Xu Hao certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity. When Xu Hao arrived, he was warmly welcomed. The pregnant Luo Qingxian's eyes were filled with joy. Senior brother, you are here. Xu Hao responded with a smile. Junior sister, I feel relieved to see that you look good. Everyone gathered around. Xu Qingshe said happily. Dad, you are here. We have been waiting for you for a long time. Xu Hao touched her head. Feng Zixuan also said with a smile. Master, you have been very busy recently, right? We haven't seen you for a long time. Xu Hao shook his head and said. It's okay, just some trivial matters, how are you doing recently? Everyone chatted with each other. The atmosphere gradually became lively. Only Bai Ryu was stunned in the same place. There was a lot of entanglement in her eyes. She still couldn't accept this chaotic relationship. Seeing the look of the third junior sister, Feng Zixuan gently pushed her. Said, Third junior sister, what are you doing? Why don't you say hello to the uncle? Bai Ryu came back to her senses and said helplessly. Xu Hao smiled meaningfully and nodded. That smile made Bai Ryu panic. A bad premonition came to her mind. She lowered her head quickly, not daring to look into Xu Hao's eyes again. Just then, the second senior sister Lu Yiren also arrived. Everyone exchanged pleasantries again. Compared to Xu Hao, Bai Ryu was much more sincere this time. She also missed her master and senior sisters. The senior sisters also got into the conversation. In the villa, dinner began. It was rare for the master and the disciples to gather together. Xu Hao was not stingy and took out the Zaixian wine that he won in the lottery. This wine is not ordinary. Not only is it not harmful to the pregnant Luo Qingxian, but it is also beneficial. This is the rhythm of catching them. All in one fell swoop. Even the pregnant Luo Qingxian was not spared. In fact, it is indeed not suitable to exercise during the early period of pregnancy. But after that period, with the strength of Luo Qingxian Danjin, there is no fear of not being able to bear it. When Xu Hao took out the bottle of wine, Lu Yiren's eyes lit up. He immediately remembered the last time he drank Xu Hao's wine. The taste still makes her linger. Lu Yiren took the bottle. She poured a glass for everyone enthusiastically. Seeing that they were going to drink, Bai Ryu's heart tightened and she immediately refused. I won't drink. She was afraid that Xu Hao would do something wrong if he got drunk. Lu Yiren refuted it firmly. This dinner is held for you, how can you not drink? Bai Ryu had no choice but to compromise. She thought to herself, it's just a glass of wine, she has the strength, it shouldn't make her drunk. After pouring the wine, Lu Yiren couldn't wait to taste it. Her face showed an intoxicated expression, as if she was in a fairyland. So exaggerated. Is it true? The other women asked questions one after another. Luo Qingxian hesitated. She stroked her slightly bulging belly and looked at Xu Hao. Xu Hao encouraged her with a smile. Don't worry, this wine is good for you and the baby. Luo Qingxian also picked up a glass of wine and took a sip. It didn't feel stimulating, but warm and comfortable. After making sure it wouldn't harm the baby in her belly, Luo Qingxian took another big sip. She smacked her lips and said, "Very good." Bai Ryu took a sip doubtfully. Instantly, a wonderful feeling came over her, as if she had ascended to heaven. She never mentioned not drinking again. Everyone ate, chatted, and tasted fine wine. There was constant laughter at the table. "Dad, where did you get this wine? It's so good. It's been a long time since we've been so happy together." After a meal, even though the women were strong, they were still in a state of tipsiness. This was the result of Xu Hao's deliberate control. Otherwise, it would be boring if they were completely drunk. At night, the women were too lazy to go back. Resting in the villa. At night, the nightlife officially began. Xu Hao arranged Feng Zixuan, Lu Yiren, Bai Ryu and Luo Qingxian in the master bedroom. The bed in the master bedroom was very wide, more than enough for 5 people to sleep. As for Xu Qingxie, it's not easy to attack her today. Although these masters and apprentices are all his women. But this kind of thing still can't be let them know. The focus today is also on them, the masters and apprentices. Can't attack Xu Qingxie. But there is a way to let her participate. Xu Hao arranged Xu Qingxie next to the master bedroom. Before entering the master bedroom, Xu Hao drove away her drunkenness and even left a crack in the door. At this time, Feng Zixuan, Bai Ryu, Lu Yiren and Luo Qingxian were all a little drunk. Their cheeks were slightly flushed, and there was a hazy glow in their eyes. When Xu Hao walked into the master bedroom, Feng Zixuan and Lu Yiren, 2 women who had long been conquered by Xu Hao. The emotions in their hearts were instantly ignited. They came towards Xu Hao very actively. "Master, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you." Feng Zixuan's eyes were full of anticipation. Lu Yiren was not to be outdone. There was a hint of charm in her voice. "Dad, I miss you so much." She stuck close to him, as if she had integrated into him. Bai Ryu saw this scene. Her heart suddenly became alert. She realized that something was wrong. Xu Hao smiled mysteriously on his face and said slowly, "Today is to celebrate your junior sister's return. Let's start with your junior sister first." Bai Ryu was nervous when she heard this, and stepped back step by step. Xu Hao spoke again. "Ryu knew about our relationship on 2.7 and didn't want to go along with us. She will definitely avoid us in the future. For example, she didn't notify you of the concert this time. This is a signal Ryu will definitely drift away from you in the future." Although they were a little drunk, they still had basic judgment. Knowing that Xu Hao was right, Feng Zixuan and Lu Yiren had a flash of worry in their eyes. They have always had a good relationship with each other. They are not sisters, but they are better than sisters. When they think that a sister is leaving them, they feel empty in their hearts. They don't want the third sister to leave. "We want to be good sisters for life." Luo Qingxian doesn't want to lose this apprentice either. "What should we do?" Xu Hao looked playful. He said slowly, "Isn't that simple? Can't we just let her be like you? Play mahjong a few more times to enhance our relationship. Don't you still believe in my ability?" The 3 girls listened to Xu Hao's words. They nodded as if they understood. Xu Hao looked at Bai Ryu and said, "Ryu doesn't seem to cooperate. She looks a little shy. How about you help her?"